Hill Ton fires Foxes to 400. After the first day of play, the Foxes found themselves in a decent position. That was largely thanks to 100 from Evans. The hosts had struggled to find inroads, only 4 wickets taken, and the score 264 for 4 at the start of day 2. Evans had gone late on day 1 and was replaced by Swindles, but the Leicestershire keeper couldn't emulate his colleague, out LBW to Higgins for 5 early in the session. But despite the loss of Swindles, Leicestershire found their way to 300 runs, but there was more to come. Hill Ton fires Foxes to 400. After the first day of play, the Foxes found themselves in a decent position. That was largely thanks to 100 from Evans. The hosts had struggled to find inroads, only 4 wickets taken, and the score 264 for 4 at the start of day 2. Evans had gone late on day 1 and was replaced by Swindles, but the Leicestershire keeper couldn't emulate his colleague, out LBW to Higgins for 5 early in the session. But despite the loss of Swindles, Leicestershire found their way to 300 runs. But there was more to come for the Foxes, specifically another 100 for Lewis Hill. A little dab for a quick single got him to his ton, a great knock that had showcased patience and intent, 15 boundaries helping him to the total. Ben Mike was now at the other end, and he joined in with Hill. Their partnership was soon worth 50 runs. They took the total to 350, but that would be the end of the road for Hill. His innings Hill Ton fires Foxes to 400. After the first day of play, the Foxes found themselves in a decent position. That was largely thanks to 100 from Evans. The hosts had struggled to find inroads, only 4 wickets taken, and the score 264 for 4 at the start of day 2. Evans had gone late on day 1 and was replaced by Swindles, but the Leicestershire keeper couldn't emulate his colleague, out LBW to Higgins for 5 early in the session. But despite the loss of Swindles, Leicestershire found their way to 300 runs. But there was more to come for the Foxes, specifically another 100 for Lewis Hill. A little dab for a quick single got him to his ton, a great knock that had showcased patience and intent, 15 boundaries helping him to the total. Ben Mike was now at the other end, and he joined in with Hill. Their partnership was soon worth 50 runs. They took the total to 350, but that would be the end of the road for Hill. His innings was at an end in spectacular fashion, off stump removed, and he had to go for 121. That left Leicestershire on 362 for 6 at the end of the morning session, just 2 further wickets lost, and almost 100 runs added. They kept up the good day. Mike came down the track and fired Smith to the boundary to reach a half-century shortly after lunch. But he'd lose his partner. Parkinson deceived by Smith, out LBW, looking for the leg side boundary. Wright seemed undeterred. He came dancing down to Smith, the fences found, and 400 on the board. Mike couldn't get any further. Unable to get out of the way of a Shaw delivery, he began the long walk back before the umpire had even raised the finger, out for 54. Shaw had another in the same over. Klein's stumps left all in a heap after a wicked Yorker. Wright was undone by Worrell. His delivery too good, the top of off stump found, and Leicestershire all out for an impressive 421. Evans had set the tone with his first day 100, but Hill emulated the Foxes opener with a century of his own. Mike lower down the order also caught the eye. Worrell finished with 5 for 79, the most potent of the Gloucestershire bowling attack. The reply didn't get off to the best of starts. Wright had Brathwaite trapped in front early on, gone for 9. They'd add 33 for the loss of the wicket when they reached the tea break. Dent and Bracey took them to 50 after the resumption, and they kept going. The pair have so often been crucial for Gloucestershire, and so it proved in the evening session. Before long, they were in the 90s, and Dent's important performance was rewarded. 50 runs scored off 71 balls, and a difficult start looked to be dealt with, but he'd lose his partner, Bracey, out LBW to Parkinson for 27. And then Dent was out soon after, caught behind for 53 off the bowling of Wright, and the door left ajar for the Foxes. Cobain was Wright's next victim, out LBW for a duck. Lace and Higgins made sure that Gloucestershire would reach 3 figures. A change in the bowling paid dividends. Klein found Laces edged. He was pouched by Harris and out for 4. Wright had the dangerous Higgins out LBW for 5, and Gloucestershire were threatening to collapse in a heap. Hankins and Smith denied Leicestershire further headway, first frustrating and then taking on the Foxes' attack. And the pair would play their way to the close, still together at the end of the day, with the score 176 for 6, trailing by 245.
And good morning from the Bristol County Ground. Welcome to day 3 of Gloucestershire against Leicestershire. Bright skies overhead, I'm pleased to say. This is Ian Randall, good morning, and this is Ed Seaborn.
Good morning.
What's the most interesting way this game has of going forward, do you think?
Interesting for whom? Leicestershire or Gloucestershire? Because I think Leicestershire would argue that there are plenty of interesting ways that this game could go for them. But for Gloucestershire, I would imagine that it starts by avoiding the follow-on and then trying to skittle Leicestershire out for, I would say, fewer than 150, and then a chase which Gloucestershire might well still be second favourites for, but they might still have an opportunity at whatever target Leicestershire would set for them. It's also going to be interesting to see if Gloucestershire do get quite close to that follow-on target. Really, Leicestershire, you would think, would bat again. So in some ways, if they get close, the follow-on target may not matter so much. If they get skittled out quickly this morning, then Leicestershire have an interesting decision on their hands, and you'd think they may still decide to bat again regardless. But then, even if they did get bowled out for 150, they'd still be looking at a total close to 400 to chase in the final innings, which would certainly not look good for Gloucestershire anyway.
I think the third day here, for me the most interesting way it would unravel is if Gloucestershire can get close to the follow-on target, because then you're then looking at how positive are Leicestershire in terms of wanting to try and win the game as opposed to just safely drawing it. And to that end they have a complication, because we understand that Dieter Klein will not bowl any further in the match because of a hamstring tweak that was done yesterday. So effectively they are a seam bowler short. So a lot will depend on, you would feel, both Alex Evans and Chris Wright, and then with the support of Callum Parkinson as the captain and the slow left-arm spinner. It is going to be Alex Evans to open, and here's Ed.
So I think it's fair to say it's very likely to be Chris Wright from the Ashley Down Road end, but it will be Alex Evans. So the new ball pair to start off with, Alex Evans to Tom Smith, and Smith's first ball is beaten, and he very much pushed at that one outside the off stump. Tom Smith, who was very disciplined really last night, he didn't play very much, they didn't have to play at, caused a few problems with a bit of bounce or back of a length type bowling, but that one was just a full ball allowed to swing by Alex Evans. Swung a little bit and Smith pushing after it. He's got 19, Hankins has got 29, so this pair currently have a 55 run stand going as Alex Evans bowls to Smith, and that's popped up. I'm not exactly sure what it popped up off. It might just have been off the pad. I didn't hear any cries of catch, but either way, that's the kind of ball that you often see cause Smith a few problems, and he didn't look at all comfortable playing that, and you can sort of jump at those balls a little bit, and that's what he did there. Square leg just taking a couple of steps closer now into a catching position as Evans bowls to Smith, and there's no shot outside the off stump. 3 slips in place. Leicestershire briefly had 4 when Chris Wright had his tail up yesterday, but back to 3. Sort of short forward square leg. Mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on. And a fine leg. No third man in place for Tom Smith. But these two really saved Gloucestershire's blushes a little bit yesterday evening, and they'll be hoping they can continue to do that this morning as well, as Alex Evans in to bowl to Smith, and Smith with a firmish push towards mid-wicket, but doesn't get a run for it as it's straight to Sam Evans, one of the centurions for Leicestershire in the first innings. Here's a very measured, patient innings. Lewis Hill, the other centurion who showed all the confidence of a batsman who came into this game with the number of runs that he did and converted the 50 into 100 this time as Evans delivers, and Smith doesn't play a shot at this one, so tidy start from Alex Evans, and as he had said, really, the onus is going to be on this youngster here because of the loss of Dieter Klein and the fact that Ben Mike has bowled 10 overs for 50 so far, and even when he was bowling to Smith and Hankins yesterday evening was spraying it about a bit as Alex Evans is in and Smith defends away to point. So that ends the over. It's a maiden to start with. Gloucestershire 176 for 6. They remain 245 runs adrift of Leicestershire.
And just to say that our email is open throughout the broadcast today, as usual, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Questions, pointers, suggestions for silly talking points like bald-headed cricketers that we had yesterday. All welcome. There's the email at the top right-hand corner of your screen. I was also reminded last night when I got home, I hope this isn't putting the negative influence on him, is that Tom Smith, when he was batting at 4, obviously got his 80, was it 80 or 84?
84.
Against Leicestershire at Cheltenham in 2019. So he has this stoic durability as a batsman. Might be very handy here. Chris Wright to open from the Ashley Down Road end to George Hankins. Oh, that was a nasty little pop as that went up towards mid-on. Just Ben Mike went to go down and get it, and the ball needed to pop up off a wicket end there, most unexpectedly.
Yes, that's almost nutted him, really, hasn't it? Because we've seen a few awkward bounces, a particularly awkward bounce to Lewis Hill, which struck him in the unmentionable area, and he had to go off for a little bit yesterday.
Right, over the wicket to Hankins, who just plays inside the line of that. He didn't play that towards that with any great force at all, despite the suggestions otherwise from the slip cordon.
It's a good carry through to Swindles there, wasn't it? He took that one round about head height. He's not standing especially far back, but then he's not right close as well. So Chris Wright continuing to get something out of this pitch early on here.
Bowled well yesterday, and comes into Hankins, and that one much straighter. Hankins does go down after he's played it, but got solid enough behind it. Remember, Gloucestershire's initial target is to get to 272 to absolutely save the follow-on. If they got close, Leicestershire, as Ed said at the top of the broadcast, they would have a tricky decision to make, bearing in mind they're a bowler light. And I think if I was Paul Nixon and Callum Parkinson, I'd be saying, right, let's bat again, and A, give our bowlers a breather, and B, get us into a situation where we can try and win the game on the final day with enough runs in the bank. I don't have in my head 300 plus run chases at Bristol on the 4th day. They have been few and far between, certainly recently, I would say.
Yeah, well, I suppose you think back to the Surrey game and you wonder how many Gloucestershire could have chased in that game if they'd had more time and then more runs to get. They felt like they could have gone on for a long, long time. So you never know with those kinds of stats. Just sometimes the right total hasn't been set for a team.
Right in hits Hankins on the pad. He's having a big call to Nigel Long. Nigel Long remains calm and doesn't raise the finger. There's another look at that from the camera at the Ashley Down Road end. As Wright runs away. A little bit leg side. But these two certainly want to get their feet moving, the scoreboard ticking if they can, and then work towards the extra 96 runs that Gloucestershire need, or as close to that as they can get. They also know that realistically most of the danger will come from this pair in the first hour.
Yeah, Chris Wright has always struck me as a type of bowler who can be an absolute nightmare to face, and he will have wonderful days when he is the tall, fast bowler swinging it about a bit, and then sometimes it just doesn't seem to work for him. He's got an overall average of 33. I'm just wondering to see how many... Ooh, that's excuse me, just doing too much wondering. There's another great shout of ooh as the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper, and Tom Smith continues to have a few problems with Evans. Here's the replay, and we'll see how much he did withdraw the bat away from that, but he was surprised by the way that the ball behaved off the pitch more than anything else. It wasn't a sort of a play and a miss like that, as Alex Evans bowls to Smith, and once more Smith is having a bit of a jab and then withdrawing the bat, but this is rather tentative looking stuff at the moment from Tom Smith. But then he had a period a little bit like this at the start of his innings last night, so possibly he just needs to get through this sort of period. It's got a bit of zip to it, that ball from Evans. I wouldn't say it's done a massive amount. Here he comes, bowls to Smith, and Smith punches this one into the gap. He'll get 2 runs. I think that might just be all, as Callum Parkinson goes across from mid-off to do the fielding, and Smith with a punchy shot through the covers gets the scoring underway for the day. 178 for 6. Smith is into the 20s, on to 21. It should make him feel a little better and feeling a little happier with the ball pitched up, as Evans bowls full and Smith defends much more comfortably off the front foot. He's looking far more comfortable off the front than the back. I'm just looking at Chris Wright, so he's got 13 5-wicket hauls, 18 4-wicket hauls. So I don't know, I don't compare that.
That's nearly half his wickets in all. No, he's got nearly 500 wickets, hasn't he, on all?
469,
yeah,
to be exact. So
that's 72 and 65. So that's, yeah, it's about a third.
Here comes Evans, he bowls, and this time Smith has absolutely nothing to do with that. That's too wide from Alex Evans, and a decent take from Harry Swindles, who had a few problems yesterday, and then Ben Mike made his problems far worse by bowling the ball over his head twice, and one of them counted as byes, one of them counted as no balls. But his life wasn't made easy, just like Bracey's life wasn't made easy yesterday when he had already seemingly had finger issues, as Evans bowls to Smith, and Smith is once more having a bit of a flirt with that one. But in the end, I think he missed it by a little way, but he certainly had a feel for the ball. And a good start from Alex Evans, 178 for 6. Smith 21, Hankins 29.
And you would think that the best chance for both these two bowlers is actually just to pitch the ball up and not bowl it as short as Mike did on occasions yesterday. They're hunting for wickets in that they've got one orthodox batsman there, albeit somebody who really needs a big score, as you were saying last night, and a doughty competitor, and then you're into the tail. Chris Wright in, and Hankins plays that into the ground. 2 bounces out to Lewis Hill in the covers, and there's no run. 178 for 6. These two came together at 121, so they've put together a stand of 57, and 121 for 6. Gloucestershire looked in quite a sorry state, and the follow-on looked a long way off. It still needs a lot of work, but these two going about it in slightly different ways. Smith, I think his judgment of what he needs to play at and what he doesn't probably isn't quite as good as Hankins. So he tends to play at a bit more, but he's got that sort of corrective motion, which is just about keeping him afloat at the moment. He's got 21, and that's Hankins' squad number, and he's facing, and he's out all the way along the ground to point. Harry Dearden is the sub-fielder for Leicestershire, with Dieter Klein off the field. I suppose this is always the way of things, isn't it? But if you already asked Klein this morning if he was going to bowl, yes, I'll be out there. You asked the physio, no, he won't be out there. And that's always the enthusiasm of a player who thinks he can still play some part in the game. I suspect, though, from what we gather, he will not. He might bat, but that might be a different issue. Right, Ian and Hankins able to let that go comfortably outside the off stump. Right, yesterday, as with the Gloucestershire bowlers, he bowled 7 overs up until tea in a burst, but that's about the limit, you would have thought. And he and Evans will know this morning that they could finish this between them in an hour, but if they don't, then they're going to need some support from the other fit bowlers in the attack, and that might mean that Parkinson brings himself on to try and keep these two rotating at the other end. We'll see, but somewhere along the line, Ben Mike's going to have a bowl. He can't. You would have thought he can't be left to stew in the outfield if Gloucestershire are getting close to this follow-on target. Hankins waits again, bat raised onto the thigh pad and just out on the onside. So far this morning, just the 2 runs added from that one scoring shot from Tom Smith. He has 21, Hankins has 29, and that clatter of wickets yesterday that you could see with the middle order, Lace, Cobain and Higgins going in relatively quick succession. After that good stand between Dent and Bracey, everything seemed to be going swimmingly at that stage. Although even in his post-match interview last night to our BBC colleague, Chris Dent said he didn't feel as if he was as comfortable out in the middle yesterday as he had done in some of his other knocks earlier in the summer.
Here is Alex Evans continuing from the Bristol Pavilion end. He bowls to Smith, and Smith will offer no shot. I would say that it was a bit of an innings of, it wasn't quite split into 2, because he had a flurry of runs as he approached his half century, which came almost around about a run a ball in that flurry of runs, but then there was a very tricky period for him at the start, and he certainly did not look as though the movements were as confident as we've seen from Dent this season, as Alex Evans bowls to Smith, and that is a really beautiful delivery, because Smith had to play at that one, you felt. Fortunately, Smith didn't go jabbing at it away from his body, kind of covered the line of his off stump here. Fortunately for him, the ball was just not quite close enough to him that he'd edged it, but Smith certainly hasn't done anything wrong there. He's just been beaten by a good one. Alex Evans bowls to Smith, and Smith will defend that one. It's a little bit of a jump, but at the same time you know that that's how Smith's going to play. They can ooh and ah every time that Smith jumps at a defensive shot, but especially if the ball is full, you feel like you've seen over the years that he's pretty secure. Short leg is in place now, not too much of a surprise, as Alex Evans bowls to Smith, who jabs at that one and edges it down in front of first slip. I think he parried that one, did Hassan Azad, but see how much of a genuine edge it was from the replay, and you'd say that he's guided that really, rather than, he's certainly not pushed hard at it. whether he'd actually meant to guide it or not, or whether it was just a poke. Either way, he's played it with soft enough hands that it didn't carry. As Evans will bowl, and that's left alone, and Swindles has to pick that one up off the floor. A few words being exchanged there by Alex Evans. Certainly has bowled well enough to feel like he should have a wicket to his name, I think. Tom Smith is
looking at that slip cord, and I think Hassan Azad has gone in at short leg. I wonder whether
Marcus Harris is
still
at third.
I wonder if that's Dearden at first slip there.
Here comes Alex Evans, bowls to Smith, who comes forward and tries to beat the fielder at extra cover, but can't do so as he moves away to his right. So end of the over, 178 for 6. It's another over that has been seen off, and we were talking yesterday at the close about Gloucestershire basically trying to see things off. In the end, when the change bowlers came on, they did a bit more than that and added some runs, but this particular period just feels like a 45-minute kind of chunk of the game that they do just need to bat and really just think about survival first, because they know what might be coming after Wright and Evans leave the attack.
Here is Wright once more into Hankins, who punches that up to mid-off, a little tumbling stop, but no addition to the score. Obviously there's one game that finished yesterday with Glamorgan beating Kent. A couple might be heading that way today. You wonder whether Derbyshire will be intimidated by that big total they've got to chase against Notts. Is it 447? Did I see, or was that the?
Well, they're already 2 wickets down,
right.
So Stuart Broad was on a hat trick.
178 for 6, right in, and Hankins spanks that away through the extra cover. That will go all the way to the rope. There's only for Parkinson to chase that. It's a nice shot from Hankins, first boundary of the day, and he'll feel a bit better getting into the 30s. Just enough width and just full enough as well that Hankins' eyes lit up a bit there, because there's a big gap on the offside. Cover is quite square, and it's a shortish boundary as well, so enticing him to play through that gap. Right again to Hankins, that's gone fine, but it won't all the way to the rope. It's a chase on for Alex Evans, and they'll come back for 2 leg byes, nothing off the bat.
So I can't imagine that LBW shout would have had too much going for it.
I was just looking at George Hankins last year for Gloucestershire, and I know that it's a shortened season. 130 runs with 1 half century last year, and that's another nice shot. Again, cracked a bit squarer this time, off Chris Wright out towards the scoreboard boundary, and 4 more. That's just in front of square, and that was just short enough for Hankins to get up onto his toes just a bit and force it away. That sort of shot, actually, he played really well when he opened in some of the 50 over games, when Richard Dawson pushed him up to the top of the order against the new ball. He had a couple of very good knocks in that role. Different requirement here, and Hankins plays defensively. I think the best one that he played 2 really good ones. One was at Cardiff, and one was at Beckenham. On to be fair, one of the best one-day pitches I think I'd seen for a long time. Gloucester got 330 odd, I think it was, and Kent won. Denley and Kuhn both got hundreds, and I think Hankins got 92, 94 perhaps in that game, but it was such a good pitch. Hankins pushes at that. That was a bit of a prod after 2 good shots in that over, but Wright isn't going to take that line down. Here's a replay of that last delivery. He's pretty well across, truthfully, so probably felt he had most things covered. Sanitisation break time, 188 for 6, 12 runs added this morning. Hankins on to 37 and Smith to 21. Remember the magic figure Gloucestershire are looking for is 272. And certainly, I would say until lunch they'll be batting against an old ball, old in inverted commas.
I think the key with that last one from Wright was that he just brought the length back a little bit, as well as straightening it up in terms of the line. There is still a bit out there for the Leicestershire bowlers. There's a little bit of movement. There's just enough to keep them interested as Evans bowls to Smith, and Smith once more shoulders arms. Hasn't been a changeover of strike yet this morning, so it's just exclusively been Evans to Smith. Smith adding just a couple of runs to his overnight 19 so far. That short leg continues to lurk there for that ball that maybe he jumps at and just catches the splice of his bat. As here comes Alex Evans, he bowls now to Smith, and Smith will angle that one away to backward point and won't pick up a run for it, but I'm surprised that they haven't yet. Maybe it'll be coming in this over, but Evans has been bowling really quite full to Smith since he caused him those problems bowling a bit further back, so I wonder if he's just going to... It doesn't have to be short. I'm not talking about a short ball, just talking about a...
Back of a length.
Yeah, back of a length
ball.
Exactly. I'm surprised that he hasn't done that yet. Bowls short and wide, that's certainly not where to bowl, and it's been cut away to the left of backward point, and it's raced away to the boundary for 4. So first boundary of the day to Tom Smith, 192 for 6, Smith on to 25, and when you get a ball like that, you've really got to make sure you cash in, and Tom Smith certainly did that. It was sitting up for him really as well, actually, begging to be hit, and that's exactly what he did. Just having a bit of a shine of the ball, not quite sure whether it's gone onto the covers or not, probably not, but there was some rain last night again. Bit of rain as I was on my walk back to the station, typical timing.
Rain on my drive home too.
Here comes Alex Evans, he's there, bowls to Smith. Smith plays that one slightly uppishly through the cover region, but there's nobody really there, so he can do that at the moment with the field that's been set. There's just Callum Parkinson at mid-off and Ben Mike at point, and they're the only two fielders saving the single on the offside, apart from the slips if you count them, so no harm there. I wonder whether he was just going to think about moving somebody into that short cover region. He's taken a few steps in himself as Parkinson, as Evans bowls, and that's left alone by Tom Smith this time. He's looking a little bit suspiciously there at what happened there, but from our angle it certainly looked like it was a regulation leave. I'm not exactly sure what he was sort of leaning on his bat and looking down at where the ball had landed, but to be secure enough. Just the one ball left in this over as Alex Evans charges in to bowl it. He's there now, and Smith will leave. Outside off stump, and another over is done this morning. 192 for 6, Smith 25, Hankins 37, and at least at the moment this is looking rather like it looked last night with these two.
Yeah, 7 overs, as you said, Ed. 7 overs with no rotation in the strike. So still Hankins to face Chris Wright, who started the day with 4 for 24 from 13 overs. 2 spells yesterday. And he he would carry the bulk of the threat, you would think. Hankins gets a
Oi.
short one, which he
No ball.
ducks underneath, and it's called as a no ball by umpire Nigel Long. But I know this is his first spell of the day, but Chris Wright's quite a light for 35. He's quite lively still.
Yeah, he doesn't actually look, to me, that different from the bowler he was when he was in his sort of mid-20s, late 20s, and considering the injury problems that he's had, that's quite an effort.
Right again, into Hankins. Appeal for an LBW, and up goes Nigel Long's finger. Hankins can't believe it. He drags himself away, and the first wicket goes down, and it's the more established batsman who departs. Right quite close to the stumps, but look at the disbelief on George Hankins' face as he walks away. It's the splitting of a partnership that put on 73, and George Hankins is crawling towards the pavilion.
I think he wants to snap that bat over his leg, is what he wants to do. He's carrying the bat horizontally and was clearly putting some force onto it. I think he would like to snap that bat in half, either over his knee or now around his neck. He's that disappointed. And it was a very odd thing, that, because Nigel Long's finger went up almost the moment it hit his pad, and I'm not even sure that every Leicestershire fielder appealed. Either they all thought it was so out that they didn't need to bother, or Nigel Long put his finger up before they could all get up and appeal, because it certainly wasn't a loud shout from every single one of them. And I'm obviously at a terrible angle to see and didn't quite catch the replay, but it was a very odd one, that, because of just the appeal and the rapidity of the finger going up.
Well, Dan Worrell's coming out at number 9. He had a net this morning, 20 minutes before play.
Yes, and he would like to hope that the innings goes a little bit better than the net session did. He was struck on the gloves once and played and missed it a few, so we shall see.
I wonder if Shane can perhaps get us that wicket of George Hankins again for the end of the over. And we can perhaps have another look at that. But it's an important breakthrough for Leicestershire.
And 5 wickets for Wright for 34. The way he's going, he could take 7 wickets for the first time in his career in an innings.
So Worrell to face. And he gets turned round by one that again shapes nicely away from the right-hander. That's his stock ball, isn't it? The one that just holds its line or leaves the right-hander. But look at the card again at the end of the over. I think there are 4 LBWs now for Chris Wright in his 5 wickets. And here he is again attacking Dan Worrell, who's away with a single down to Alex Evans. And for the first time today,
After half an hour.
Tom Smith will have to contend with Chris Wright. And those 2 batsmen, Smith and Hankins, you felt were going to have to get Gloucestershire a long way towards that follow-on if they were going to get past it or get close to it. So, I mean, Worrell does have a first-class 50 for Gloucestershire to his name, and he's going to have to give some good support to Smith here if they're going to get close to that 272. Smith waits for Wright and extravagantly leaves, and Swindle's again goes a long way down the leg side to take that. That's the angle of Chris Wright. If he just tries to get the ball to go the other way, he couldn't believe that actually went past the off stump. It did keep going a long way down the leg side after it had passed Smith. But he survives for now. Right from the Ashley Down Road end, and Smith punches that down the ground. He's not got everything on it. He'll just take one. It was a comfortable single. We'll leave Dan Worrell with one ball in the over to face.
Right, shows you how short that boundary is, because it was either going to be 1 or 4 almost, really, it looked like.
Wright's bowled more overs than any of his other bowlers, and more success too. Here he is to Worrell, who tries a short arm jab at that, and well, that would have gone over the apartments had he middled it. He got nothing on it, and the end of another successful over for Chris Wright. 5 for 35 now his figures in 17 overs, and he's done most of the damage for Leicestershire and all of the damage from that Ashley Down Road end. 196 for 7, and we're going to have another look at that George Hankins LBW. I think that wicket falling in the last over.
I'm getting in the ready position here. It's certainly come back, hasn't it? But the question is, did it strike him in line? I think.
Well, it was back pad again, wasn't it? That was the thing. And that's what Nigel Long...
To me, that looks outside the line, but that's just
would have
from
been
a
having
full
to judge
replay, and he's in a much better position than I am. So I'm sure at home you can do the freeze frame job on it and see for sure, but either way you can see why Hankins was disappointed. First bowling change of the day. Ben Mike is into the attack, and he bowls to Tom Smith, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump, back of a length. So Evans' spell this morning is done. He's got figures overall of 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 31. So he's been pretty tight. Ben Mike, who has gone at 5 runs and over.
So 4 overs for 6 this morning, which is hardly expensive.
Interesting. They're obviously going to try and keep him in short bursts, perhaps.
Or maybe they want to bring him on after Wright's finished at the other end.
Potentially. Here's Mike. He's in. He bowls, and Smith has been hit sort of on the splice of the bat there, and that's more like the kind of length that I was surprised that Alex Evans didn't bowl a bit more to Tom Smith. He bowled one delivery, which was a rank short wide long hop. Apart from that, his last couple of overs everything was very full, and Smith didn't seem to have too many problems dealing with that. There's a cover in place now, so going to shore up that gap with Alex Evans. No short leg in place as Mike bowls to Tom Smith, and Smith has had a jab at that one. It's rolled along the, well, I say not quite rolled along, it's one bounce and into the attempted stop of Swindle, so he manages to prevent it from leaking through for a bye. But the ball was not that short, it was quite wide, but the feet had not gone too far really from Tom Smith. But
we've had 5 LBWs in this innings, 4 to Wright, and we'll come back to yesterday's LBWs in a minute because I know Ed watched them this morning.
Here's Ben Mikey bowls to Smith, and it's a good delivery, and it moves a long way after it passes Tom Smith. So fuller length there was causing some problems, but I think you could say that the full length causes the problems because you bowl the back of a length a little bit to get the feet not moving forward confidently to the full deliveries. As here comes Ben Mike, he's got a pretty long run. Bowls full, and this time Smith is confidently forward and defending away to mid-off for no run.
You had a look at the LBWs from yesterday, didn't you, first thing this morning, and obviously the scorebook will say they were all out.
Yes, they will, and I must say that I actually, having looked at all of them again, I did think that they were all out. I wondered whether Bracey's might have been missing leg live, but there was just I think a flick off the pad and maybe onto his glove or something like that that made it look more leg side-ish to the replay that I saw. Is that short and Smith ducks underneath it? So that ends a maiden over from Ben Mike, 196 for 7. The score remains, and Smith on 26. And then the Ryan Higgins one, I freeze framed, and I reckon it would probably have been umpire's call on impact, and height-wise it didn't look obviously too high, so I don't think had there been the DRS system that would have been overturned. So
and
that seemed to be fair
Cobain
enough.
one was pretty.
And the Cobain one definitely seemed to be pad first.
Yeah.
But the Hankins one, I think, is another one that possibly over lunch I'm going to have another look at, and it was very surprising how quickly he was given out, which is, I think, possibly why he was particularly upset.
Here's Chris Wright continuing having his success this morning, and he's now bowled Dan Worrell. He's played all round that, and it's a no ball. Oh, he's very fortunate there. Perhaps he heard the call, but he'd have been very sharp if he had have done. But Worrell survives. Does he hear the call here? I suspect not.
Absolutely castled as well. Middle stump ripped out of the ground, and he's not going anywhere.
Chris Wright will feel aggrieved by that, but arguably it's his own fault for overstepping. He looks pretty downcast at the thought as well. He's just produced a really good delivery.
He certainly doesn't look as though he's got survival on his mind here, does Dan Worrell? He's played a flashing attempted shot over the top of slips potentially, or maybe he was just trying to get it through the point region, but either way he had a great big slash at it. He was not looking to defend that one either.
Well, it comes back to that net session that he was having this morning, where he was
It did not look good
it
at all.
was pretty aggressive, wasn't it? It wasn't really the thought wasn't about defending too much. And umpires Long and Illingworth just making sure that all the geometrics are okay. 198 for 7. Gloucestershire started 176 for 6. Hankins the man out this morning, and Worrell, who's just been bowled by a no ball, survives the next legal one from Chris Wright.
He mentioned that half century, which is still his career best, and made it in a game against Glamorgan here when Gloucestershire ended up losing the game fairly comfortably in the end, with Glamorgan chasing a small total in the final innings. But Dan Worrell made the 50 and Matt Taylor made 48, and they put on about 170 off for the final 3 wickets.
Worrell again, squeezes that in out into the onside. Fielded by Sam Evans. Got his 100 on the first day. There are the 3 slips: Azad, Patel and Harris.
Point being, though, that Gloucestershire needs something pretty similar here in terms
they
of
do.
170 odd for the final 3 wickets.
Well, they'd probably take 70 odd at the moment, because that would get them past the follow-on. Sun's just gone in for the moment. Right to Worrell, who's found the gap on the offside, and he trots through for a single. Do you want me to go back onto the fence? Says Harry Dearden to his captain, and the answer is yes.
Does Dan Worrell need a new bat already? He's waving frantically at the dressing room with his bat. I think he's broken it already, has he? He's been out there for, what is it now, 7 balls. He's been bowled off a no ball. He's swished and missed at one, and now he needs to change his bat.
Smith waits for Wright, and he can just get solidly behind that. You need a, dare we say, do you need a transplant of Tom Smith's durability to the other end, or is Dan Worrell just going to say, I don't want any of this boring pushing and prodding around, I'm going to go out and play some shots?
We certainly played a few shots in the BBL. The finishing ability that he showed there certainly Showed that his batting's come on a fair bit. He's now got an average of almost 16 strike rate 130 in T20 cricket.
Right to Smith. Oh, so that's well stopped by Sam Evans. Just in front of square on the leg side, just 5 yards or so from umpire Illingworth.
But he hit some very big sixes in that, and actually showed that he's not a genuine all-rounder, certainly in T20 cricket, but he showed that he can be a very useful late-order hitter, so perhaps you just do say to him, go out and play a natural game.
199 for 7. Smith won't get Gloucestershire to the first batting point with a defensive prod at the end of Wright's over. Wright has bowled 5 overs this morning, and he's taken the 1 wicket to 4, that of George Hankins. LBW for 37, and there is the tale of Chris Wright's 5 wickets, 4 LBWs in that, and 5 in the innings overall. And Gloucestershire responding, of course, to Leicester's 421. So the initial target is 272. Emails welcome, of course, commentators@gloucestercc.co.uk, and I wonder whether Wright might have maybe couple more overs perhaps, and then the question is whether they will look at bringing Evans back, who's just put his sweater on as he's fielding at pretty square cover actually, or whether they might look to tempt Worrell with Parkinson.
That would certainly be. Mind yourself, Ian, he's tripping over the marquee. They've only got this marquee for one more game. I don't want to break it before that. Here comes Ben Mike, bowls to Worrell, and that's full, and Worrell defends fairly comfortably.
That's the equivalent of me batting against anybody of any pace, you see. The feet were just not moving in the right...
trip over.
Yeah, the feet were not moving in the right direction at all.
Well, yes, I'd probably be tripping over as well as I ran away to the pavilion.
We've been talking about our terrible batting in club cricket enough. I think we've already exhausted any story there. Look how dry that is. Tom Smith just
he's creating a dust storm there.
Sorry,
It's Dan Worrell. Here comes Mike. There now bowls. Back of a length, and Worrell drops that one away into the mid-wicket area, and there's no run. So far, Ben Mike has been on the money. I'm sure he'll have been rather unhappy with how he bowled yesterday evening, and very much wanting to correct things this morning, and he's gone about it in a good way so far.
You kind of feel that the stranglehold was almost released by his spell last night, wasn't it, when Hankins and Smith were in?
Certainly allowed them to get the board moving in. Here comes Mike bowls, and Worrell's had a great big slash at that one, and it's gone away over backward point, but it's not going to go to the boundary. It went up rather than away, and it's going to be 2 runs. However, those 2 runs do bring up the 200 for Gloucestershire, and they pick up a second point of the game. So, at the very least, Gloucestershire have managed to get a batting point. We shall see whether they manage to get a second one, and if they do, they'll be close to avoiding the follow-on. But at the moment, Dan Worrell is certainly not looking as though he's out there to hold back at all. Third man's going back, which I'm not surprised by. I would have thought that he might have been back already, and just wants him a little bit squarer, does Parkinson. Certainly not a fine third man. As here comes Mike, he bowls to Worrell, and Worrell has chopped that one down, and Swindles has rather crawled across to his left to stop it. Eventually, a ball coming right off the bottom of Dan Worrell's bat, and surely he's not going to need another one again, is he? Doesn't look like it. Not yet, anyway. There's a very bright orange grip that he's got to this one.
I think what you'd say is that Worrell is going to be out there to enjoy his time batting. Whether he'll be there for a long time is a different matter. If he does hang around, the scoreboard will start ticking up.
Question is exactly, can he get his eye in as Mike bowls to Worrell? And Worrell has gone here, has he? Worrell's not walking and the umpire has not given him. So Ben Mike standing there probably asking Worrell why he's not on his way. But Worrell showed no interest in that. He walked straight away to square leg as soon as it passed him. The replay will not be able to tell us a huge amount. That's very close to the stumps, is it not?
Very close.
I'm almost wondering if it's nicked the stump. You do see that sometimes, nicking the stump and going through. I'm not sure, but either way, Worrell certainly acted as though he hadn't hit it. Leicestershire thought that it was out for definite, so there must have been, you would have thought, some sort of a noise there.
And one of those...
What an eventful four this has been from Worrell. Mike bowls and Worrell drops the bat down on it at the last minute and turns it to mid-wicket.
Was there not one last night where we thought that Dent might have almost hit the bat against a strap or something?
Yes, there was a loud appeal, wasn't there, to Dent, and once more Leicestershire went up in unison, charging away towards each other, and umpire was unmoved. But this one wasn't anything else other than bat or stump, let's put it that way. If there were a noise, it had to have been a nick, or extraordinarily nicked the stumps. But yeah, the far more likely thing is that it was a nick. But there we go. Worrell's there at any rate somehow, 4 not out, and it is looking rather like his net session at the moment. But he's still there, and if he gets his irons, could still be dangerous.
Right, with his 5th over of the morning, bowls to Smith and turns that down to Alex Evans at long leg, 202 for 7. So Smith has added 8 this morning. He's 19 not out overnight. And Worrell again just pushes away some dust which has been created from the bowler's footmarks, I suggest.
It's blowing right towards the slips as well.
So I'm driving down Kennington Avenue this morning when I arrived. I did let him go. Worrell back into his crease and playing a solid defensive shot. I mean, in a sense, I suppose he is that kind of. Is he almost a typical number 9? There's some ability there. You see it occasionally, but on other occasions you think, right, okay, these all not much better than a real tail ender. What can he do here? Awfully tied up with that. Where's that gone? It's
gone down as well. It's all happening.
Out on the offside. Rights has slipped. And here's the replay of that last delivery. Not to watch here. Right on the tumble as he goes down.
How on earth has Worrell managed to get that ball there? Has that come off the back of his bat?
Well, he's still on strike, so they weren't interested in any kind of a run. It was something you might see on a club ground later on today. Here, Gloucestershire batting and Worrell plays inside that, and that actually pushed at that probably harder than I thought originally.
And you've got to love this, though, haven't you? This is
anything
exciting cricket. Yeah, every single ball, something is happening, and quite a lot of things are happening. Some balls. Wright is throwing himself at the crease, knowing that a 6th wicket could be right round the corner. Dan Worrell is playing very entertainingly out there for his 4 off 16 balls.
Right, again to Worrell, that's a bit more orthodox. And he defends. And Wright probably got a couple of overs left in this spell, you would think. And then we might see it. Evans coming back. I'm sure that's why they only gave him 4 overs at the start of the day. Gloucestershire really having to dig in here to try and get as close as possible to this 2.72. Smith is certainly doing that, and Worrell's in his own way just trying to support him, really, I think largely by thinking perhaps I've got more chance of making a contribution by being aggressive than just pushing and prodding around. There is the card, 36 extras as you can see at the bottom, and with LBW right, a dominant form of dismissal.
I suspect Hankins is thinking it was LBW wrong.
Indeed he may be.
Judging by the way he walked off. Anyhow, it was... I mean, if you looked at the score and you saw Dan Worrell 4 off 18 balls, you'd have absolutely no idea what's been going on out there. But you just feel if he was obviously not in good touch. You could see it from the net session. I'll come back to that after this ball. It's Mike Bowles to Smith, and that's shortish and well wide of off stump. Smith having nothing to do with it. But when somebody has a net session like that, you know, because it's a net session, that they're not in great touch with the bat. However, the longer he spends out there and the more balls he sees, you just never know. The other person I saw have a net session a bit like that was Tom Lammonby, who was batting at Taunton on actually, I think it was the 4th morning, so he was obviously not going to get another bat in the game. But he was just coming off that run of, was it 3 or 4 ducks in a row? 3, I think, as Mike Bowles to Smith, and Smith sways out of the way of that one. Goes through to Harry Swindles. But he did play a few nice shots in there, as you'd expect from Tom Lammonby. He was playing and missing an awful lot, and you thought, yes, that looks like the net session of somebody who's just got 3 ducks in a row. And to be honest, Dan Worrell's net session was fairly similar to that.
The only difference is that one is an aspiring, top level, maybe international level young player, and one is somebody who really enjoys his batting, not necessarily effectively all the time.
Full dugout by Smith, back to Ben Mike, who has only conceded 2 runs so far today off his 2.5 overs. It's been a very different bowler from the one that we saw last night.
Nigel, Richard Illingworth's having a word. I think Mike he's been following through quite close to the line of the stumps.
Friendly warning for the moment, do you think? I didn't see any signals towards the captain, so
it was just an advisory,
something to watch out for. Of course, that's the opposite end, though, to the end that Parkinson's been bowling, so I'm not sure that you could necessarily say he's been doing it deliberately, but Mike Bowles to Smith, and Smith clips that one away, times it pretty nicely through wide mid-wicket. Wright is after it, not the quickest over the ground, and doesn't get too close to it. Another fielder maybe might have had a dive close to the boundary, but Chris Wright, after a long spell, was certainly not going to be doing that. And Tom Smith moves into the 30s. It was very full, not necessarily right on leg stump, but Smith clipped it away nicely for his 5th boundary. He's got 31, 206 for 4. Gloucestershire trailing by 215, getting closer and closer to getting that deficit down below the 200 mark, and still potentially some useful runs left in the shed with Shaw and Goodman, as here's Ben Mikey bowls, and Smith will leave that one alone. Look how he angles the upper body away from it, even though it was well away from him and well wide of off stump. But the radar's just gone off a little bit, and you have to assume, given the timing of that chat from Richard Illingworth, that Ben Mike's possibly thinking a little bit more about his follow through now, and that's possibly why the radar's gone just a touch. Mike to complete the over. He's in, he bowls, and once more Smith watches that one go by. So Ben Mike's through his 3rd over of the day. 206 now for 7, and Chris Wright, is he going to have one more, or are we going to see a change?
I think sanitisation break first. 206 for 7. There's the batting details of the card, including the wickets that fell yesterday, and in short form that's where we are in the game. So still 22 overs before Leicestershire can get a second new ball, which will take us, I would think, be well beyond lunchtime. We're 4 minutes to 12 at the moment, and Wright, I think, he's going to have certainly one more over. He bowled Dan Worrell off a no ball when Worrell had only made a single, so you might think, okay, perhaps this is my day to profit from that, but it's going to be a sketchy profit, you feel, certainly at the moment, because things are happening, but not always predictable things. Right, to Worrell here, and that's a more respectful shot out on the offside.
It's almost as if he's grown in a bit of confidence to defend. It's almost as though when he first walked out there, he thought, I'm not going to survive out here by defending, I've just got to slash at everything I can. And now, it's almost as though he's just starting to feel like maybe his defence is solid enough to be able to keep out Leicestershire.
Worrell waits his bat raised, and that's a crisp shot down the ground. He'll just get a single. It's a diving stop at mid-off. Ben Mike, I think, is the fielder there. And Tom Smith certainly indicates that he wants to try and hang around as long as possible. The sweater's gone. He feels he's got warmed up enough. He's had 12 this morning in almost an hour's play. He's not had a huge amount of the strike. And right to Smith, and again that's played a little bit on the wander up to Mike, and Leicestershire now down to 2 slips to Smith.
And that's testament to how well he's batted of late, really, isn't it?
Well,
also the fact that they feel like they're more likely to get Worrell out possibly as well.
I would feel that's definitely the case. What was his nickname when he was brought up the order? Was that he was to be the wall at number 4, wasn't he? Right to Smith again, a little bit jumpy in defence, but gets enough on it, and Mike again does the field. That was a long innings, that 80 he made at Cheltenham as well.
Yeah, I feel like saying it was sort of approaching 250 balls kind of length, so I feel pretty sure it was over 200 anyway. I'm going to be proved wrong now, aren't I, as Ian reaches for his computer mouse.
Well, if you reach for yours, and I'll describe the rest of this over, and you have to look up that card actually and see if it says. I'm sure it will. Here's Chris Wright into Smith, who goes back and just again defends. Conscious, I'm sure, that Wright cannot keep going indefinitely here. He's got the 1 wicket this morning, but this is his 7th over of this spell. 1 for 16 in this spell at the start of the over. Smith, a bit further up by Chris Wright, but again Smith concentrating on defending, and if that's the attitude you need against the accuracy of Wright, then Smith is quite prepared to take that on. He's got 31 from 84 balls, as you can see, with 5 fours. Worrell has got 5 in entertaining fashion at the moment, and Gloucestershire still need 65 to avoid the follow-on, and as that ticks down, every 10 that they can get towards it just makes that decision a little bit more tricky for Callum Parkinson and Paul Nixon in terms of what they might do if Gloucestershire falls short. Mike is in, and Smith drives pleasantly again up to mid-off. Any word on that?
Well, I'm having a fearful time of it here as you receive
okay, well, you describe this
gestures
over
of irritation.
And I'll try and find it.
Well, Dan Worrell is on strike. I got as far as the wrong fixture from the same year. Unfortunately, it is just now incredibly hard just to do a straightforward search for a match and pull up the Cricinfo scorecard as Mike bowls, and that's cut straight into the ground, and a misfield which does not allow them to come through for a single, and a good job that they decided to stay where they were because the ball had not ricocheted off the fielder at cover, who is
230 balls.
230, okay. Split the difference to what I said then.
So, but that, you got the idea correctly in the sense that it was very much a resolute knock. 9 fours, which is quite a small, at Cheltenham is quite a small proportion of the total.
Definitely. It's just so frustrating that there's so many times that I've wanted just to search Google for a Cricinfo scorecard and the wrong one comes up as Mike bowls. He's struck on the pad here and a stifled appeal. And Richard Illingworth probably didn't even have to bother saying not out to that one. The appeal lasted that short a length of time. Here's another look at that last ball. Worrell certainly in a bit of difficulty heading down the leg side, really. You could see almost all 3 stumps there behind Dan Worrell. Here comes Mike, he's there, bowls short, and Worrell's had a hook at that, and it's going to go down towards the fine third man boundary for byes, and in fact just the one bye. Once more that indication with the ball almost touching the rope, and they're still only able to come through for 1. 208 for 7. Gloucestershire will take the extras, and the extras column has now contributed 37 to this total. 12 byes, 7 leg byes, 18 no balls, and so that extra 1 means it now levels Hankins as equal second contributor to the Gloucestershire total, which I think is what it was also doing yesterday evening at times, as Ben Mike bowls to Smith, and Smith, he drops down onto his knees almost to play that one, but once more plays it pretty comfortably out into the covers.
This is as much about concentration as anything else, isn't it, in this situation? And maybe, so you say Worrell might think his best chance of making a contribution is to try and be a bit more positive. Smith, you just have to admire his real tenacity not to give anything away cheap.
As he faces now, and that's short and wide, and Smith has had a slash at that one. He's been leaving balls a little bit like that, but he thought he could cut that one away. He didn't get any bat on it. 208 for 7. That ends that particular over. It'll go down as a maiden, so Ben Mike's bowled 2 maidens in his 4 overs this morning and only gone for 6 runs, so Leicestershire needed him to bowl much better, and he has done so far, given the fact that, as we've mentioned a couple of times, Dieter Klein has tweaked his hamstring and we don't think will bowl again in the match.
Yeah, just Tom Smith has got only 4 first-class 50s, so I suspect, you know, the fact that his average is where it is, 24, you know, he's got some not outs in there, I'm sure. It's just those, you know, those consistent scores in the teens and low 20s when you're batting at 8 and 9, which he largely has done. That's kind of what you hope for, isn't it? That you don't have the odd flash in the pan and then a whole string of low scores, but you just consistently look to support the man who's in, and that's what Smith does. Now, righty's out of the attack after 7 overs, and Alex Evans is back, and Worrell punches that away on the offside up to mid-off. I think is that Parkinson there? And it will remain at 208 for 7. I wonder whether Parkinson might not be long for a bowl himself at the pavilion end. We'll see, but this is the return of Evans, and Worrell's gone for the big expansive extra cover drive. He's just about got it past Parkinson. It's running up towards the rope in front of the flats, and it will just about get there. He did, well, he threw everything at it. Parkinson tried to stop it. He got something on it, and it just had enough to get to probably the shortest boundary. Look how
force he swung at that. You thought it was going to be travelling quick enough to the boundary to dig a hole in the advertising boards. As it was, it only just trickled to the boundary.
It was a long way outside off stump. Evans again, and more or less that one go. But that really was one that he rightly said, okay, this is pretty wide. I'm just going to literally give it everything.
The kitchen sink
situation
and everything else.
Yeah, and he just got enough on it and kept it down enough to advance the Gloucestershire score up to 212. It's one of the more entertaining nines you will see.
And it's not even coming that quick a time either, relatively.
Evans to Worrell again, and he has another go this time, and he's inside the line. That would have gone over the apartments if he'd have connected with that.
I think he just isn't quite swinging hard enough. That's his problem. If he just swung a bit harder, goodness me, he's going to do his back in at this rate.
Leicestershire fielders getting a bit interested in what's going on out there.
If you're at mid-off or mid-on, you'd certainly be pretty alert at the moment.
Still got two slips. Is Parkinson dropping, and he's not dropping out to a long off, which he might have done to that shortish boundary. Evans again to Worrell. A bit more circumspect this time. But there isn't much in between, is it? It's out and out defence or out and out attack.
It's a bit like West Indies T20 cricket. This is either trying to smash it out the ground or block it.
And Tom Smith,
on a different scale, of course.
Who's instigated that conversation there? I wonder if Tom. Worrell's grinning. He's clearly enjoying it, but he's got to understand the position in the game, which I'm sure he does. But he's batting well outside his crease too. Look at that. Worrell down the leg side as Evans sprays one which has to be dived a long way by Swindles down the leg side to gather it, which he does in the end. But I suppose it's one way of trying to get the bowler from settling on any kind of line and length to really mix up your approach. There are Gloucestershire with 212 for 7th. One wicket has gone down this morning for the addition of 36, George Hankins LBW to right, and he was not happy when he walked off.
I think that's the other way to look at it though, isn't it? You've got a 20-year-old who's playing in just his 7th first-class match, and Leicestershire need him to bowl overs. So if you could knock him out of the attack, then where do they go? And now it's going to be Callum Parkinson. So Mike's just bowled the 4 overs and he's been taken out of the attack. So I'm not exactly sure what the plan will be going forward. Maybe they are just trying to keep the spells of Mike and Evans short so that they're fresh and can keep rotating them about. Either way, it's going to be spin now, and Tom Smith will be on strike. There's a deep cover out, so they're giving him the single out there. A short leg in place as Smith reaches forward and plays it down into the ground, and it's gobbled up by
this could be
short leg.
Teasing for Worrell if he gets to face Parkinson.
Slip in place, and they're just bringing deep backward square up. I couldn't see deep backward square because he was behind the umpire, but he's now come up to square leg as Smith defends once more off the front foot, and Parkinson's bowling pretty full, as he has done all match. He looked to be giving it a little bit more air than Tom Smith was. And Parkinson bowls, and once more right up there, and Smith forces it away up to Marcus Harris, who's at mid-off and doesn't get a run for it. Seagull making its leisurely way away at extra cover. So he's hoping that Ben Mike doesn't misfield it at extra cover as Smith pushes it up to mid-on, and no run. Decent start from Parkinson. I think what you would really like to see is Worrell versus Parkinson, really, isn't it? But Smith's quite content to play defensively as he does once more. It's rinse and repeat type situation here. 5 balls, all right up there to Smith, and he's looked comfortable on the front foot to defend them away. Last ball of the over. Parkinson to Smith, and same again. Bowler to batsman to bowler. Maiden over, 212 for 7. Smith remains 31, and Dan Worrell is on 9.
There's the card in full with, as Ed said, good contribution from extras. If you want to get in touch with us during the commentary, you can do. Our email is commentators@glossccc.co.uk. As you may know, there is a social media blackout from many sports clubs over this bank holiday weekend, and Gloucestershire are joining that. So emails only, please, for contributions, questions, opinions. And here is Alex Evans in once more to Worrell, who squeezes that away off his legs.
Oh, look out, Seagull.
Down to Ben Mike. The Seagull was
Hasn't even moved.
watching the ball as it went past. And Worrell, now he gets up Parkinson's end potentially for the next over. So we'll see how this now plays out. Smith's on 31. And he has done exactly the job that Ian Harvey and Mark Lane would have wanted from him in this first hour. And he now to face Alex Evans in his second spell of the day, having changed ends. Bowled 4 overs from the pavilion end for 6
There
runs.
he is. There he is. He's obviously very confident in his fielding abilities.
Doesn't need any help from anybody else. Just behind the umpire now. He's got a great view of Smith wearing his squad number 6, and he's steered that away down to Dearden at third man. 1 more to the total. Will Leicestershire will they be getting frustrated by this yet? They still need 3 wickets. The runs are slowly evaporating. I'm sure that Parkinson is already thinking about the strategy, depending on whether Gloucestershire falls short and how far they fall short, about what he might do next. But for me, I'd be batting. Here is Evans into Worrell. There's up to Chris Wright at mid-on, because if you are a bowler short, you've got to give your bowlers a bit of a breather, and they will have been out there for 2.5 sessions, maybe closer to 3 sessions if Gloucestershire get close to the second new ball. If they can bat to lunch, they'll be not far short of the follow-on total, you would have thought. Worrell waits again, and quite late on that, but did enough to steer it out into the offside.
Talking about the frustration factor out there, the longer that Worrell bats on, especially as he's batting in the manner that he is, where Leicestershire feel like he could potentially even give his wicket away at any moment, the longer he stays out there doing that, that will add a lot to the sense of frustration.
More chat between Tom Smith and the umpire at the bowler's end, and they're going to get a single here. So Worrell pinches the strike at the end of the over, and he's going to have a look now at Callum Parkinson as well. Gloucestershire with Hankins, the one batsman, out today. Bright conditions at the outset. Sun's just gone in at the moment. We gather that it's one of those days when you might catch a shower, you might not. We caught one on Thursday. We skirted round them yesterday, and again they're around both today and tomorrow. So again, it's very much a localised event, and obviously we'd hope to get through without interruptions. Mike's taking his sweater, and now the fun of Parkinson versus Worrell.
I was going to do an update on the scores around the country, but every time I do them, something happens in this game. So, especially with Parkinson bowling to Worrell, I'm going to hold off on those for now, because this could be entertaining. Here comes Parkinson. bowls, and Worrell, of course, defends the first ball as it's full and just tempting enough, I think I would say. Mid-off and mid-on were up, although mid-on's actually taken a couple of steps back now, so he is more like deep mid-on. There's a fielder out at deep square leg, and mid-wicket is also sort of halfway back as Worrell's bowled. Worrell goes back and I think chops it on, and Dan Worrell has been dismissed. Second wicket for Callum Parkinson, and that is the end of that contest. Worrell seemed to have done all the hard work against the seamers, and then he went back to a full delivery, tried to drive, and really big inside edge onto the stumps. 215 for 8. Dan Worrell is out for 11.
Yeah, just the leg bail dismissed, but it was quite a clatter, and Worrell trudges off. It will say 11. He might have gone when he only had a single, when he was bowled off a no ball from Chris Wright, but it hasn't proved too damaging for Leicestershire, and that means that Josh Shaw and Dominic Goodman, Shaw first, will have to try and get Gloucestershire. Well, I think if they could get to within 30 of the follow-on figure, it'll tease Leicestershire, I think, this tactically, because they would surely like to try and win the game, so they're going to have to go out and bat in, I would say, a more positive manner than they did when they were measured in their first innings. Having lost the toss and been put in, they just wanted to. It's often so often said, sort of bat normally, just go out and bat and judge each ball on its merits. But here, if they do take these last 2 wickets and do have Gloucestershire short of the follow-on figure, they then have to dictate how the game goes. How aggressive do they want to be? How attacking do they want to be in terms of setting up a declaration, or do they really want to go, really, really safe? They wouldn't get too many opportunities where they've got a side a long way behind like this.
Well, short leg is in now for Josh Shaw, and he defends to mid-on, short mid-on really, off the first ball. I reckon a lot will depend, of course, on how long these two can survive, and in some ways now survival is as important as runs, if not more important, as Shaw props forward and defends away towards cover, because you then maybe force Leicestershire into a situation where they've got to eat up almost the rest of the day, and then you leave yourself in a situation similar to what it was at Southampton to save the game, as Shaw goes forward and defends to extra
96
cover.
overs effectively.
Yeah, plus maybe a little bit at the end of the third day.
You and I had the conversation at the start of play today. Would Leicestershire like to be bowling at Gloucestershire tonight? I think we both agreed that they probably would.
Certainly. Parkinson bowls and Shaw goes forward and plays up the pitch. So that ends the over, 215 for 8. And so you've got the choice then, haven't you, between tired bowlers or maybe not quite so much time, which is the decision that Leicestershire may have to weigh up here.
And I think there's the card in full. They would want the option of a second new ball late on tomorrow. I don't see much merit in setting Gloucestershire a big score in 75 overs, because that is not going to give you enough time, you would think, to bowl a side out that's trying to defend on this pitch in the 4th innings. The target's got to be a little bit teasy for Gloucestershire, just to make them think there just might be an outside chance of doing something. Here's Evans into Smith, and Smith has to just turn away from the dummy throw from Evans after he fielded that from his own bowling. Sun's gone in. 2 wickets then have gone this morning. Hankins and Worrell. Hankins for 37 and Worrell for 11. Quite a long run Alex Evans, particularly from that Ashley Down road end where it's a bit of a shorter boundary, and Smith glanced his other way down to Ben Mike at long leg, just one to the total. You were going to give some scores, Ed, weren't you? And you put it in an Alex Evans over, you might have a little bit more time to do that.
Well, yes, there have been all sorts of things happening around the country, as there has been really the last couple of days. Nottinghamshire look as though they're finally going to break that losing run. They've got Derbyshire 84 for 7, needing 386 more runs to win. So looks as though Notts are going to be wrapping that one up before lunch even.
Hassan Azad's coming out of the slips and going into short leg again for Alex Evans, so that the slips have moved across Patel and Harris. And Smith gets a full ball outside the off stump, which he again dabs at.
It looked like he was trying to nurdle that one down to third man, because there is no third man in place at the moment.
Now that's the view down towards where Smith had perhaps hoped to steer that shot. Big area in front of the apartments.
Durham currently building a big lead against Warwickshire. They bowled Warwickshire out for 87 on day one. They're currently 358 for 8, lead of 271.
Evans to Smith, and he'll get one run there. He might get two, because Wright is not, he's giving up the chase, and though he's going to allow that work to be done by Lewis Hill, I think, who did the chasing for Chris Wright, whose job in the team is to bowl. That's pretty clear. He doesn't mind batting, but doing much of the leather hunting in the field is not for him.
The one game which events are certainly not happening in is Worcestershire versus Essex. Essex 561 for 8 declared. Worcestershire are 111 without loss in reply at the moment. Jake Libby 41, Mitchell 53.
Smith who got 2 out of that last shot, and he'll get at least 2 here as well. The ball's just hit a wicket end of Dutton, which has checked its momentum towards the boundary away at deep mid wicket, but they'll come back for 3. And that in fact was 3 to Josh Shaw, not to Tom Smith. Shaw batting in the sweater.
Sort of looped teasingly away that one, but it was quite well timed, and as you say, may well have gone for 4 had it not checked its progress a little. There's been some happenings in this group for sure this morning. Somerset are 244 for 8 now in reply to Middlesex's 357, so they trail by 113 runs. Finn, Murtagh and Helm doing the damage there.
Lewis to Smith, and that's up to straight to Chris Wright at mid-on.
Stephen Finn 4 for 68, and of course he was left out of the London derby, so back in the side and back in the wickets. And in fact Tom Helm, I don't think he played in that game either, so they're rotating things about Middlesex, and maybe Middlesex are just hitting their straps at the wrong time as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, because they'll be heading there next at Lords for the match against Middlesex. Meanwhile, Surrey have declared at the Oval. Hampshire were 92 all out on the first day. Surrey 560 for 7 today. So some wickets have fallen this morning, and Hashim Amla retired hurt 215. So that could potentially be a big loss for them. And in reply, in their second innings, Hampshire 34 for no wicket at the moment. As launching that one down the ground is Josh Shaw, and it's going to fall and plug towards the boundary rope, and they've scuttled back for 2 runs. So once more bringing out the wedge, but because mid-off and mid-on were conventionally positioned, no catch. 2-2-3 for 8, and Josh Shaw looks like he's not going to hold back here. 7 to his name now as Parkinson bowls, and Shaw goes back and almost made the same kind of error as Dan Worrell there, going back to quite a full ball. And being a tall chap, much like Worrell, you can get yourself in real difficulties reaching down for those, going onto the back foot. Parkinson moves in, bowls, and that's a outside edge which goes past slip, and it might well go for 4, and it does. It crosses the boundary rope now. A loud shout of anger from Callum Parkinson, but Josh Shaw picks up 4 more runs. 227 for 8 is the score. The replay suggesting that it was played softly.
Patel didn't get down very quickly to that.
I think that's what Parkinson was particularly annoyed about. He certainly felt as though he should at least have got a hand on that. As Callum Parkinson bowls and Shaw goes back more confidently this time, and it's stopped by the foot of Ben Mike at extra cover.
And as you can see, the deficit is now down below 200.
Which you would think is a fairly significant point, possibly, as Parkinson bowls and Shaw forward and defending away towards extra cover. And speaking of point, of course, the next target is 23 more runs for another batting point. Still catcher in at extra cover, and the short leg and the slip. Nobody out on the boundary as Parkinson bowls and Shaw forward and deadening that one away into the offside. So score remains 227 for 8. The other scores which I haven't mentioned, of course, we said earlier on that Glamorgan have already wrapped up victory by 10 wickets against Kent. Meanwhile, Sussex have bowled Lancashire out for 230 this morning. Sussex made 328 in their first innings, and 4 wickets for young Carson, the slow left armour for Sussex.
Here's Alex Evans to continue from the Ashley Down Road end to Smith, who forces that out on the offside and fielded by Lewis Hill.
And Sussex 18 without loss, so they currently lead Lancs by 116. Yorkshire and Northamptonshire, now that's been an interesting one. Yorkshire 206 all out. Northants, I think, were about 80 odd for 5 at one stage in reply. They got themselves up to 234, and they've now got Yorkshire 111 for 6 in their second innings. So Yorkshire just lead Northants by 83.
Smith again steers that out on the offside. Won't be a run. Good covering by substitute fielder Dearden, who's on because Dieter Klein pulled a hamstring while bowling yesterday, and we understand will not bowl again in the match. Couple of emails from Gary White and from David Giles. Gary White says, "This is your conversation yesterday about bald cricketers. How about Doug the Rug Bollinger?"
Yeah, he had some hair, and then I think he lost it. Mislaid it.
That counts, doesn't it? Smith again pushes forward and fielded by Sam Evans. And David Giles says, "Visit Tom Smith at Cheltenham. Didn't he make 2 scores of 80 or more at the same festival in 2019? I can check that, actually, shortly, at the end of this over. Smith gets that fine down the leg side. He'll pick up 4. That's neatly played. Just the angle enough for him to help it on its way, getting inside the line. And Gloucestershire up to 231 for 8, and Smith to 37.
Shane's giving us the thumbs up on that, by the way, with regards to the scores at the Cheltenham Festival. I must say I'd forgotten the 2 of them.
I'll check who the other one was against and how much it was. If you bear me a second. Here is Smith waiting once more. Going to get his concentration back and chops it away on the bounce to Rishi Patel. But this is another doughty effort from Tom Smith. I mean, 8 is very much his position. If you look at his batting ability, that really is exactly what you want from somebody batting in that part of the team. He's waiting again for Evans, and he's steered that away, but it's gone on the bounce to second slip. It's fallen short, and Smith survives. There's bound to be an element of risk about his batting, because Clearly, if he was a better bat, he'd be further up the order, but he's got 37 here out of 231 for 8, and Josh Shaw's keeping him company with 11. And viz those scores for Smith in 2019. He got 84 and 83 in successive championship matches. The first one was against Leicestershire and the second against Worcestershire.
This runs in both, yeah. Well, there we go. Parkinson bowls to Shaw and drives down towards mid-on, and they'll get a single because it was deep mid-on. So Josh Shaw just playing the field. Rain has started to fall here, by the way. It's not too heavy at the moment, but I wouldn't suggest that the umpires will be allowing this to go on for too long. Parkinson bowls and Smith reaches and drives, but straight up towards mid-off Marcus Harris Fields. I think he hit that too well, really. If he did a bit softer, might have been able to come through for the single, but
there's quite a bit of blue sky around still.
Parkinson in, bowls to Smith. That short cut away, and he's timed it well. It's racing away towards the deep backward point boundary. Now it's slowing up a bit as it hits the more lush turf towards the rope, but it makes it. And 4 runs to Tom Smith. He's up to 41. 236 for 8, and Parkinson's not bowled too many balls like this, but that was there to be hit. And Tom Smith did not miss out. He surely got the placement right.
Almost looked from that delivery as if that wasn't an orthodox slow left arm delivery, to be fair. He's trying to do something different with that. Umpires long and so we can still continue for the moment.
Parkinson is there, he bowls, and back goes Smith and forces that one away with no timing through point. They certainly look determined to ride this out, because the rain is not insignificant, and it has been going ever since I mentioned it, really. So clearly if they thought it was going to amount to much, they'd be off by now, as Parkinson bowls and Smith reaches forward and defends. Wonder whether they'll just maybe think about it at the end of the over, possibly, but it's still falling, but not falling too heavily. Parkinson bowls now to Smith, and Smith defends away back up the pitch. So Tom Smith into the 40s, but he's faced a good number of balls now. 109, I believe it is, or 108, either way. He's faced over 100 balls again, and there's the batting card, and it's 108.
Good maths from Ed. Thanks, by the way, to contributors on email, both Gary and David. You can get in touch with us at commentators@glosscc.co.uk. There is still rain on the roof of the marquee. We can still hear it, and here is Alex Evans continue to bowl to Shaw, who drives that pleasantly away. That's a nice shot, and that will go all the way up to the boundary at mid-off 4-4. That was in the slot for Josh Shaw, and he's punched that away. He's got the short leg to worry about, but that was the decoy. And again, it is almost a floaty half volley.
Yep. Floaty is I think the word for that one.
And Shaw has middled that quite nicely. 240 for 8, and 32 now needed to get Gloucestershire up to the follow-on target.
Oh, this could be just like Hampshire all over again with this follow-on target at this rate. He does like a drive, does Josh Shaw, we know that, and when he times them, they race off to the boundary like that one did.
Rain has just eased a little bit, and Evans into Shaw, could stop that extra cover, and that's Dearden out there. Callum Parkinson just going to change the field. They've just got the 2 slips in. Ben Mike is down at long leg in front of us, and Hassan Azad staying in at short leg here. Will Evans go for the one into the ribs? No, is the answer. And Shaw content to push that out on the offside. I think it was the game at Worcester in the promotion season when Shaw got his career best score. Gloucestershire chasing a smallish victory target, and he ended up seeing them over the line. As I recall, having gone in as night watchman the night before. Here is Evans once more, and the ooh was only from Swindles.
He certainly did flirt with that one though, did Joshua. It's just that bit further back of a length, and the rain has got heavier once more. The umpires have been looking over towards where the weather's coming from, and they've clearly decided that it still looks as though it's going to stop any moment, but I think now the ground staff are starting to make some moves and starting to think possibly it's not moving away.
Evans in and Shaw forward. There's one ball left in the over. I wonder whether they might have another look at the end of
I think Nigel Long
this
is
over.
having
We're chatting with Parkinson.
a couple of steps.
And with
They're gradually making their way towards each other, and I think they're going to call for the covers.
yeah, so that over will not be completed. They clearly have a word from the ground staff, and the stumps are pulled out of the ground, and therefore we will have, unfortunately, as you can see from the rain on the camera, a brief interruption here, hopefully a brief interruption, but Gloucestershire this morning have added 64 for the loss of 2 wickets. Wickets of Hankins for 37 and Worrell for 11. Smith has 41 and Josh Shaw has 16 from 19 balls, I should add, which is perhaps an indication of the way he prefers to play. Parkinson on right with the wickets so far today. Parkinson now has 2 for 32 and Wright 5 for 41 from 20 overs. I don't think this is going to be a long break, but Gloucestershire are creeping slowly towards that follow-on target, Ed.
They are. The other thing that could happen now is an early lunch possibly. We're 20 minutes off the scheduled lunch break, so we're going to have to await communications as to whether the umpires decide that having gone off at this point they could say take lunch and come back out at 1:20 or some such thing.
There are 12 overs to go, 11 overs to go after this one until the second new ball is due. So maybe there is that thought from Smith and Shaw that if they're going to get to that follow-on target, the old ball is their best opportunity to do so, and if they just bat sensibly and try and pick the runs off where they can, they might get pretty close. Dominic Goodman obviously has already proved that he can hang around, and at the moment Gloucestershire are not giving up this pursuit of the follow-on target without some determined resistance. Smith has been very much in character with the bat this morning, and he is still there, and Josh Shaw, as we say, is with him. But no play going on at the moment, with the covers on. 240 for 8. I wonder if Cameron can just put the scorecard up again just to refresh us on what's happened this morning. 176 for 6 was where we started, with Hankins and Smith the not out batsmen, and there in short form is the detail, and there is the full card. Hankins LBW's right for 37, and Dan Worrell, who was bowled off a no ball when he made 1, eventually dragging on a delivery from Parkinson, having made 11 in very individual style. Shaw a little bit more orthodox to get to his 16, and Tom Smith, who started the day on 19, has worked his way carefully up to 41 not out. So covers are on, only on the pitch at the moment, not on the run-ups. So we hope this will only be a brief interruption, but with the situation as it is at the moment, we'll leave you and return as soon as there is any news of either an early lunch or a resumption. Meanwhile, Gloucestershire 240 for 8. They still need, from this stage, 32 to make Leicestershire bat in the third innings. They may choose to bat anyway, but they wouldn't have a choice if Gloucestershire can get to 272. We'll be back with you as soon as there is any news of play or resumption. Meanwhile at Bristol, a brief rain delay has caused the players to leave the field. Well, welcome back to the Bristol County Ground, where the players left the field for an early lunch because of rain, and we've had a further sharp shower since, hence why we're just getting underway again with a 2:15 restart. That is the Gloucestershire 9th wicket pair of Tom Smith and Josh Shaw. And the overall position in terms of play for the rest of the day is that there are 66 overs left, and that tea will be taken at 10 minutes past 4. So the overall position is that we may lose now, if play is uninterrupted, 7 overs on the day's play. So not too damaging, you would hope, by the umpires deciding to take an early lunch. Gloucestershire's position is they need 32 more from the last 2 wickets to avoid being asked to follow on. There is 1 ball left in the over that was in progress when the players left the field. Alex Evans is going to bowl it. I just wonder, Ed Seaborn's alongside me as ever, even 7 overs out of the game, is that a big enough chunk that it might have an influence later on?
Well, I suppose you never know. You could get into a situation with Gloucestershire fighting at the last wicket pair, and you think about those 7 overs and maybe they do turn out to be important. I think time will tell on that one, but I'm not sure that it really affects things too much today. It'll just be a question of whether it affects things tomorrow. And I think, as we've already discussed plenty, and I think most people seem to be in agreement on this, that Leicestershire would not enforce the follow-on, even if Gloucestershire do lose those final 2 wickets. What they want to do first of all, though, is get 10 more runs for another batting point.
Yep, and then can they get to 270 or even beyond it? And really, I think if they do, or even if they get very close, it's then a question of how positive Leicestershire want to be to set Gloucestershire a teasing target or an ultra safe target. How do they play it? Anyway, here is Evans to complete the over that was in progress when the players went off. It's a no ball. A good start to matters after an extended break over lunch. Smith has 41 and Shaw has 16. These two have added 27 so far for the 9th wicket. Evans is driven down the ground. That's a good shot. It's a very good shot, in fact, and it's gone all the way for 4. So Josh Shaw, he does like that punch drive. That's probably his favourite shot. They say that most batsmen only have 2 or 3 shots where they score most of their runs. Well, this is one that Shaw likes. That was in the slot for him, and he played it in very stylish fashion down the ground for 4. So 6 off that 1 ball, in theory, the 1 legal ball that was bowled to complete that over. 246 for 8. Remember, in the first target, I mean, it said yes, 250 to get the batting point, but also 272 to avoid the follow-on. And then it's up to Callum Parkinson and Paul Nixon as to how they want to play this game out, and Parkinson's going to have a bowl from the pavilion end.
Yeah, you wonder whether Wright is going to come back, and if he doesn't, it's kind of interesting, because are they not bringing him back because they're saving him for a potential follow-on? That's an interesting one. Parkinson bowls full, and Smith pushes this one into the gap. There's going to be a shot at the stumps. No, there's not. Elected not to throw it. Shaw has made his ground. 247 for 8. Smith on to 42, and just prodded that one into the gap at cover and set off, did Tom Smith. And I don't know, who knows, perhaps Leicestershire are just thinking completely differently from everyone, including not just us, but our colleagues over at the BBC, thinking the same thing. Parkinson to continue, bowls to Shaw, and Shaw drives, and it's stopped one-handed by Ben Mike at extra cover. So no run this time. Mid-off and mid-on are set relatively deep, so a push that makes it past mid-wicket or extra cover would be a single. And Shaw punch drives, and that's exactly what's going to happen as it goes to deep mid-offs left, and Marcus Harris picks up one more run to Gloucestershire. 2:48 now for 8.
This is just as tantalising as the first innings at Hampshire last week, isn't it?
It could well be. Parkinson is there, bowls to Smith, and one was once more right up to the bat. Parkinson's not looking to force Smith to play off the back foot very much here. He's just being allowed to come forward, and at the moment Smith playing watchfully as you would expect, and another dot ball. They're clearly anticipating the big shot from Shaw with mid-off and mid-on just that bit further back, but they're not expecting the same with Smith. Parkinson bowls, and that's driven in the air. Well, I say it was in the air, it's a bump ball, of course. It was in the air, but not until after it had hit the ground.
Callum Parkinson obviously is the twin of Matt at Lancashire. Do we know who's the older?
Well, Richard says that he believes it is Matt who is the older. 2:48 for 8, end of the over. Smith 42, Shaw 21. So
Chris
will
Wright.
it be Evans or will it be Wright? And there you go. So I think that puts to bed any suggestion that Leicestershire were thinking, well, maybe we'll try and get these last 2 wickets, save Chris Wright, and then come out with him relatively fresh for the...
And bear in
that
mind,
would not have seemed to have been the most likely
No.
thinking. It's just, there was just the merest possibility that
and
might have happened.
there are 10 overs to go until the second new ball, but those are the 10 overs where Gloucestershire, you would think, would feel their best chances of getting to that 272 or even beyond it. I wonder if Parkinson might think about giving Ben Mike a bowl at the other end, but this is the strike bowler, this is the danger man, Chris Wright, in and steered away down to third man straight away by Josh Shaw, happy to get down the other end, and he and Smith inching Gloucestershire towards that Leicestershire total, and it was a no ball again from Chris Wright, so the 250 is up and Gloucestershire get another batting point. They're creeping towards that follow-on total, and I think the overs left in the day does become an interesting factor now in terms of, you know, how do cautious do Leicestershire become. And Smith, goodness me, played at that and then tried to take his bat away at the last minute. That really did jag away, and there was an element of time obviously when we were still playing before lunch where there was rain falling, and it might just have... that was a lovely delivery from Wright. Not much Smith could have done about that, to be truthful, but it might just have offered a little bit to the bowlers, just to freshen the pitch up a touch.
Ball's certainly moving a little there.
Right into Smith, and that's kept low, and Smith jumping in defence, but the ball didn't get up very much, and Swindles takes it on the bounce. Quite a lot of extras in this Gloucestershire first innings. 37. That's not right, because that's not updated, that card.
Presumably 39 now.
Yeah. Smith waits, and again he's jumping in his defensive shot, and it's gone away on the leg side, and Swindles has gone to pick it up, but that's twice in this over that Wright has had Smith leaping about like a cat on a hot tin roof.
It just shows you, it just takes one to take off a bit, and I'm not actually certain how much the other two have kept low. It's just that Smith is jumping now because of the delivery which rose, and so the fuller ball, he's not in a great position to play.
Smith waits again for Wright and just gets his bat well out of the way that time.
He must be such a frustrating batsman to bowl at, Tom Smith, for many reasons. You see him jumping about a bit, and you think, as a bowler, I'm sure that if you just bowl one on the stumps, that, you know, and then sometimes he'll prod at deliveries outside off stump, but you bowl one on the stumps and he'll just block it.
We've had 2 no balls since play restarted, so extras now up into the 40s, and Smith, also in the 40s, goes to 43 with a single. Yeah, extra 41 extras, 22 runs from no balls, 12 byes and 7 leg byes. Yeah. Leicestershire's out cricket had been a bit tidier. If that figure was, say, 15, then or 20 at most, just buys them an extra half an hour's cricket potentially. Shaw back into his stumps, just forces that away without addition to the score, but Gloucestershire now only 20 short of the follow-on. 2-5-2 for 8. Dom Goodman is the one remaining batsman to come in. These two came together at 215, so 37 they've added, with the help of the extras as well, of course. But I'm sure that the gist of that chat would be keep going, or was that effect?
Parkinson not wasting a lot of time. He bowls now, and Smith drives down the ground. There's going to be a dive at mid-on, and it's a good bit of work actually by Chris Wright, and the ball doesn't ricochet off him far enough so that they can come back for a second run, but one run is taken, and Chris Wright, who's bowled a lot of overs, he got down well for that one. 253 for 8 as Parkinson bowls full, and Shaw is meeting it with a thud.
We had
front foot.
We had a bit of fun yesterday with bald-headed cricketers. Paul Nixon's just wandered in front of us. Would he be in your best 11 bald-headed cricketers, I wonder?
Here comes Parkinson bowls, and that's slashed by Shaw, and he looks disappointed that he's not managed to get it past backward point, hit straight to the fielder.
Do I gather that Michael Vaughan's picked a bald-headed 11?
Michael Vaughan had picked a bald-headed 11,
11,
and I could give you what he came up with, as Callum Parkinson bowls flatter, and Shaw just dabs that one away to backward point. It signals to Tom Smith what that one did.
Doesn't have to be current players, does it? Or
He's selected an all-time, but I suspect there are some notable omissions there, as here comes Parkinson bowls full, and Shaw with a full-blooded drive, and he's lofted this one away over long on, and it's going to bounce not too far away from the boundary rope and then roll over it. So 4 runs to Josh Shaw. He opened his shoulders there and picks up another boundary. He's up to 26, 257 for 8, and that's, if it were T20 cricket, you would say that was the slot. Yeah, I think in this form of cricket you just say it was overpitched.
Yeah, and he's had two shots now where he's fully committed to play through the line.
Mid-on's taking a step back as Parkinson this time bowls flatter, and that allows Shaw to force that one away off the back foot out to deep cover, and another single's taken, so Shaw will keep the strike. 258 for 8. Josh Shaw advances his score up to 27, and he's made that 27 in just 30 balls.
I mean, that was not a cross-batted swat, was it? No,
it's a perfectly decent shot, and he didn't try to over-hit it. He realised, of course, he was hitting to the longer boundary, but he made sure he gave it enough to get it over the deep mid-on fielder, but not necessarily try and swing himself off his feet. It was just a clean swing of the bat. Would have been 6, of course, at the other end of the ground towards the flats.
Well, Shaw's on strike again here to Chris Wright. And Gloucestershire 258 for 8. They need 14 to avoid the follow-on, and Shaw just lets that go away a little bit after it went past the stumps, taken in front of the slips by Harry Swindles. Still Azad and Patel, who have seen comparatively little go their way in this match. They've not done as much running as some of the other people in the outfield for Leicestershire. Notably, Lewis Hill seems to have been one of the busiest. Here is Wright once more, and again Shaw lets that go. Have you got that Michael Vaughan bald 11 you can turn up?
There's going to be a lot of disagreement with this,
I'm sure.
To be honest, I suspect what happened was, as TMS do, they just floated the idea, and Michael Vaughan had about
30 seconds.
10 minutes to pick an 11, and that's what he came up with.
Wright's back at the end of his mark once more. Shaw on 27, and that will now be 28. He's got that down to third man. Lewis Hill's down there. Might just be an option as a stand breaker if Leicestershire wanted somebody else to bowl, but really that's a bit like, and I'm not being disparaging to Chris Dent here, it's a bit like Chris Dent saying he's going to have a bowl. Very much a net bowler really, and Smith, we played at that, and again nice shape from Chris Rice, who probably feels that despite the fact he's got 5 wickets already, he's not had the edges that his bowling might have induced on another day.
Well, I would love to know actually what speed he's bowling. So often you just love to have a radar gun at all these matches. It would be interesting to know, because it certainly seems to be fizzing through, but I wonder whether it's sort of early 80s, mid 80s or not.
Smith waits once more. That is a bit sharper, and Smith ducks underneath, and it's taken by Swindles. 1 ball to go in this over. You got that, Michael Vaughan 11?
I have, yes. There's a notable omission in Brian Lara, who doesn't make the team, but the openers, he's got Graham Gooch and Virender Sehwag, not Herschel Gibbs. He amended it apparently to have Virender Sehwag in there. Hashim Amla, Darren Lehman, Jonathan Trott and Brian Close captain. That's your middle order.
Let's have a Yorkshireman in there, and Smith defends the last ball of Chris Wright's over. 2:59 for 8. Gloucestershire need 13 to avoid the follow-on.
Matt Pryor with the gloves, and then the bowling attack appears to be in need of a little bolstering, I would say. Doug Bollinger, Rana Naveed, Nathan Lyon, and then depending on the pitch, Jack Leach or Chris Martin. So I suppose if the pitch was spinning, Leach and Lyon could make a decent combination, but I think that it needs a bit of work, I would say.
Man out now.
I feel sure that further back there would be plenty more options.
Yeah, man out now at long on.
Parkinson bowls to Shaw, and Shaw tries to turn that one away down to the fielder at long on, but does not manage to beat the bowler. There's that fielder at wide mid-wicket, who is Hassan Azad, and then Ben Mike at extra cover as Parkinson bowls full, and that's pushed away too. Ben Mike at extra cover. So Shaw now has plenty of options for singles. He's got a single out really between extra cover and backward point, and he's got a single down the ground to long on, and mid wicket set quite far back as well. That's almost a low full toss, and I think Shaw's got that off the bottom of the bat out towards extra cover, and Leicestershire thought that for a moment they might have snuck that ball under him. The eyes lit up for the drive, but that's very flat from Parkinson and cut by Shaw. Past backward point, they'll get 2, although Smith doesn't seem to want to turn, but now he's going to come back and they'll make it quite comfortably. 261 for 8. Josh Shaw is up to 30, and obviously would have been feeling pretty confident with the bat after what he did at the Aegeus, but here he's got license to play a few more shots, and he's executing them at the moment. And he's not ready for Parkinson there. So yes, it's very deep mid-on really. It's not a long-on necessarily, although it would be long-on if it were the other side of the ground, so it'd be a fair hit to clear him. And Shaw tries to just nurdle that one away behind square on the leg side, but does not get quite enough on it so that they could take off for the quick single, and a good decisive shout of no from Josh Shaw. Certainly seems to be taking charge out there as Parkinson bowls to Shaw, and Shaw with a drive which has gone over long off this time, and crash! It's gone all the way for 6 towards the Leicestershire dressing room, and in fact into the Leicestershire dressing room. It's just been thrown out of there. What a strike from Josh Shaw. That is a long boundary, and it went all the way into the Leicestershire dressing room. 267 for 8, and Shaw has 36.
Yeah,
what a blow that was!
That was a very good hit, and it landed first floor up. And was returned from in front of those tall ceiling to floor glass windows. I hope they're suitably strengthened. I'm sure they are. Ben Mike's doing some loosening up here, so maybe that might be the end of Parkinson for a bit. But Gloucestershire almost there now. One more blow like that, follow on saved. Smith on 44. Right, continuing bowl to him, and that's again just a yelp from the man at square leg, Alex Evans.
Oh no! Oh no! We've Wayne Trotman has sent in an umpiring question.
It's right to Smith, who ducks underneath a short one. Legitimate delivery hits batsman plumb in front, clearly LBW. Ball then hits the bat, then breaks the wicket, then caught. Bowler appeals. Umpire says out. In what way is he out?
Well, my feeling is that bowled trumps everything. That's what I think. I know it hits his pad first, but when that happens, regardless of the catch is out of it. We'll rule the catch out of it.
Here is right into Smith, who turns that pleasantly away through the leg side. He's going to get certainly 2, probably 3. There's a long chase up towards the boundary in front of the apartments, and Smith picks up 3 more, goes to 47. It's worth perhaps saying at this point that he's only made 4 first-class 50s in his career.
There used to be, in the back of the ECB Association of Cricket Officials magazine, a whole page of these types of puzzlers, which...
Where's John Holder when you want him?
Personally, I think the correct answer is bowled. That's what I'm going with. It's definitely not caught, because obviously the LBW would have happened before that, but I think that bowled trumps everything, basically.
Here is Rice, who nearly gets through the defences of Josh Shaw. Wonder if Wayne knows that. Wonder if Wayne knows the answer. It's all right posing the question, but do you know the answer? And Gary White says, if England needed a leg spinner, would you pick Parkinson, Crane, or Critchley, or someone else?
If England needed a leg spinner? Well, that's a good question. I shall think about it for a moment or two.
Here is right, and that's turned away nicely by Shaw. That might be his follow-on save. There's a chase for 2. They will get 2. In fact, they'll probably get 3, because Shaw is going to make Smith turn and go for the 3rd run, and Gloucestershire have saved the follow-on. 273 for 8. So however this turns out now, Leicestershire will bat in the 3rd innings.
Well, takes away any decision they might have had, and a great effort from the final few from Gloucestershire today to take them to a position where they're, well, not only to a position where they're still batting at 2:30, but they've avoided the follow-on as well, and now into bonus territory, really.
Smith defends. So we've got 2 batsmen here, not far shy of milestones. Josh Shaw's career best score was in that win at Worcester when he made 42. He has 39 at the moment, and Tom Smith has 47, and as I say, only 4 times has he got to 50 in his first-class career.
Re the leg spinners question, I think I might be leaning towards the brother of the chap about to bowl now, personally. as here comes Callum Parkinson, bowls too short, comes forward and defends rather comfortably despite the U's and the R's. I would say Critchley would... The only reason you would select Critchley were for his batting as well. But in terms of if the question is just pure leg spinner, then I probably would have to say Parkinson, actually. As there's a late dab from Josh Shaw, who had eyes on getting to his career best score with one shot there. The confidence is clearly rising from Josh Shaw out there. He's trying to bring out some delicate dabs as well as the booming drives, but didn't manage to get it past backward point this time. Parkinson bowls, Shaw with a drive on, bounce back to the bowler. Crane versus Parkinson, it's sort of an argument of Crane having already been in the England setup and having bowled more at first class cricket level, as here comes Parkinson, bowls full, and Shaw with a push drive out to
I must say,
cover, and there's no run.
I've only seen Crane live. I've not seen either of the other two live.
Right, no, I must say I haven't seen, and I haven't actually seen Parkinson bowl a full spell in first class cricket live, but here comes Callum Parkinson, bowls, and Shaw slashes at that one, but it's stopped by Ben Mike at extra cover, so couldn't quite pierce the gap through the covers that time. Josh Shaw, but I just looking at the record and the wickets that Matt Parkinson has taken recently, probably would say him, but so that's driven to short extra, and there's no run. 273 for 8 the score remains, so a maiden over from Callum Parkinson. I think the only reason you might say Crane rather than Matt Parkinson is just possibly Mason Crane bowls a little bit quicker. Matt Parkinson really bowls it very slow, sort of 40 miles an hour, in the 40s, not 40 miles an hour itself, but you know, mid 40s, late 40s, really tosses it up. And the only reason you might say Crane is because I think Crane has maybe better white ball skills to say that if he were getting slammed all over the place, that maybe he has that second string to his bow. Having said that, of course, Matt Parkinson takes wickets in bundles in the T20, even when he's tossing the ball up, so maybe that wouldn't happen to him. I'm not sure, really. It's a good question.
Do you like the concept of a leg spinner in the England team?
Well, I just like leg spinners, really. Being one, or attempting to be one myself.
273 for 8 Gloucestershire, and Smith, again, he's beaten by one that does climb on him. You've had a few of those, chiefly from Chris Wright, and almost exclusively from the Ashley Down Road end. That was quite short, but it kept going up, and as much as we were saying that how positive to Leicestershire be when they finally get these last 2 wickets, do Gloucestershire think, well, you know, could we skittle Leicestershire out here? Right in again, and Smith up to mid-off, where again Parkinson does the fielding. If you haven't been with us through all of today, Leicestershire are a bowler short. Dieter Klein not on the field after pulling a hamstring yesterday, so Harry Dearden has been largely being used as the 12th man, and a bowler down that may influence Leicestershire's own tactics once these last 2 wickets fall. Smith off the bottom of the bat this time, up to Parkinson once more, the stand-in Leicestershire captain. No Colin Ackerman in this match because he's observing concussion protocols.
Yeah, and just in case you weren't with us when we talked about it and you didn't manage to catch when it happened, he was fielding at slip, so wasn't batting, fielding at slip, outside edge, off the gloves of Swindles and onto his head, and the moment that happened it looked nasty, and Ackerman was clearly in bother and they took him off straight away, as you might expect.
Right to Smith, who again gets a long way out of the way. Charles from Bromley in Kent on the emails, enjoying the commentary and pictures of the current match. I'm a lifelong Surrey supporter, but started listening to you when you thrashed Surrey and have listened and watched every Gloucestershire game since. I find it more relaxing than listening to the Surrey game, despite the current resurgence. Who says the county championship is dead? Keep it up.
Well, it has been a fantastic season so far.
Yeah,
I think it really
Charles,
has.
Thank you for your kind email. You're very welcome to watch what is now cricket in lovely conditions, and Smith gets hit on the pad and is trapped low. LBW. Unfortunately, not a 50 for Tom Smith, but a doughty effort to make 47 in tricky circumstances, and eventually Chris Wright gets him at a 6th wicket, and it's a 5th LBW for Wright.
Yeah,
it did keep a bit low. It was
that's the only question is whether it struck him in line, and I think it has. I don't think it's going over the top.
3 parts of the way up on off stump, I think.
Yeah,
and the stand is broken. It's a worthy one between Smith and Shaw, and it's got Gloucestershire past the follow-on target, but they've lost the 9th wicket, still 148 behind, and Wright now has 6 for the innings, and he has 5 LBWs. And
I said it before, but you would not bet against him getting a career best here. He's never taken 7 in the match. He's never taken 7 in the innings. 6 for 22 is Chris Wright's current career best, and the rate it's going, it looks like he's going to have to be the one to take them. So the partnership is reunited. It's Shaw and Goodman together. Rather different circumstances here, but at the same time, innings together of similar length that they had at the Ageas Bowl wouldn't go amiss in terms of making Leicestershire's job even harder to try and win the game.
The longer they bat, the question is whether Goodman actually, he has largely so far been in defensive mode. Dominic Goodman, does he have any licence here? The Gloucestershire are a long way behind to play an attacking shot or two. .6'6", Exeter University student, faces right and comes forward, and Pat and Pat reasonably close together and gets enough on it to steer it away onto the onside. So Wright's overall figures are impressive. He has been the one who really has held this Leicestershire attack together. In fact, more than that, really. He's been the threat, and he has now taken 6 for 52 in 24 overs.
Yeah, well, it's been we've seen some bowling performances here over the last couple of years, and
as in the
Hannon Dolby, for example,
season last time,
exactly, and Higgins' own performance in that game. But Wright, we mentioned kind of in the Hannon Dolby type mould, and he's had a performance pretty similar to that one, as Parkinson starts a new over and Shaw turns straight to mid-on and there's no run. So now everybody's back, basically. They're just going to be happy to bowl at the current number 11, but I'm not sure number 11 in terms of ability, as Parkinson bowls to Shaw, comes forward and defends. But there's a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, there is a deep cover, and there is a long off and long on. So everybody out apart from point, mid-wicket and extra cover, as Parkinson is there and bowls to Shaw, who drives, and he can't beat the man at mid-wicket. It was sort of more of a clip than a drive, really, but a good bit of fielding there by Hassan Azad, who has been at slip for quite a bit, but is now doing a bit more outfielding. Shaw nudges to the leg side and turns down the single quite rightly, as Swindles went to do the fielding and chucked his glove off right away to make sure he was able to shy at the stumps, and in a rather different fashion to when James Bracey did it, chucking that glove off. But fortunately James Bracey no break, as Shaw drives, not with a great deal of timing, and he'll pick up a single. As a rather untidy dive from Ben Mike, can't bring the ball in, but there were two others waiting to back him up. 274 for 9. Shaw has 40, and so Goodman will have just the one ball to face this over, and Shaw continues to inch towards his career best, which currently stands at 42. One ball for Goodman, short leg is in place, and Parkinson bowls to Goodman, who is forward and defensively playing to extra cover. 274 for 9. Another over ticks by, and will more than likely at some point be thinking about overs ticking by for Gloucestershire tomorrow, so any over that they face now, they don't have to face tomorrow.
Yeah, in theory, 2 overs to the second new ball. Wright has bowled 4 in this spell, so they're clearly hoping that with the addition of the new ball as an added threat, he might be able to get through this Gloucestershire last wicket pair. A reminder, if you weren't with us earlier in the day, we didn't start until 2:15 after rain at the end of the morning session curtailed play, and Shaw waits again for Chris Wright, and he'll steer that down towards third man. They'll go for 1. He wants 2, but even with Goodman's long stride, they won't get 2 there, and Shaw then goes to 41. So when we came out, there were 66 overs left on the day, and tea will be at a fixed time of 10 minutes past 4, and the net effect of the rain because of the early lunch was that 7 overs have been lost, and Leicestershire, they're still going to have a handy lead, you would have thought, unless Shaw and Goodman really do produce miracles here. And Goodman has gone, and Wright has got another LBW. The innings is over. Shaw won't get his career best. Goodman is dismissed for the first time in first-class cricket, and Wright has taken 7 wickets in innings for the first time, and 6 of them have been LBW, and this is the last one.
Absolutely stone dead.
Again, back pad beating the front pad, beating the defensive shot, and Gloucestershire all out then for 275. They've saved the follow-on. Leicestershire didn't need that second new ball, so 53 overs by my calculation will be how many overs Leicestershire have got to bat tonight with a lead of 146. Well, I can think of a few sides who would say, right, that's the equivalent of chasing runs in a one-day game. Can we get 250 overs?
The problem with that is that if you go out immediately with that attitude and end up 3 or 4 down early, then what do you do? So I think that they won't be approaching it that way, and that they will bat probably at least until tea in a fairly normal fashion, score about 3 and over or something like that. Then they've got themselves into a position where a collapse doesn't mean absolute calamity for them. So I reckon...
Would you even go further than that? Would you even say that they might be really cautious and say, okay, we'll just bat today?
Well, they might do, or at least maybe for an hour into the evening session. I think the tea time is the first point of assessment, is what I was meaning, and then maybe they would say, okay, we continue to bat for a bit longer, or maybe now we can go for it. It would depend how many wickets down they are at tea. So Gloucestershire need to take wickets, and well, what they'll be hoping for, of course, is an absolute clatter of wickets, and somehow they could pull off what still seems to be a very, very unlikely victory.
So just let's turn that on its head the other way. If Gloucestershire have to chase 300, if they think that kind of might be the limit that you would want on the 4th day, they've got to bowl Leicestershire out for 150. Is that doable on this pitch?
Well,
someone's going to have to have an inspired spell.
You would say, having seen that Gloucestershire were at one stage 121 for 6, that Gloucestershire would have to be saying, look, it's possible to get into that kind of a position, and then they'd be hoping that the tail didn't wag for Leicestershire like it did for Gloucestershire. Admittedly, yes, that doesn't seem particularly likely, but at the same time, I think that ought to be what they're saying in the dressing room. Look, we've lost wickets on this, and there's clearly enough there that things can happen. Chris Wright has found some movement out there, even with a very old ball, so I don't see any reason why they should be thinking about anything else really, other than try and knock Leicestershire over and then see what happens.
Yeah, Josh Shaw very, very close to a career best. That 42 at Worcester was in a winning situation, but that 41 just as valuable in a different way to get Gloucestershire past, only just past, but past nonetheless, past that critical follow-on total, so that they knew that they do have a slim opportunity, you would say, bearing in mind how the pitch played, to ruffle Leicestershire's feathers a bit.
What they could certainly do by taking early wickets is ensure that Leicestershire can't just have a pop this evening at some point, and they may just have to allow themselves to be bowled out. So either way, even if they aren't able to roll Leicestershire over for 150, by taking 2 or 3 early wickets, they can ensure that the minds of the Leicestershire batsmen that come out after that is defensive rather than attacking, and they could buy themselves even as much as half a session, or maybe even more, by taking early wickets in terms of the amount of time that they would have to see out tomorrow.
I've got my man on successful run chases of 300 or more. I'll come back to you on that. 7 for 53, Chris Wright, 24 overs and 2 balls and 8 maidens. All those overs were bowled from the same end of the ground, the Ashley Down Road end. And look at the LBWs in there. I mean, teach any young cricketer about bowling and making sure you bowl wicket to wicket, and there is the prime example of even if you can't do very much with the ball, or you don't do very much with the ball, there is a reward for bowling, accurately.
And I think his combination of his accuracy, his height, his ability to swing the ball as well as move the ball off the pitch, it's that we were talking about that versatility with Worrell, and Wright has certainly proven that, and like I said, it's always been my impression of Chris Wright is that he's a type of bowler who will have terrific days, terrific innings where he takes a bundle of wickets, and then sometimes he just won't quite get it right and can go for quite a lot of runs, which is what he's been doing so far this season. But like I also have said before, I looked at what Chris Wright had done so far this season, and I thought, well, he's better than that. There's going to be some wickets for Chris Wright at some point, and they've come here and come in a big bunch.
Rest of the bowling figures: Alex Evans 17 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 58. Ben Mike 14 overs 3 maidens, no wicket for 56. Dieter Klein didn't bowl today, wasn't on the field. 8 overs and 5 balls, 1 maiden, 1 for 40. And then Callum Parkinson, who completed the Klein over when he pulled up last night, 14 overs and 1 ball, 3 maidens, 2 for 49. Well, I mean, Smith had an important role to play with the bat. There was no real evidence of spin from Parkinson. It was just a little bit of variety, change of pace, offered Leicestershire something different. Obviously he's the captain as well, but the lead for the visitors is 146, and Gloucestershire have got 53 overs tonight to see how much damage they can do in the Leicestershire middle order and top order as well to that end. Hassan Azad, who got a duck in the first innings, but who has got runs this season, and actually his numbers for openers of his age would not be far off that of young Hamid, who obviously left Lancashire and has gone to Notts and started by making runs there too.
Well, I think actually it's been one of the themes of the early season. We've seen that actually spin bowling potentially might not be quite as dead as people thought it was in this country. So many wickets being taken by spinners. But the other thing is that it actually isn't the death of the good old-fashioned opening batsman. Admittedly, there still isn't somebody who you would kind of point at and say, right, they're ready to take the place of the likes of Burns and Sibley for the moment. But at the same time, there's been plenty of runs from some traditional types of opening batsmen, the likes of Jake Libby, for example, who's had a tremendous time of it, and now Sam Evans has got 2 centuries, scoring not in the fashion of a kind of new style of opener. And I'm sure there are other examples that I've not mentioned, but it's good to see. It's good to see spin bowling. It's good to see that there are still, well, Hasib Hamid, of course, I should have mentioned him, he fits that mould as well. It's good to see that that isn't dead, and even Hassan Azad, who scored a century against Surrey. So there are at least some options developing, and they're all fairly young. Jake Libby seems to be having a sort of a second youth at Worcestershire at the moment in terms of the runs that he's scoring.
Yeah,
but
I mean, Hassan Azad is 27. He's a bit older than you think.
he is older than I think.
Yeah.
As you'll have been able to tell from me grouping him in with the others.
And I think the thing was that he had the chemical engineering degree, I think, at Loughborough before he actually went into it. Really took his cricket. If I say seriously, you know what I mean, by tone what I mean by that. But he has got from 32 games in first class cricket, he's got 500s. The average is 45. That will have gone down a little bit with the duck in the first innings here, but Gloucestershire will hope to see the back of him pretty smartly.
I can't say actually it was another opener that I thought of in Tom Haynes. I can't say I've seen a lot of Tom Haynes to know exactly how he goes about his business, but he certainly scored a lot of runs early on.
Obviously the first piece of good news is that Gloucestershire avoided the follow, and the second bit is that James Bracey has come out with the gloves on, so he is going to keep wicket in this second innings, having gone off with a clear blow a painful blow on the fingers during the first innings. Chris Dent said last night they'd had a scan, there was no break, and it's clearly the soreness has subsided enough that Bracey will take the gloves. So out will come Hassan Azad and Sam Evans once more, and Gloucestershire have got until 4:10, so they've got about an hour and 10 minutes in a mini session until tea to see if they could nip a couple out and get us interested in what might happen thereafter. Dan Worrell's going to bowl the first over.
I wondered who was going to open the bowling because I saw both Worrell and Higgins marching towards the Ashley Down Road end. Of course it was the reverse order in the first innings. I wondered whether they were both going to attempt to try and bowl at the same time, but it turns out it's Worrell who's got the nod for the Ashley Down Road end, and Higgins will no doubt come from the Bristol Pavilion end.
So Worrell to bowl. Leicestershire have got the left-handed Hazard and the right-handed Evans opening the batting, and Evans faces Worrell and defends out on the offside, and Higgins comes in to do the fielding. Ian Cobain is down in front of us. He's limbering up to bowl, but I'm sure he won't be doing that.
Well, you never know. It could be bowling for a declaration already.
Well, I suppose
set us a target. Come on. No, I don't think that's what Chris Dent's thinking.
I'm sure he's not. 3 slips in. Brathwaite, Hankins, and Dent, and Worrell to Evans, and that's just about the right line, just a little bit outside off stump. What a bit of movement from Dan Worrell. Certainly, Wright's action, it would say, it's quite open, Chris Wright's action, but he certainly did everything that his captain Callum Parkinson would have asked of him. a bit overcast just at the moment, and Worrell gets quite a good carry through to James Bracey in this first over. He made 11 with the bat earlier today, but that doesn't tell you anything about the time he was out in the middle.
No, certainly not. It was a very entertaining innings. Some wild swishes, a few shots where you wondered how on earth he managed to get the ball where he did, and then some stoic defence as well mixed in.
Worrell in again, and again Evans getting the bat well out of the way. There's the slip cordon. George Hankins again today getting a start and not going on to get that big score he craves at the moment. He got 37. And Worrell to Sam Evans once more, steered away to point.
Whether there would ever have been a case, or for whether any Leicestershire supporter would be thinking, well, could they not have opened with Marcus Harris this time around? But I think that it goes back, doesn't it, to the point of just batting for a period and then reassessing.
Worrell past Bart Illingworth and down the ground, and a good tumbling stop from Josh Shaw, who's arguably, and I don't wish to be unkind about his bowling here, but he's done as much with the bat as he has with the ball in the last game and a half.
He certainly made his figures look better, having picked up a couple of the Leicestershire tail enders, but I think he would not have been particularly pleased overall. The figures of 2 for 87 from 23 overs are, whilst obviously not ideal, they're not as bad as they were looking before he picked up those late wickets.
And he went for a north of 100 at the GS Bowl last week without taking a wicket, so would have felt that having made a really good start in the game here against Surrey, then only bowled the 1 over in the second innings and not played at Taunton, his season's not really got out of the blocks yet.
Higgins will start round the wicket to Hassan Azad, which is interesting, I guess, because Azad was out LBW over the wicket in the first innings to Dan Worrell. 3 slips in place, the usual suspects. Then Ringfield as Higgins bowls to Azad, who will leave this one alone. Well wide of the off stump. Really seem to be doing a whole lot there. It's early on, of course, in the new ball, so there's still time for the lacquer to come off the ball.
Interesting, that Gloucestershire total of 275. Chris Dent made 53. He was the top score. Then Tom Smith 47, and extras 41. Josh Shaw 41 not out.
Higgins bowls to Azad, and Azad is forward and defending away towards the cover point area. No runs, so he's already survived for, well, once he faces his next ball, he will already have survived for longer than he did in the first innings. And the worry is that one of these two, but Azad in particular, will just settle themselves in and potentially allow the likes of Harris and Hill to come out and play their shots at the other end, as Higgins bowls to Azad, and that's left alone outside off stump. So accuracy continuing to be the name of the game here with these two. Just want to try and keep that run rate down, force Leicestershire to tick the overs down at the very least, even if they're not necessarily running right through them. I think it's going to be, yes, over the wicket. So 3 balls around, and Higgins decides to change the angle. He's in and bowls, and that's pushed across Azad, but that ball moving absolutely in a straight line, no movement whatsoever really, and he's going to come back round. So 1 ball.
I'm indebted to our friend in Nailsea, who says the last time Gloucestershire won chasing 300 or more at Bristol was in 1988 against Glamorgan.
Higgins bowls full and defended away to
That
covers
shows
no run.
how difficult it is on a fourth day Bristol pitch to get a big score.
Like I said, that the only caveat with that, and it is very interesting to see that. The only thing with those types of stats, as I say, is how many chases would have scored 300, but there weren't enough runs to get. The Surrey game being a prime example of that. Here comes Higgins, bowls now to Azad, and Azad clips this one away. Leicestershire will get their first run of the innings. That's all it will be, as the footwork's completed by Tom Smith there, and it will be the end of the over. So 1 run off the first 2 overs. Azad 1.
And I say that was the question I posed, because you feel that that's where Leicestershire would want to get to in terms of setting Gloucestershire a score that they felt was pretty safe. If you said to Paul Nixon, right, no one's chased 300 or north here for more than 20 years, he'd say, right, okay, well, probably 300's all right then.
Well, in terms of how he would feel about it, he certainly would not want to be getting bowled out for 150.
No.
153 in order for that to be said.
Worrell under overcast skies just at the moment. The forecast on the car radio this morning was scattered showers, and it's always the way that you can catch one, and 10 miles down the road it's dry as a bone all day. Here is Worrell to the left-handed Azad, who steers that fine down to third man. Ian Cobain's down there in the sweater, and throw on the full to James Bracey, and he'd appreciate a few of those.
Certainly, there were rather a lot of half-volleyed throws in that first innings. Of course, they were out there for quite a while, but still, given the condition of the fingers, throws in the air, please, or at least well on the bounce. And preferably no deliveries way down the leg side either.
Worrell then to Sam Evans, clipped away, but a partial stop at mid-wicket. Good diving stop too. And TMJ Smith gets to his feet. He'll have a bit of added greenery on his trousers. But Leicestershire 3 without loss with a lead of 146 on the first innings. There's the short form details on the card. And after this over, there will be 50 overs left in the day, and Azad plays that absolutely dead weight from Dan Worrell.
The radar might suggest that we will be getting more rain, by the way, just to throw that into the mix as well. It's coming straight from the Brecon Beacons and towards Bristol, but we shall see. Sometimes, as happened at one point a couple of days ago, it just randomly decides to skirt Bristol.
Worrell again to Azad, who gets his bat well out of the way, and taken with fingers pointing upwards by James Bracey.
Tom Smith doing some loosening up.
Well, he wants to be involved in the game.
Everybody wants to be involved in the game, apparently. Cobain and Smith, the change bowlers.
3 slips for Worrell, and Azad, who we only saw for 2 balls in the first innings, but you get the impression that he is one of those, a bit like James Bracey admitted this when he came into the Gloucestershire side. He never looked at the board, he just batted time, and you sense that Azad is probably one of those as well.
You'd think so, and just somebody who piles up the runs and doesn't matter to them how they get them.
Left-hander waits once more. That's a slightly better angle from Worrell, just a little bit wider than he would have liked, but that's the kind of position he wants to draw Azad into. We've had a couple of overs, and Higgins has had 1, and Leicestershire 3 without loss in their second innings. Gloucestershire just avoided the follow-on, 275 all out. Their target was 272, and Leicestershire therefore, as you can see, 149 ahead.
So I'm sure what the umpires could be chatting about at the moment. Certainly nothing to do with the light, and I don't see any rain, but some issue that had caught their attention, and they've just had a Couple of words with each other anyhow. Evans will take his first delivery from Ryan Higgins. 3 slips, of course, for him as well, as he bowls as Higgins, and Evans goes back and plays defensively up the surface. And so far, it's been pretty much what Gloucestershire would have liked. Obviously, we'd like an early wicket, but 1 and over for an appreciable amount of time would suit them just fine. It's a bit of a game of cat and mouse to some extent. When are Leicestershire going to make the move? And they're not going to be making it any time soon. Here comes Higgins. He's there now, bowls to Evans, and Evans leaves alone in that familiar now fashion, with the bat raised right above the head and out of the way.
Just to actually confirm, and it's again a good spot by one of our regular correspondents. Josh Shaw's score in that win at Worcester was 38 not out, but his career best was actually in his days at Yorkshire when he got that 42.
Here comes Higgins, bowls, and it's full and defended away towards mid-wicket.
Ergo, that's his highest Gloucestershire score.
Right, highest Gloucestershire score. Well, at the moment it's just about plugging away, and it's not looking as though yet the ball is doing a huge amount. It's certainly not doing what it seemed to be when Chris Wright was bowling, but then I just wonder how much confidence is playing into that. Higgins bowls to Evans, who carves at that, but hits it straight to Lace at backward point, who is stationed there at the moment, with George Scott obviously not in the side. That tended to be his position when he was in the side, but Lace, who feeling back a point at the moment, but floats about a bit depending on where the action is. Here comes Higgins, he bowls, and there's a sort of a firm push really, hoping for a run through the cover region, but can't get it, so the stranglehold continues. I don't think either of them will be feeling much pressure out there at the moment, with the situation being as it is, but at the same time I'm not sure that any batsman really likes to be tied down for massive periods of time, even ones who are proper openers, quote unquote. And that's going to be not a run this time. Good stop from Tom Lace. He had to dive actually behind him and to his left to stop that one, and Evans thought that he got that one by, but a really good bit of fielding from Tom Lace to end a maiden over, and Leicestershire have scored 3 runs off the first 4 overs.
This is a irresistible force against the immovable object kind of time in the game here. Both sides trying to resist the influence of the other. Let's just lead 149 at the moment. They would like to double that, as we've discussed, to try and get themselves into a safe position in the game. The question is how long it will take them, and what will that leave them with in terms of options. Do they bat in an ultra safe fashion, or do they think that they might be able to force a win here on this pitch? Worrell to Azad, and again dabbed away to the left of Chris Dent. I mean, certainly based on what we saw in the Surrey match, and we can understand if you go back to the start of this game where Chris Dent won the toss and decided that Leicester should bat first. The Surrey game, it looked a good pitch to chase a total of that sort of order on, even given the full amount of overs that Gloucestershire would have had. Azad hit on the pad. There's a slightly delayed appeal, and Richard Illingworth, who's of course switched ends for the second innings, has just thrown one of his coins from hand to hand. Not interested.
Not a bad shout though. I'm surprised that everybody wasn't up for that one. Maybe just a bit high.
Worrell again to Azad, and squeezes that out on the onside. He's only got 2 at the moment, but he's not bothered by that. Just accumulating knowledge of the pitch and waiting to see if Worrell will offer him something loose.
It was very similar to the dismissal in the first innings. I reckon if you put them side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell too much difference about, you know, it would be interesting to see actually on a pitch map how far difference it was.
Worrell again to Azad, he goes back, and Worrell fields off his own bowling.
You'd think surely they'd be bang next to each other, really. It may be. It certainly didn't look as.
I'm looking at Cameron. We can't do split screen dismissals, can we? He's just chuckling at me. The answer to that is no. We can't do Morris Minor split screen dismissals. I'll remind you of our email at the end of the over. Here is Worrell in and Azad into the ground, straight to the right of Tom Smith. Again, no run, 3 without loss, Leicestershire. We've had 5 overs, and our email is commentators@glosscc.co.uk.
And maybe somebody could do the split screen for us, he says, hopefully.
Well, if you're at home and you're a suitable wizard on electronic gadgets, you might be able to put those 2 dismissals side by side and see what you think. The one dismissal and the one appeal, should we say?
Yeah, I by the way, I'm not, should clarify, I'm not saying that LBW shout was out. It's just that has troubled Azad twice, and that would appear to be where to pitch the ball to him. As Higgins continues, he bowls to Evans, and Evans clips this one away quite firmly, but it's going to go up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And I would also be interested to hear what others think about the leg spinners question, because it's only my personal view on the matter, and I'm sure there would be other views as well. So if you've got any thoughts on that, then do ping us an email. As here comes Higgins, he's there, bowls, and there's a drive, and it's going to beat backward point this time, and they will pick up 2. And I don't think, no, they're not going to be able to take 1 on the arm, even if they wanted to. So 5 for no wicket, and this time Evans does get that attempted nudge through the cover region away, and Lace dived in vain after it. 5 without losses. Evans faces up on 3, and Higgins bowls. Once more the leave. A bit of late movement maybe, but I don't think there was a great deal before it. Got to Evans and past him, and hopes that this new ball might jag about a bit in the current cloudy conditions. Seem to be evaporating. Higgins bowls to Evans, and a defensive shot for full straight delivery. Higgins is pitching the ball right up at the moment. He's not decided to test out either of these 2 yet, and I think it's probably unlikely at this stage that he would be doing so, unlike Worrell, who can dig in a bouncer every once in a while. Bit of furious shining, but it's not working so far as Higgins bowls, and that's an edge, and it's going to go down and through the 3rd man region, and there's no 3rd man for Higgins, and that's 4 runs. So 9 for no wicket, the first boundary for Leicestershire, and it looked as though this was down well in front, and yes it was, so certainly nothing that you could say was catchable, and he played it with soft hands as well, did Sam Evans, and looks as though they are going to send a 3rd man back now, as Lace will, well, looked as though Lace was going to go, but in fact it's not going to be him. Smith will be the fielder down at 3rd man.
I'm not being unkind to Tom Smith, but Tom Lace is too good a fielder to be at 3rd man.
Lace actually slightly in front of point, sort of floating between cover and point, so I guess that's why they called it cover point, as it's defended away to Tom Lace right at cover point to end the over. 9 for no wicket, and 6 overs have been bowled. Evans 7, Azad 2. I was quite surprised that they didn't have the third man in place, actually, because I was going to make the point at some point that I wondered how many runs Leicestershire had scored through that region, particularly early on. They plugged that gap a little bit later, but early on they got quite a lot of runs down to third man, and Worrell had one but Higgins didn't, and been probably wishing that he had got one in place.
Higgins is calling for a sweater, which is brought out to him by one of the Gloucestershire squad. Worrell's going to continue. As we go through the next couple of overs, I'm just thinking of the right performance earlier today with his 7 wickets, and what Gloucestershire might need in terms of really ripping through this Leicestershire innings, and how many really stand out bowling performances there have been, say in the last 5 or 6 years here, that have been decisive in winning games. And I've got 3 or 4 in my head. I just want to check when they were. Obviously he didn't win the match, but Hannon Dolby bowled really well here last season in the Warwickshire game.
Was it 13 wickets
he took bundles in both innings, obviously, and Higgins took 7 for 42 in that same match. That would be probably the standout one to win a game for Gloucestershire. I've got 2 others in my head which I'll come back to. Here's Worrell around the wicket to Azad. One was from Imran Tahir, which was on the last day of the season here. I just want to remember which year it was, and Gloucestershire trying to 2017 it was, and Imran Tahir bowling Derbyshire to victory. Interesting to see what the target was actually in that game. I'll tell you about that in a second. Here's Worrell in again, and Azad down the leg side, and that's not taken by Bracey, and it's gone all the way through for, was it 4
buys?
4 buys, yes. It total goes up to 13 without loss. How far did Bracey have to go down the leg side here? And the answer is quite a long way.
He's not even got a glove on that, has he? And I don't think anybody would have got a glove on that.
The angle from Dan Worrell really working against Bracey there. The Australian stays around the wicket, and Azad lets that go. Yeah, Derbyshire set Gloucestershire 381 in 80 overs to win the game, and Tahir took 5 for 76 to win that one. And I know the year of the other one, I know the match it was concerned, but I can't think of the bowler's name, so I'll come back to that at the end of the over. Azad a little bit jumpy, and Tom Smith gets a partial stop on that. And the ball,
I have a suggestion. Kyle Jarvis.
That's the one against Lancashire, 2015. That's exactly the one. I couldn't remember who the bowler was, but I knew the instance. And actually, the target of that game would have been an interesting one as well, because that wasn't an absolutely huge target. But I'll just check what that was in a moment. Azad comes forward this time to Worrell, or half forward anyway. And June 2015, Lancashire won by 91 runs. And the chase there was 252. So even that proved too much. Although Gloucestershire were 113 for 2 at one stage, according to the club website. Azad, what's he got on that? Anything or nothing. It's gone between the first slip and the keeper, and it's gone all the way down
leg boys
to the boundary. So nothing off the bat, but nothing that Brathwaite or Bracey could do about this. Again,
pad, and then
awkward bounce again, and Bracey and Brathwaite unable to stop it between them. And so those are the only ones really where you'd say one bowler has really taken control of a final day and said, I'm going to make the difference.
Yeah, interesting now though that we've had a couple of those in pretty quick succession in terms of matches. So change of bowling already, and Higgins took his sweater, and it turns out that was because he's going to be taken out of the attack. And it will be Goodman to bowl from the Bristol Pavilion end. He bowls now to Evans, and that's cut past the dive of Point, heading towards the boundary. Smith is herring after it from third man, but I don't think he's quite going to get there, and he doesn't. It's 4 runs. It was a long chase for Tom Smith, and it looked as if it was going to be 4 as soon as it got past Tom Lace, but the outfield just seems to be a little bit slower right towards that offside boundary for Evans than it is as it goes across the square. It just seems to slow up a little bit as it gets right towards the rope. Evans up to 11, 21 for no wicket as Goodman bowls. Down the pitch comes Evans, and I'm not quite sure what he thought he was doing there. A crab scuttle down the pitch. The ball was very wide, and he fished after it and missed it. So that was completely out of character from what we've seen from Sam Evans in the match so far.
Premeditated?
It looks like it was. And he got one that was very wide, and he struggled to reach it as Goodman bowls to Evans, who defends away towards the covers. There's no run, so I wonder, it kind of looks as though Leicestershire are looking at this and thinking, we're going to attack everybody not named Higgins and Worrell here. See whether this particular pattern continues. Either way, the game might be about to move forward a fair bit as Goodman bowls to Evans, and that is another delivery which Evans doesn't have to play at and has decided to play at. It was quite wide really, that delivery from Goodman. Certainly didn't have to play at it, and you just wonder whether Evans is thinking about having to move the total on and is forgetting to treat each ball on its merits to a certain extent. Goodman bowls, and this time there is a leave from Sam Evans.
I mean, there wouldn't be a have to that situation, would there? You wouldn't.
No, but
there would be a desire perhaps to do it, but you wouldn't say that they have to. A bit of debris on the pitch for umpire Nigel Long.
Goodman is there, bowls, left alone. So the 4 runs off the over, 21 for no wicket Leicestershire after 8 overs, and some sunshine to be had on the balconies out there in the flats.
A sprinkling of spectators watching on, and there are the Leicestershire openers, 2 boundaries to Evans so far. If you've joined us at some point during this afternoon session within the last hour or so, I should tell you that because of the rain either side of lunch, tea will be taken at a fixed time of 4:10, and we have 45 overs left in the day, and Dan Worrell is going to bowl the next of them. Over the wicket to Azad, that's off his legs. That's a chase for Goodman. Whether he'll get there or not, I don't know. From down to deep, round to deep, backwards scrum, he won't, and the ball beats him into the advertising boards over on that scoreboard side of the ground. That's the shorter boundary, and Azad here is just on. Obviously, he misses that. There's a big appeal for LBW, but he didn't, and that's why Dan Worrell just looks a bit skywards there as Azad worked him round his path and away for 4.
I'm wondering about repeating the dose for the dismissal of Evans with a short leg in place.
And worked again by Azad into the same spot, but a bit finer this time, down to Goodman at fine leg.
I mean, you'd think if you really were going to try and bowl there for sure that you would have at least a square leg. in place in case he does clip that in front of square. So, well,
Lace has gone in now for.
There's still nobody behind
Evans.
him though.
True, but he's there for that little clip, which is how he got Evans out in the first innings. Worrell in, and Evans steers again down to Goodman, who's at third man now, of course, and they'll just take one. There has not, forgive me, there has not been a slip catch in this match, has there, so far? Harris took one at third slip,
yes,
off the spinner, off Parkinson. But you know, for all the overs we've seen from the seam bowlers, is that the only slip catch, isn't it?
Forgive me, I'm forgetting where Ben Mike was caught. Caught Lace offshore. Don't think that was in the slips, was it?
No. Lace was keeping wicket at the time.
Oh, of course he was. Of course he was.
And Worrell. That's going on with the arm outside off stump. Yeah, Lace was.
So yeah, that would be the only one. Although Hankins dropped one in the first innings.
But there's been so little for the slips here.
Nothing to first slip though.
Nope.
One to second put down and one to third slip taken.
Worrell again and chopped past the right hand of Tom Smith down to Ian Cobain, who's at deep backward square or wide third man, depending on your thought. 27 without loss, Leicestershire. Their lead on first innings 146 as you were.
There was also actually just on the slip catch front, there was also that one that went in between Bracey and Brathwaite, so I suppose you could say that was sort of a first slip catch, but either way.
Sam Evans waits and Worrell is pushed into the onside, and just a single, chasing being done by Josh Shaw, who did well with the bat today. 41 not out, helping Gloucestershire to get past the follow-on total. It was a stubborn effort from the lower order to get there, but they just about did it. And now the ball really is in Leicestershire's court a bit on what really so far has looked a pitch which is more favourable to the batsmen than the bowlers, about how aggressive do they want to be in terms of setting a target. Here's Goodman.
3 slips still in place for him as he bowls, and Evans will not play a shot at this one. And so I think in terms of where Leicestershire are, they'll be pretty happy, and they're starting to look as though they're reverting back to the kind of patterns of play that we saw in the first innings, really, where they're very content to play those shots like those dabs down to third man, play even with the edge of the bat, and even score runs off good balls, as that's a drive, and that's a nice shot from Sam Evans. It's probably just going to be the 2 as Dan Worrell moves back from mid-off, and it is a couple of runs. 31 for no wicket. Sam Evans up to 15, looks to be starting to find his timing if he doesn't decide to go on any more strange walks down the pitch. I don't think he necessarily really needs to do that. He's seeing the ball well enough that he can just stay there and continue to play the ball normally as he leaves this one alone. Further back of a length from Goodman, but it's funny, isn't it, how when Chris Wright bowled a little bit further back, it just seemed to zip through. But when most other bowlers, probably all other bowlers, have bowled that kind of length, it just seems to have sat up. Here comes Goodman. He bowls, and that's cut, and in fact more like square driven, and it's going to be 2 more runs. Tom Lace moving back and across from backward point. Score up to 33 without loss, 17 for Sam Evans.
If you look at I'm just computing the maths here a minute. If you look at Leicestershire's first day, they were scoring at around about 3 and over, or just under 3 and over. I'll just extend that thought in a minute.
is Goodman. He bowls to Evans, who comes down the pitch, clips this one firmly away through mid-wicket. He's timed that one to perfection, and it's away to the long boundary at Cow Corner for 4 runs. 37 for no wicket, and Evans up to 21 and looking rather dangerous.
Yeah, it's a good shot, that. Dom Goodman, relatively inexperienced, obviously, so how does he cope with batsmen attacking him really for the first time?
Goodman bowls, and there's a drive and an excellent stop. Really good stop at cover from Tom Smith, who's effected some... In fact, is that Tom Smith? No. That is Tom Smith.
Chris Dent.
It was Chris Dent. I failed to notice they'd taken a third slip out. I thought it looked like Chris Dent from the back, and then I thought, hang on, isn't he at third slip? So I missed the third slip coming out. Apologies for that. Anyhow, 37 for no wicket, and there's been a few good stops in that cover to point area, and were it not for those, Leicestershire would have even more runs than they've got, and they're starting to rattle along a little here at 37 without loss.
So 37 off 10. There are 43 overs to go in the day. Let's just say that Leicestershire were to score at 3 and over for the rest of the day, they would be 300 runs ahead tonight. And we're indebted to Adrian from Nailsea from the stats about, it's got to go back to 1988 for a side, for Gloucestershire chasing 300 to win here on this ground. So Leicestershire might think that if they were to get to 300 by the close, would they need to bat tomorrow? Half an hour maybe? Not much more.
No.
And then you'd still have a second new ball late in the day.
The thing about that, though, is that there's already been a game this season where a side has chased down 370 within the final day.
Worrell staying over the wicket this time to Azad.
Maybe I'll just, during this over, find the scorecard of that game. It was the Northants against, I believe it was... who was it even against?
Vasconcelos got a big 100.
Vasconcelos was the one who got the runs, wasn't he?
Got a big 100. Worrell in bright sunshine now. Into left-handed Azad. And that's clips
Glamorgan.
Straight to Josh Shaw.
I think I erroneously said Yorkshire earlier because they're playing Yorkshire at the moment. So they were set 355 in 79 overs, which they got. Leicestershire would hate for a similar thing to happen here, so I reckon that 400 may be the marker, or at the very least a pretty stiff run rate.
Worrell in again to Azad, who gets cautiously forward.
The early clatter of wickets, which might have checked Leicestershire's progress, hasn't come, and so we are now already talking really about it being very much now up to Leicestershire what they decide to do. It's hard to see, even if one wicket falls, that a clatter of wickets would start.
Worrell in, and Azad again finds Josh Shaw at mid-on.
Yes, that was a cover drive to mid-on, that one. Not be happy about the feeling of the ball on the bat there, Hassan Azad.
There's Lace in again at short forward square. Worrell to Azad, who lets that go outside the off stump. Bracey is keeping wicket. If you've joined us since the resumption of the Leicestershire second innings, he obviously didn't keep at the end of the first innings, so in fact much beyond half an hour into yesterday's play, then did bat and clearly feels his hands have recovered enough to keep in this second innings. Azad goes back into his crease once more, and Worrell is not giving Azad too much opportunity to advance the score, but again the threat that we saw from Chris Wright at the moment isn't quite there for Gloucestershire. Hassan Azad has 8, and Evans from exactly the same number of balls faced. The bulk of this Leicestershire total so far in their second innings.
Well, Goodman continuing, and he was almost about to run into bowl with 2 mid-offs there, but he's waited for Chris Dent to get into position at cover, and there's a leave alone as the ball just seemed to rise a little bit on Sam Evans, but he identified the leave quite early. Still just the 2 slips in place, and Goodman has the batsman Sam Evans attacking him, so he ought to be feeling there is a chance for a wicket as he goes up onto his toes to Sam Evans to defend this one. There's no run. Been a while since I did a run through what's happening elsewhere. Nottinghamshire already wrapped up victory against Derbyshire. They won by 310 runs, and their 28 match consecutive losing streak is over. Not losing streak, non-winning streak I should say. That's carved straight to Tom Lace this time at backward point, and there's no run. Durham currently against Warwickshire. Durham 391 for 9 declared, having skittled Warwickshire out for 87 in their first innings. Warwickshire are 60 for 3 in their second innings, still trailing by 244, so the writing would look to be on the wall there. Goodman bowls down the pitch comes Evans, but defends, pulled out of any attacking shot he might have had in mind. Worcestershire versus Essex. Essex 561 for 8 declared. There was just a bit of a wobble from Worcestershire. They went from 111 for no wicket to 132 for 3, but they are now 209 for 3. Goodman bowls to Evans, and that strikes him on the splice of the bat and heads away out towards deep square, and they'll take a single. So field already going back a little bit. Had the deep square out for Evans, and everybody comes in really for Hassan Azad. 38 for no wicket here. And at Taunton, Somerset having been bowled out for 268 in reply to Middlesex's 357, and Middlesex have gone from 44 without loss to 77 for 5 now, as Goodman bowls to Azad, and Azad will offer no shot. 12 overs have gone here, 38 without loss, so Somerset are doing pretty much what they did to Middlesex in the return fixture. Their lead's currently 166, so at the moment they'd be setting them even less than they set them at Lords, so Somerset look to be coming back on Middlesex again, and it's just, you see Somerset do it so often, you see Middlesex do it so often.
They have such a habit of really firing in the third innings, and well, that's exactly what Gloucestershire would want to do here. You know, can they get 4 or 5 wickets and really rip through the top order?
It's 6 now. Middlesex 77 for 6, still only leading by 166. In the other game in this group, Hampshire were bowled out for just 92 on the opening day. Surrey 560 for 7 declared. Hashim Amla retired hurt 215, and Hampshire are now 130 for 7, still trailing by 338. So it's a bit of a clunker that for Hampshire after such a great start, and I'll do the group 3 scores in a moment.
Ryan Higgins, a change of ends, has come on from the Ashley Down Road end to replace Dan Worrell. Worrell 6 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 10. Higgins had 3 overs at the pavilion end at the start, and now with Goodman coming on, that was clearly a thought from Chris Dent. We've got 25 minutes to go until tea, so Higgins trying to edge in court. Hankins has got it, I think, low to his right, and Sam Evans has gone, and Higgins at the Ashley Down Road end has broken the opening stand. Hankins, top of your picture. It was a low one. This, Sam Evans away, and he's just grabbed it. Sense of relief. They were talking about slip catches not really going to hand and not being held. There's the first one for Gloucestershire in this second innings, and a breakthrough for Ryan Higgins. Evans has to go for 22.
I think he jumped wide of the crease there, did Ryan Higgins, but Evans had shown against Goodman, particularly in that one over, that he was willing to flirt with deliveries outside his off stump that he was not doing in his first inning. So you have to think that possibly the situation, he felt he had to change how he batted, and I'm just not sure that he did. I think he was scoring perfectly fine without having to do any of that kind of stuff, but it's to Gloucestershire's profit that he has decided to flirt with one that he didn't have to go at, and he went at it pretty firmly with the push, and that's why it carried through to George Hankins at second slip.
So Marcus Harris has come in at number 3, so we've got 2 left-handers in now, and obviously Wright took all his 7 wickets from that Ashley Down Road end. We were talking about that Hannon Dolby performance for Warwickshire here last season. I might think that all his wickets came from the Ashley Down Road end.
Yep. I think so. Oh, no, I don't think they did actually, come to think of it. I think there was maybe 1 or 2 from the Bristol Pavilion end.
The majority then?
Yes.
Without checking the
Vast
card.
majority.
Higgins then to bowl to Marcus Harris for the first time, and I think that was a tumbling stop. He hasn't actually stopped that. He has partially stopped that.
I think it's George Scott, isn't it?
Yeah, so why is Scott out on the field? Let's just see who isn't. Worrell still is, so it may be one of the...
Where is Josh Shaw?
He's at mid-on.
So he is.
So Tom Smith has gone off temporarily and chopped into the ground by Harris, who got 2 off the previous delivery.
Yeah, it must be Tom Smith, mustn't it? I see everybody else.
Yeah, no, who is at... Yes, that is Lace at mid-wicket, so we think that maybe Tom Smith has gone off temporarily. And 41 for 1 are Leicestershire in the second innings, with Sam Evans the man out. Harris, Australian Test player, of course.
Does rather feel as though rain might be imminent at the moment. It's got that kind of feel to it. Ground staff haven't made any moves yet though, so perhaps it just feels that way and it won't get there.
It is a bit overcast now though, and here's Higgins staying round the wicket, and that's cut away, but Cobain is in position to keep that down to just 1 run. A couple of the Leicestershire squad wandering around with a mug of tea and still in the woolly hats. It's still that sort of a day.
Certainly when the sun goes in it is. Of course the sun doesn't come out in here.
No, but this is the last championship game we gather that will be done from the marquee. We may have a new home,
and I will miss it,
for the Somerset match. Here is Higgins once more, and forward comes Marcus Harris. Successful over though for Ryan Higgins, first breakthrough for Gloucestershire in the second innings of Leicestershire. There's the lead, 188. It was 146 at the end of the first innings. Gloucestershire just avoiding the follow-on after some stubborn resistance from the lower order. Josh Shaw was left 41 not out, and there's the details of Sam Evans's dismissal.
I should qualify that, of course, by saying I will miss it, but I shall certainly look forward to the times when it's not here and the reasons that it won't be here. In fact, that we will, fingers crossed, be having fans in for that game against Somerset as Goodman bowls outside the off stump of Hassan Azad, just angling it across. And one of the rules of commentary, really, as soon as you start reading out scores from elsewhere, something happens here to prevent you from getting through them. So I'll just mention those Group 3 scores and one result, with Glamorgan having beaten Kent by 10 wickets. As Goodman is in now, bowls, and Azad pushes forward out towards point, doesn't get a run for it. So Sussex and Lancashire, that game has turned into another good one. Sussex 328 all out in their first innings. Lancashire replied with 230, but they've now got Sussex 109 for 7 in their second innings, with the wickets being mostly shared around 3 wickets to Tom Bailey. And Goodman bowls here to Azad, and that's left alone. And the other match, which also looks to be an exciting one, Yorkshire versus Northants. Yorkshire 206 in their first innings. Northants recovered to 234. Yorkshire have been bowled out now for 247, a 5-wicket haul for Wayne Parnell for Northamptonshire, and so Northants will require 220 to win. Goodman bowling to Azad, who tucks that one away through square leg, and they'll set off for a single and get it. 43 now for 1. Azad into double figures. So 206, 234, 247, 220 to win. It's set up quite nicely at Headingley. Of course, Lancashire and Yorkshire both topping Group 3 at the moment. Both of them could come away with victories, but both of them could lose as well. So it could be a exciting final day and final session, of course, for those two games. Here is Goodman, bowls to Harris, and Harris leaves outside the off stump.
If you are watching on the stream and you think the pictures look a bit gloomy, you'd be right. When the board on the far side of the ground shines quite brightly, as it does at the moment, I know we're only at 10 to 4 in the afternoon, but when the sun goes in, the light has gone a bit flat, hasn't it, you would say?
Ian Cobain just, I think you saw on the stream there, giving a few indications to Richard Illingworth as that's defended away by Harris, who a little bit of a jump at that one. And Goodman has recovered from a little bit of tap in his first over. 43 for 1 is the score for Leicestershire. Azad 10, Harris 3. I wonder what Ian Cobain was saying to him. It looked like he was pointing initially over towards where the weather more often than not comes from, and then possibly pointing out where the weather's coming from this time. But either way, I wonder if he was just saying, you might want to be thinking about getting the ground staff ready here, Umps.
We've got 18 minutes until tea at the moment, and Higgins is to continue. Tom Smith's back on the field, and Leicestershire just easing themselves along at 3 and over at the moment, which is what they did for a lot of their first innings. And here is Higgins once more into Azad, and no contact with the pad there. That was very firmly in the middle of the bat, so Sam Evans the man out, and the umpires are just looking.
Ian Cobain's just asking the ground staff whether it's going to rain or not.
You know, which way is it coming from? And the answer is, I think, from behind us. Kennington having new side. Use of the feet here by Azad for the first time, and that's gone away for 4 through mid-wicket, and Higgins can't believe that shot, and that is, talk about out of character. We haven't seen Azad do that sort of thing to anybody in this match, and largely I suspect through most of this season as well.
He's charged down the pitch so far he's almost yorked himself off a ball that was
2 steps down the pitch. And apologies if there's just a little bit of wobble on that camera, because it may just be the wind is picking up a little bit high up at the Ashley Down Road end.
It's a distinctly fresh feel at the moment, and there's clearly rain about. I think you'd have seen it from your pictures a moment ago, looking over towards the Kennington Avenue side of the ground.
Higgins in once more, and Azad steers that away, and another good stop. Tom Smith has been busy in that position since Gloucestershire have been back in the field. Smith was suitably durable with the bat today, just making Leicestershire work really hard for his wicket, and couldn't quite get to the position where he would have got his 5th first class 50. in the end 47 before he was LBW to right, but then he wouldn't have been the only one to suffer that dismissal. And James Bracey, given the issues in the first innings with standing up to Ryan Higgins, is going to be brave enough to do it again here. 47 for 1. Leicestershire second in its second time round. And that's dabbed away by Azad. And everything we've heard about him suggests that shot he played to Higgins with 2 strides down the pitch was certainly not the pattern of his first-class career. Higgins under overcast skies round the wicket, and Azad more into the mode we would expect. There's the shot across the ground from the camera on the scoreboard side. And what was that thing that I was told watching cricket on the television, that it looks brighter on the television than it is in real life, and I would say that probably applies here as well at the moment. Higgins, with Bracey standing up, clips it into the onside, but there's not a run there because that's Lace who's doing the fielding, and he's got a swift reaction and a good arm as well, even from short range. 47 for 1, the lead is 193, and the man out so far for Leicestershire, Sam Evans. There's the deal, details of how he was out. Caught at second slip by George Hankins as after Ryan Higgins changed ends to the Ashley Down Road end. Earlier today, Gloucestershire 275 all out in their first innings, and 7 for 53 for Chris Wright, a career best.
Should also be pointed out, Gloucestershire have absolutely no need to hurry through their overs here because they are currently 8 ahead on the overs, so they can take their time if they want to. Goodman bowls round the wicket, and he bowls a ball which is well wide of off stump and on the bounce to James Bracey. Probably not quite wide enough to be called a wide, especially as Harris had taken a step over towards it, but as all batsmen do who've done that, they look at where the ball actually went and think that it should have been called a wide, but I don't think you can just walk over and have a look at it like that. As Goodman bowls to Harris, and it's clipped away. There'll be 1 run here, and that's it, as Ian Cobain is across to do the fielding. And Harris has 4 to his name, 48 for 1. They're seeing a lot of Hassan Azad at the moment are Gloucestershire. Harris having got 4 off 7 to start his innings, so has eased his way up.
I suspect
to the 4
those
already.
footmarks are Chris Wright's there, aren't they? You can't see them on the screen, but we're going to get the camera shot to that end of the ground again. You can just look at where those footmarks are.
Goodman bowls full, and that's defended away back to the bowler.
Yeah, those Chris Harris's footmarks, you think?
They're certainly not Dan Worrell's. There should be a set. I think you can actually see a set coming in from a much sharper angle, and Dan Worrell with his famous angled run, which I'm sure I heard during the BBL was because he used to have to run around a tree in his backyard when he was growing up. As Goodman is there, bowls round the wicket, and that's clipped away by Azad. And it's down to Dan Worrell at fine leg, and he lobs the throw-in underarm on the full. So there you go, maybe that's the way to do it.
And that's often the story you get sometimes of why bowlers have particularly unusual actions or unusual run-ups, is that there is an obstacle somewhere.
Goodman moves over the wicket now to bowl to Harris, and Harris defends away up towards mid-off. Yeah, I guess that one I'm sure is true, given the fact that it was mentioned on that platform, but I think sometimes you hear stories along a similar line that are just convenient explanations for somebody who has rather a weird action. I'd like to know the explanation for Jasprit Bumrah's action, for example. Here comes Goodman, bowls. Harris tucks away, mid-on will do the honours there, so no chance of a run. 49 for 1 at a very gloomy Bristol County ground, and Leicestershire lead by 195 with 9 wickets remaining in their second innings.
Yeah, and it is up to them to dictate the game, isn't it, from here? Gloucestershire are tactically on the back foot. Leicestershire have got the lead. They can see the amount of time left in the game. They can work out how many runs they think they need, how long they think they need. And in a sense, as Chris Dent is just trying to delay that, or to prevent them from getting into a position that is too powerful. And Higgins is just altering his field. He's got a man back now at deep mid-wicket.
So it's only mid-on saving the single on the leg side.
Into Azad again, right, staying around the wicket. And Azad pushes that back up for Higgins to field.
Perhaps he feels he wants Azad to be working away to leg off. Well, in fact, now you see, that's more the field to bowling over the wicket, I would have thought.
And here is Higgins in once more, another diving stop by Tom Smith.
Tempt him to play against the angle.
Wouldn't be a surprise if we got to the tea interval and the ground staff were ready by the covers. We've got probably 2 overs after this one. Might just about get that far, but the light is not wonderful for batting at the moment. It's okay to continue playing, and that's steered away with a dab that Cobain's got to chase at third man. They've come back for the 2. That's got a long boundary, and he got his. He did the 2 things you have to do: make sure that the ball doesn't scuttle past you, and then got his throw away quickly. And Leicestershire pass 50 there. 197 head, as you can see. That's the short form detail of where we are in the game.
Cobain just felt something in his knee there, probably only just knee hitting the ground as it's very firm still.
Azad on 17.
Or maybe he's just got a grass burn from that slide.
Yeah,
I think that might be what he's doing, is he's rolling up the trouser leg now rather than feeling out the knee too much anymore. I think maybe just one of those nasty grass burns or
so Azad has made
openings that you get.
17, and this is the 17th over of the Leicestershire second innings. Thought about going forward there, but in the end,
that's exactly what I think he was trying to get him to do. Turn him around, trying to work to leg, angling across on off stump, and squared him up.
Higgins, having bowled the first ball of this over from around the wicket, has been back over the wicket since. Staying there, and Azad, 3 strides down this time.
You know exactly what Ryan Higgins was looking to do there. He was really hoping to pick that ball up and fling it towards Hassan Azad, because he would have, of course, had reason to do it with Azad out of his crease, but Higgins just couldn't quite get there. The eyes lit up, I think, from Ryan Higgins, but couldn't get there.
Well, there's the Leicestershire second innings. They started at 146 ahead of Gloucestershire, who made 275 in their first innings. Hankins, Shaw and Smith in particular just getting them past the follow-on target. Extras help too with 41, but now it's a balance that they need wickets, but also they need to keep the runs in check.
Goodman continues round the wickets, bowls, and Harris gets everything out of the way of that. Only 1 wicket has just checked things a little bit. 14 in basically 5 overs since that wicket has fallen, and they were going along at, well, close-ish to 4 and over at one point, and that's without too much in terms of run rate contribution from Hassan Azad. So that wicket has just at least bought them a few overs here as Harris turns away mid-wicket. cross to square leg to do the fielding.
This is
Cobain.
the 6th over of Dom Goodman's spell. So
I think he went for 6 off his first over as well, didn't he? So 5.1 overs for
16.
4.1 over 16 since then, yeah. That's me just repeating what I say. 4.1 overs for 10. There we go. That's what 16 minus 6 is. Harris on strike, and Goodman will bowl now. And it's defended pretty firmly away to point. No run. I wonder if Harris is feeling as though he's going to have to be the one to make the move, with Azad seemingly settled in there. Wonder what sort of a penny for Marcus Harris' thoughts at the moment, really, because he knows that Azad's role is likely to be to try and be the anchor at the other end. As Goodman bowls to Harris, and that's squeezed away, and a good tumbling stop by George Hankins from second slip will prevent even a single.
They got a third man and a fine leg for Dom Goodman, with the relatively short boundaries towards the apartments. I think that's got to be the right move from Chris Dent to do that.
Yeah, he's giving him cover if he strays too straight, but if he bowls a good ball, it should still be a dot. Short ball pulled away, and there's going to be work to do on the boundary rope. It will be hauled in just in front of the boundary rope by Ian Cobain, and they've come back for a couple of runs. 53 for 1. Not sure that a delivery of that length at that pace is going to trouble Marcus Harris too much, having grown up in Western Australia and played at the Wacker for a large amount of his career. Goodman bowls to Harris. He bowls short and hooked away, but it'll just be one down to Dan Worrell at fine leg. So he bowled one even shorter, and Harris will keep the strike. 54 for 1. Harris up to 7. Leicestershire 54 for 1, and a lead now of 200.
It's probably Goodman's work done until after tea now. Higgins will bowl the last over before tea. Looks like he will do. There's going to be a chat with skipper Dent, and perhaps Leicestershire might have a chat at tea. They're 200 in front. They have got 30. They will have 34 overs left on the day. And Kristen having a chat with Tom Smith as well. Smith, I'm sure, will come into the thinking after tea. Here is Higgins, though, to bowl probably the last over before tea, and Harris defends. And the message in the two dressing rooms at the break will be interesting discussions, I think. Gloucestershire will have been relieved to have got past the follow-on total during this session, with, let's say, some good resistance from the lower order. Higgins round the wicket and has appealed for an LBW, which is not going to be upheld by Richard Illingworth. Certainly Nigel Long has been the one who's been giving the LBWs in this match, and Richard Illingworth wasn't interested in this one. Higgins bowling around the wicket. How wide was he? Well, not very wide.
That's its impact, isn't it? Once more, did it strike Harris in line? I think, looking at that replay, I think possibly
Height wasn't the issue, was it?
The other thing was that it moved away from Harris, almost as if it may have been an off-cutter from Higgins.
Higgins again, and Harris once more defends out to extra cover. Chris Dent is out there at the moment.
So yeah, probably impact, and then was it moving too much? Higgins was certainly very convinced.
Round the wicket. Oh, that's a decent delivery. That's And the line to bowl to Harris. He's got to draw him forward there. He's not sure whether that's going to come back in like a leg break, effectively.
Yeah, probing over this from Ryan Higgins. He's not had, actually, as we look at the replay, too many overs like this in the match. It's not done a huge amount. That just continued in on him on the angle, and Harris a little bit on the move as he tried to play it.
Harris has 7. Higgins 2, and that's the same angle and the same outcome again. Harris just making sure he covered everything, and Bracey again with the take.
I can't remember too many overs really that Gloucestershire bowled in the match where they've passed the outside edge multiple times in the same over. Maybe only a couple of overs really.
Maybe Harris has got a bit cautious in this last over 40. That's a bit of a prod. He's worked it away on the onside, and that gentleman says Nigel Long will be T. The umpires see the players heading to the pavilion, and there is the Leicestershire score at T. 54-4-1. The lead is exactly 200, and there are 34 overs left in the day. Ground staff are going to come out and just do what is necessary to the bowlers' foot marks. Just the 1 wicket for Gloucestershire, the slip catch taken by George Hankins off Ryan Higgins to get rid of opener Sam Evans. Azad and Harris will resume in 20 minutes time, light and rain permitting. We don't have rain at the moment, but the light is not very bright. And Ed, it still remains to be seen how much Leicester push the pedal here.
Yeah, and at what point they decide to do that. So far, Azad has batted in usual fashion. At what point do they decide that they can afford to go for it? We shall see.
Join us, will you? Indeed, not with that. That's an instruction. Would you like to, at 4:30 for the resumption here on this third day? Leicestershire, as you can see, 54-1, 200 in front after Gloucestershire squeezed past the follow-on total with a first innings score of 275. We're going to put the kettle on, and we'll join you again shortly before 4:30 for the final session of the day. 34 overs remain. Quite a lot could still happen. We'll join you in 20 minutes.
Right.
Well, the Bristol County Ground, as you can see, is going to have some more cricket after a delay for rain and bad light. We're about to get underway again after tea. A further 7 overs have been chalked off by the umpires, so we'll now lose a total of 14 on the day, but there still remains 27 overs to be bowled, and Leicestershire are 200 runs in front with 1 wicket down in their second innings. If you've perhaps gone for a cup of tea during the last 50 minutes or so, because you've been off for nearly that long if you include the tea interval and also the delay for the bad light and the rain, and it's certainly much brighter now than when the players went off for tea at 4:10. Ed Seaborn's alongside me. So 14 overs chalked off. I think it's less about the overs gone than the overs we have left. 27 overs to go with a lead of 200.
It's hard to see that they can really do enough in these 27 overs now to really think about declaring tonight. So Gloucestershire are going to be in a position where they're going to have maybe even less than a day to bat out tomorrow.
How far can Leicestershire get is the question. Josh Shaw's going to bowl the first over at the resumption.
So, 5 and over or so. I still even think if they scored at 5 and over, they'd be happy with declaring overnight. I think they'd want more tomorrow. Anyway, we're ready to go, and it'll be Shaw to Azad. And Azad defends away out towards backward point. And you'd think if there's going to be any attacking to be done, it's probably going to be Marcus Harris who's going to be more the one to do it. And it'll be up to Azad just to make sure that he doesn't completely get bogged down, but equally you wonder whether they're going to have a look at a few overs here and just make sure they get their eyes back in before potentially trying to kick on at all. As Shaw bowls, and Azad goes back and drops that one away out into the point region and doesn't get a run for it, so Shaw just hitting that back of a length that Chris Wright actually caused a few issues off. I don't think he's going to get necessarily the movement that Chris Wright got, but I think when Shaw came back and bowled that final spell and got the wickets, he just dragged his length back a little bit and hit the pitch harder, it seemed, and that worked quite well for him. So we'll see if he does that here. Shaw bowls, and Azad goes back and late cuts this one down to third man for a single. 55 for 1, Azad 18, so a third man and a fine leg for Josh Shaw, but not an overly defensive field set by Chris Dent with a couple of slips in place. And other than the third man and the fine leg, nobody else is out on the boundary as Marcus Harris prepares to face his first ball of the evening session. And Shaw moves in, bowls now. Oh, he bowls a good one, which actually angled across him. It continued to angle further as it passed the outside edge of Marcus Harris, but he certainly didn't have to play at this one, and this was almost looking like it might be similar to the Evans dismissal in that it was a ball that I don't think Marcus Harris would have thought about playing at had he been batting in the first innings and had a similar ball bowled to him. But good carry, good life there from Shaw as he bowls, and this time Harris does leave a fairly similar ball actually, although this one was a little bit fuller and just didn't quite seem to hurry on through in the same fashion. But a good start here from Shaw.
And this might be, it's possible to think of it like this, 27 overs. He might only have one spell tonight. It's possible.
Yeah, so he can certainly give it full gas as he prepares to bowl the last ball of the over. It does so now, and Harris will push that one away up towards mid-on, and the back face closing a little bit there, but pretty secure. 55 for 1, so just the single off that first over, and Leicestershire proving really how tough it can be to just score quickly, just go out and start your innings and score quickly. You can kind of get the sense from the way that Harris and Evans have batted that they're really wanting to feel bat on ball and get moving a little bit, but they're just being tied down by some decent Gloucestershire bowling, and also it's just not that easy to do that on this pitch.
No, I mean, Higgins has bowled 7 overs. He bowled 3 at the start and then another 4 before tea, but with a little bit of a breather he might have another, say, 3 here, we'll see. And he comes in from the Ashley Down Road end, and there's a single here to Hassan Azad to take Leicestershire's lead up to 201. If Smith was going to maybe have a handful of overs tonight, then it might be just one spell from each of the 4 main bowlers for the rest of the day. And I think increasingly these two, there's a drive pleasantly driven by Marcus Harris. They'll get a couple, they might get 3, because Dan Roll's got a lot of ground to make up out to the boundary here, and although his arm is a good one, they've come back comfortably for 3 runs. It might just be that, and it's kind of a cliched phrase, but are Leicestershire just going to bat normally and just see where they end up at the end or close to the end of today?
The overs that we've lost have, I think, now combined, Leicestershire have lost that ability to just assess after an hour, say.
Steered away by Azad. Cobain is at 3rd man. Yes, 14 overs could have been 50 runs, couldn't it? And that might be the difference between them being able to declare tonight, even if you wanted 4 overs, let's say, just an awkward little spell at the Gloucestershire openers, and then maybe other thinking about having to bat on for half an hour or 20 minutes tomorrow. We'll see. Higgins in, and that's let go by Marcus Harris. I come back to that stat about it being 1988, the last time that Gloucestershire chased over 300 to win a game here at Bristol. So anything north of 250 is going to be pretty awkward to get, and therefore Leicestershire, if they think that that's 300 figure is a magic number for them, then what's the overs equation? Surely it can't be less than 80, which would mean that they'd only have 1 new ball. They surely would want to give themselves a second new ball. If it's down below that, then they're probably batting pretty slowly. Let's see, 60 for 1. Higgins in once more, and turned away by Harris into the leg side. There'll just be a single. Tom Lace does the fielding. There's the wide angle camera.
Brathwaite almost ran into that as he was running to take up his position at the other end. The throw came fizzing in towards Bracey's gloves, and Brathwaite hadn't seen it.
That's the view across from, let's say, the camera on the end of the apartment block on the Kennington Avenue side. There's the clock, as you can see. It says 2 minutes past 5, and I'm pleased to say that the light is much better now than when the players went off just before tea. It was very gloomy then.
Higgins to continue. He will bowl over the wicket to Harris. Excuse me, not Higgins, of course. It's short, and that's pushed away to point. There's no run. The rain seems to have, for the most part, skirted around us. It could have delayed things by even more than it has. So there is that. Could really have killed quite a lot of the cricket that we had from about 3 o'clock onwards, because the rain skirted around and they're looking out over the flats, and it's clearly raining behind there. Not quite where the weather has been coming from, but there's plenty of rain about as Shaw bowls, and that's left alone by Marcus Harris. So we've certainly been lucky/unlucky, depending on whether you're a Gloucestershire fan just hoping that they survive for that draw.
Just as we have resumed play here, obviously Glamorgan beat Kent yesterday. Notts have beaten Derbyshire today. Was the Surrey game heading towards a Surrey win as well against Hampshire? I think it was. We'll check that for you in a moment. Here's Shaw
bowling, and that's gone along the floor to Bracey, who tumbles across to stop it. It genuinely beat Marcus Harris, but then the ball bouncing well before James Bracey. The replay showing that it's bounced kind of halfway to Bracey, and then we talked about those footmarks that are there from Chris Wright in particular, and if it hits one of those, then goodness knows where it could go. Here comes Shaw, bowls to Harris, and Harris tries to flee that one away through the offside, but has not got the timing on it whatsoever, and it rolls out towards cover. There's a lot of aggressive intention behind that shot, but not a great deal in terms of result. Clearly feeling as though he needs to go on the attack to any ball that is there for it. Is Marcus Harris is 11 off 32 balls at the moment as Shaw bowls to Harris, who drives, but drives straight to Tom Lace at point, so won't pick up a run there either. And you can imagine the level of frustration potentially starting to build. Harris, as he's hit a couple of fielders here, looking irritated down towards his bat, and I've said it already really, but he knows that Azad is unlikely to up his level of scoring by too much. Equally, Leicestershire don't want him to get out, so the onus may well be on Harris as Shaw bowls to Harris, and this time he's going to get it away through wide extra cover, and it's heading towards the boundary rope. We'll cross it now, so 4 runs to Marcus Harris, third time lucky for him. Went back and played a nice looking back foot drive off a ball that was quite short. It wasn't that wide, but at the same time it just sat up for him and allowed him to pick his spot. 65 for 1 score. Harris has 15 now.
Gary White's been on the email again. Have you got a copy of that? Or shall I read it out?
I have got a copy, yes. Just another talking point. Do you think an old-fashioned English seamer will ever get in an England team ever again in an environment dominated and obsessed by 90-mile-per-hour bowlers, e.g. Darren Stevens? I wonder. I think there's a sense that pitches may have changed a little bit now.
Here's Higgins, and Azad comes down the pitch to him, but really wasn't looking to play anything other than a textbook shot to that. It was really trying to negate the any movement from Higgins. I can't believe there isn't a discussion going on about James Bracey standing up here at some stage.
I think, going back to the question, the ideal thing would be, it's nowadays I think they're sort of looking for a bowler in the Craig Overton, Ollie Robinson style who can move the ball about in English conditions but is still tall enough to hit the pitch, maybe say in Australia.
Bracey's still staying back at the moment, despite that charge from Hazard off the last ball, and just pushes that out on the offside this time. There's the overall Leicestershire lead. It was 146 on first innings. They started with 53 overs in the day remaining, but we've lost 14 due to rain and bad light. And here is Higgins to Azad, once more staying around the wicket, and Azad defends. He's 20 not out, and we're in the 23rd over of the innings. That tells you about his concentration and desire, particularly having made naught in the first innings, to really make a contribution this time round. Higgins past umpire Illingworth, and that's chopped to Tom Smith. Dan Worrell, when Higgins went to start the first over from the Ashley Down Road end after tea, was going through some limbering up exercises. I can't believe that he won't be chosen to bowl at that end again once Higgins' spell is concluded. He's bowled, this is his 6th over either side of tea. Here he is, and Azad goes back, and again it's played defensively. Gary mentioned Steve Barwick. I think Steve Watkin would be another one you could pick potentially, of that sort of line and length, not express pace sort of bowler, going back a bit.
Yeah, I think that pitches probably are already changing even this year in county cricket.
Azad using his feet this time. That's got past Chris Dent. He's a chase for him. They'll take a couple, maybe not one on the Dent arm. Indeed not, they won't risk that. And Azad on the walk to that last delivery from Higgins, and Leicestershire up to 67 for 1. Azad has 22, Harris has 15. There's the wicket to fall so far. Sam Evans caught by Hankins, a second slip off Higgins for 22, and they haven't been peppering the boundary here, these two, much as Leicester did in the first innings. They've been trying to work the ball into the gaps to keep the score ticking up.
Yeah, 3 boundaries between these two, so majority of runs coming from 2s and 3s and singles. It'll be Harris on strike to Shaw, who just to continue to plug away, and he comes into bowl now to Harris. There's a nice thud as the ball hits the bat, and a textbook forward defence up the pitch. I guess it going back to the question, when you look at English pitches versus pitches elsewhere, particularly thinking about the Ashes, although we mustn't of course get too obsessed by the Ashes, even though it may be coming up, the danger is that you produce a bowler who, as Shaw bowls, Harris drives straight into the ground and won't get a run out towards wide mid-off. The danger is you produce a bowler that can only succeed in one set of conditions, and then you need another set for another set of conditions, and nobody's ever settled really. And I think they seem to be trying to move away from that kind of horses for courses type selection policy. But who knows? We'll see, because we don't really know yet, do we? Because Anderson and Broad are just so well set still as Shaw bowls to Harris, and that's edgily cut away down to the 3rd man boundary for 4 runs. I think that was a case of the ball just flashing away more off the outside edge than Harris necessarily originally intended it to go. But yeah, it was a forcing attempt, and it was a little aerial, but it was well wide of the 2 slips who are in place down through the gully region for 4 runs. Harris 19, 71 for 1, so a boundary coming there. Harris managing one off the final ball the previous over as well, but this one not quite so convincing. Short bowls. Harris, well, no, didn't really have to think about playing at that one. I thought he'd just inclined the hands towards the ball, but ends up leaving it alone. But we just don't know. Broad and Anderson have been going for so long, still going along so well. There's going to be 2 spots in the side. How are they going to fill them? But also, with the Ashes coming up, there's the knowledge that Broad and Anderson couldn't win the Ashes last time, so you're going to need somebody else to come in, and we've got Thunder. We've got Thunder now as Shaw bowls to Harris, who tucks that one away through mid-wicket. They'll pick up a quick single. And that's nicely judged, 72 for 1. It has to be said, the thunder cloud looks to be over towards where we're looking, really, over towards the flats. But equally, there is thunder about, and umpires are potentially get a little bit twitchy when that happens. That really came out of nowhere. But
yes, it is quite dark though over towards the scoreboard.
It does not look too clever at all,
side.
does it? Shaw bowls to Azad, and Azad plays quietly, and Shaw is able to flick the ball up off his boot into his hands to end the over. 5 runs have come from it, 72 for 1, Azad 22, Harris 20.
And just on matters here, before you go back to your point about the Ashes, there's the card. Chris Dent has gone quite defensive in his field setting. He's got a third man and a fine leg for Josh Shaw. He's only got 2 slips in. He's got plenty of people saving singles. He's trying not to let Leicestershire get away here. We were saying, how aggressive do Leicestershire want to be? Well, Chris Dent is trying to deny them that ability to accelerate, and of course that's perfectly correct that he should do that. Damwell's limbering up, but I don't think he's going to get this over from the Ashley Down Road end, but he might get the next one.
Yep, and Shaw 3 overs for 10. Higgins has kept things pretty tight since the interval, so like you say, it's just continuing in Higgins' case to do what he's been doing, bowl straight and make them do something.
These two have added 34, of which Harris's share is 20, and Higgins continuing to bowl round the wicket with the 2 left-handers together. Got 22 overs left on the day, including this one. Gloucestershire a long way ahead in terms of the net over rate in the game. And Higgins past umpire Illingworth, and again it's worked into the onside, straight to Lacey. Will try and shy a stump at the striker's end, but he's quite some way off, and the dive.
It wasn't the prettiest dive you've ever seen.
It wasn't, but it's one of those ones where you've just got to make sure you get there, haven't you? And Hassan Azad did that.
Yeah, I think he probably would have been in with a hit anyway, but when that was hit, I thought that was going to be really, really tight, but Azad must have been very alert from the non-striker's end to get through for that, having been the one running to the danger end. And I thought he was going to tip over forwards as he ended up finishing in an ungainly fashion in the dive, but as you say, Ian, he just got to make his ground in that situation.
Gloucestershire now without a slip to Hassan Azad. And Higgins to bowl to him, and he's going to work that onto the onside. There'll be 1 run, and that's all there'll be. And it's kind of getting to that stage, you feel, where Chris Dent is just trying to dry the runs up and just trying to say, okay, I won't say we're happy to concede singles, but we understand that you'll be able to work some singles. What we don't want to do is give away a flurry of boundaries.
Interesting, they've brought up that deep square leg for Harris now, though.
Higgins in again to Harris, and again he isn't trying to give him nothing he can play away in through that area where Lacey is patrolling at mid-wicket. He's got 3 men saving 1 on the offside, and a 3rd man and a fine leg, which are basically only just giving Leicestershire the singles. Higgins staying around the wicket, and again that's up to the tall figure of Dom Goodman at mid-on.
I think the thing about Harris as well is that whilst we're talking about Azad being the kind of rock at the top of the order, Harris is very much more inclined towards being a red ball player than a white ball player, so it's not necessarily his natural game to go on the attack either.
And he again works that onto the onside, but that's fielded by Lace, who I don't see that was George Scott, but it was Lace, who's basically always in that sort of cover mid-wicket area, and when the new ball is around, he's in that gully point region because he's so sharp, he's got good hands, and Leicestershire 74 for 1. As you can see, there's the lead, 220. 25 overs gone of their second innings, 21 overs to go tonight. And we have a sanitisation break with probably another couple of these until the close. The light, I'm pleased to say, is lifting a little bit. And
another rumble of thunder.
Not impossible to think that we will see Tom Smith at some stage before the close. Not saying how much, maybe only 2 or 3 overs, but I think Smith would get to turn his arm at some point before the close here.
I wonder about that. I don't know. I think it's interesting because you could potentially see Leicestershire try and really attack Tom Smith, and at the point that he comes on, the wickets aren't necessarily going to be the thing, I don't think. So Leicestershire almost could say we've got a shot to nothing against Tom Smith here, whereas against the seamers at the moment things are being kept fairly tight. Of course, if one of the seamers goes though, then I think definitely you would have to go to Smith, but I don't know. I don't know that Chris Dent would bring on Tom Smith just to see, basically, and he could just think about rotating his 4 seamers for the remaining 21 overs in the day as Shaw continues and bowls full and straight, and Azad meets it with a defensive bat.
Brathwaite's now in splendid isolation at first slip. He's only got Bracey to talk to.
It looks really, this field, it's exactly the kind of field that you might set, apart from that there's one too many men out. It's the kind of field that you would set at the beginning of a 50-over game, really. You've got third man and fine leg, a pretty tight ring, the only exception being the fact that there is a deep square leg out at the moment. Here comes Shaw. He's in and bowls. That's attempted to be helped around the corner by Azad, but he's not got very much on it, and it's gone down towards fine leg for a single. Not sure if that struck him on the splice of the bat. Maybe it certainly didn't make a very nice noise off it. 75 for 1. Azad up to 24. It was a bit of a half tracker, it looked like, from Josh Shaw, so possibly got away with that one a little bit. Certainly not hurrying through things here, Josh Shaw, and Gloucestershire continue to get further and further ahead of the over rate. In fact, it's ticked up to 9 overs that they're now ahead by as Shaw bowls, and Harris has tried to work that one away through the leg side, but it's struck him on the thigh pad, and nobody even bothering to waste energy on an appeal. But another scoring opportunity potentially goes a-begging. Mentioning about Marcus Harris and his being more red ball inclined, he's played more first-class matches than both List A and T20 combined. So very much a player who has been more of a red ball player in his career as Harris drives punchily and straight down the ground. There's going to be a chase, and it should be just about successful with a slide, and is. And they've come back for a couple of runs. In fact, they've come back for 3.
Yeah, Smith on the pursuit down in front of the pavilion.
In fact, the board says that they've come back for 3, but I think they've only run 2.
2, yeah. And they've changed it.
So it's 77 for 1. Scoreboard still reading 78. There comes Short round the wicket, continuing and bowling, and another drive down the ground, but this time it's going to find Tom Smith at mid-on. He's not going to have to move. Harris timing the ball a little better in the last couple of shots, but still overall things have not looked particularly fluent from either of these two since the tea break, and you wonder, are they just thinking about batting the rest of the evening at this rate? Maybe there will just be a point when a message will come out and things will change, but at the moment it's... Oh, he's bowled him! Shaw has got rid of Harris, and I think that was a drag on. Harris looking to drive through the covers and has dragged it onto his stumps, and Josh Shaw thinks at last he's got a wicket here. Took him a long time to get a wicket in that first innings, and having not got one against Hampshire, be very pleased to have struck early this time and removed Marcus Harris, bowled for 23, and that ends that particular partnership worth 39.
Rishi Patel comes in at number 4 for Leicestershire. Didn't really get established in the first innings, and now Gloucestershire have got the left-hand, right-hand combination all the way down the order, unless they can remove Azad, because he's the only remaining left-hander now in the Leicestershire innings. Good to get a second wicket, just checks the progress a little bit, and I suppose it increases the possibility that Leicestershire will just bat at whatever pace they find comfortable through until the close, and then assess what they might need to do tomorrow. The overall lead 223. What was our dream situation? Gloucestershire dismissed Leicestershire for 150. Well, if they're going to do that, then there's going to have to be a flurry of wickets tonight, you would have thought. And by a flurry, I mean like another 4 perhaps.
Yeah, it's going to need to be a cascade of wickets such as fell around about this time yesterday, really, with Gloucestershire's top and middle order disintegrating once Callum Parkinson had got rid of James Bracey.
Well, Higgins doesn't want to come off. He's going to have at least one more over. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 27 at the moment. His figures. And Gloucestershire with now Patel, and then they get into the Leicestershire middle order, and Patel relatively inexperienced himself, so Azad, a senior pro here, and he is gone too. 2 in 2. Higgins has got Azad out, and now is there another twist in this game, with Shaw having persuaded or induced a drag on from Marcus Harris. Now Higgins off the first ball of the next over. Bracey takes the catch as Azad tried to cut that away. It was too close to him, and now you've got 2 new batsmen at the crease together. The 2 men who might have provided a bit of glue have both gone. That's just 77 for 3.
And both gone playing attacking shots as well, so that may well put further doubts in the mind of Leicestershire as to whether they actually can decide to put the foot down. I don't think they can decide to do it tonight now. Whether it happens tomorrow is another thing, when they've got the security of knowing that they have battered themselves into a better position than they are now. But just shows you what I said yesterday, really. You can never take your eye off a game of cricket. You may think you know exactly which way it seems to be going, but who knows? Having said that, it's got a different feel about it than yesterday, though, because yesterday there were balls whizzing past the outside edge a fair bit, and yes, Dent and Bracey had looked good when they were really going, but particularly Dent took a bit of time to get there and didn't look as secure as we've seen him at times. And then really there was quite a lot going on for Leicestershire, whereas here it's just been kind of ticking along, and then a flailing drive dragging the ball onto the stumps, and a bit of a swat really from Hassan Azad.
Ball was a bit close for that shot, wasn't it?
It got big on him as well, and I think he was possibly surprised by the bounce that Higgins had got off that ball.
Lewis Hill's come in at number 5, and Higgins to bowl to him, back over the wicket, of course, to the right-hander, and Chris Dent's put the 2 slips back in, unsurprisingly, and I suspect that despite what his captain might think, Higgins will want to keep going. He's very much of that mindset when he's getting wickets.
And Higgins is of the mindset that 2 for 65 is almost a disappointing return for him.
Higgins in and Hill solidly forward.
And that's what he did in the first innings from 31 overs. He bowled very tightly, but I reckon he would have been disappointed not to have caused more problems than he did, yet still ends up with 2 for 65, which isn't exactly terrible. And here he's got a chance to really get in amongst the wickets.
Well, I think 2 wickets quickly is going to check the scoring rate significantly over the next few overs. That we might really good anyway. And here is Lewis Hill, who just ducks under a sharp one from Higgins and taken by James Bracey. 223 the lead, 19 overs to go tonight after this one. Well, Dan Worrell will be keen to get into the action here, but I don't think he's going to have a bowl maybe for at least one more over from Higgins. Here is the all-rounder in, and Lewis Hill solidly together, and Patel at the other end just waits to get him really involved in the game. And Shaw, you would have thought, is going to be keeping going, also having had a wicket at the other end. Only those extra 14 overs have been available to Gloucestershire. That might have made it extremely interesting. Higgins again into Hill, steers that away down to a third man. He's going to get off the mark, and the return is from Josh Shaw's a bit of a high one, but Bracey does just take the pace off it, and it's backed up, fortunately, as Shaw boomed that throw in from down in front of the empty seats in the stand on the far side. There are the details of the 2 wickets. So Evans getting a start, and then Hassan Azad and Marcus Harris taking Leicestershire to tea, and then out in successive deliveries, one to Shaw and one to Higgins, who's now taken 2 sweaters. I think that might be it for Higgins. And Dan Worrell, I would think, is going to bowl from that Ashley Down Road end when Gloucestershire pick up the attack from that end again shortly.
So Hill has got the strike, taking the middle stump to Josh Shaw, who will be looking to do something that not too many people have found very easy this season. That's remove Lewis Hill cheaply. He bowls now, and Hill clips this one away through backward square. That'll be 2 runs, I think. Goodman having to throw across his body. The throw comes in, but they are back for that second run. They had to run that one quite sharply. Goodman with a decent arm, but even that was not able to prevent them from doubling up. 80 for 3. Hill has 3 to his name. I always wonder whether there are some Leicestershire fans thinking, OK, we lost a couple of wickets. Good. We now can't just plod along and allow Gloucestershire to get themselves into a position where they haven't got so many overs to face. Maybe it might not be such a bad thing if we force them into a lower chase. Shaw bowls, and there's a pleasantish looking drive. I can say it was a pleasant looking shot, but actually didn't get the timing.
You're saying that it might be no bad idea if Leicestershire actually get bowled out?
Yes, in a similar fashion actually to, I think, when we had the Surrey match, one Surrey fan had sent us an email which said that they would not be at all disappointed to see Surrey bowled out quickly, and Gloucestershire in and chasing what looked to be a more tantalising target. So possibly there are a few Leicestershire fans thinking with nothing to lose, well, let's get at Gloucestershire again. Shaw bowls, and Hill rises up and plays it down to backward point. Doesn't get a run.
They would still want to double the score they're currently on, I think.
Oh yeah, yes. You would want heading on for 300, even in that situation where you think, okay, let's get bowled out sooner rather than later, so our hand is forced almost. I don't think you'd be comfortable with
280,
for example. Too comfortable with 280, no. Here comes Shaw, he bowls to Hill, who drives, but drives up to mid-off. Decent timing from Hill, a little better than his first attempt at a similar shot. But Hill, who is still sitting pretty well in terms of the overall run scorers in the county championship, still in 7th place currently in the country. You'd have had fairly long odds on that at the start of the season, but what a season he's having. Oh, there's a leading edge from Hill this time, though. I say leading edge, the bottom hand seemed to come off his bat there. I'm not quite sure where he was looking to play it, but it went quite uppishly in the end, up towards mid-off, and they've come through for a single, which will...
Josh Shaw said something as Hill got to the non-striker's end there.
That's a one-handed... Oof, goodness knows what on earth you describe that as, but the bat coming almost right across his body with the face open, and you can see why Gloucestershire were interested. So Rishi Patel will face, and Shaw bowls, and Patel drives into the ground, and it's taken at backward point. So Rishi Patel just the one ball to face, and that's him done for now. 81 for 3, Leicestershire lead of 227, and Rishi Patel, who really made a extraordinarily bad error of judgment in the first innings, will be looking to rectify that, and especially with the likes of Harry Dearden still available, and then Colin Ackerman presumably to come back, hopefully not too long, having sustained a concussion in the last match. He needs runs, as Rishi Patel, in a similar fashion to we were talking about with, for example, the likes of George Hankins for Gloucestershire.
Well, that signal of Higgins taking 2 sweaters was that he is coming out of the attack. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 28, and Dan Worrell is back. This will be probably a single burst for Worrell, you'd have thought, in terms of the rest of the day. He's in and bowls to Lewis Hill, and a big cry of no, and Patel was definitely sent back there. Whether Hill really was interested in a single, I think from my perspective he definitely was not.
No, I think Patel had taken a few steps down, and Hill, the call was late, because I don't think Hill had ever imagined that Patel might be setting off for one there.
Worrell from the Ashley Down Road end, and Hill works that away on the onside. They'll only take one. Bracey's coming away from behind the stumps to pick up. Worrell 0 for 10 in his earlier stint, but in terms of the play after tea, 7 overs were lost because of rain. They only have a 27 over session, and George Hankins has gone to get the protective headgear, and that probably means that Lace, I would suspect, is going to go in at short leg for Patel. Took a smart catch there to get rid of Sam Evans in the first innings, and he's quite close, not quite here, he's in your shot now. He wasn't originally, but he's just crept forward, and Worrell from the Ashley Down Road end into Patel, who is tall and stands tall and defends. There's Chris Dent, Gloucestershire captain, out at extra cover, and Hill and Patel just trying to stabilise things a little bit after 2 wickets fell in successive balls, with Azad and Harris both out. Here is Worrell again. Again, Patel defends it. We're talking about the comparison between Worrell and Chris Wright, and is Wright somebody who really commits himself more to the pace that he wants to bowl at? Worrell is not bowling at Wright's pace at the moment, is he? Not for me.
No, I think Worrell tends to bowl more within himself than Wright does, and Wright really seems to throw himself at almost every ball, whereas Worrell, I think, tends to pace himself more and then give you the effort ball every once in a while.
Here is Worrell in once more, clipped into the gap at mid-wicket. That may go all the way for 4. There's a chase for Smith and for Dom Good, but it's going to hole up short, and Smith just stops it. They've come back for the 3rd run, and that's one of the longest boundaries, and the ball just literally creeping towards the rope, and Smith hauled it in about no more than a foot inside the rope, I would think, and he's been told now to go back out to deep square by Dan Worrell for Lewis Hill. So we've got a deep square and a long leg.
Suggests there's going to be some short stuff coming to Lewis Hill.
And a man in at short leg as well, or forward short leg. Here's Worrell again, and Hill goes back and plays it out to Tom Lace at point. The end of the first over of Worrell's spell. Leicestershire 85 for 3. There's the overall lead, 231. It's creeping up, but it's not really doing any more than that at the moment.
No, and unless Gloucestershire bowl badly, you'd have thought it's unlikely to do more than continue to creep up. Having said that, Hill, I suspect Hill will probably come out and try and be positive, because he's feeling so confident at the moment. You would think, after the runs that he's got under his belt, that he can come out and pretty much do whatever he wants. But with Rishi Patel at the other end, interesting to see how he goes about things. Here's Shaw, and he charges in, bowls to Patel, and Patel's struck, I think, maybe on the gloves, and that goes out into the backward square leg region. Single to Rishi Patel, who moves up to 4, but I don't think he knew a huge amount about that one.
And Josh Shaw is having he's having a chunter at these two batsmen when they get down the non-striker's end. I think he's, effectively saying, my name's against yours in the scorebook shortly, or words to that effect.
It'll probably be some pretty terrible banter, won't it?
Yeah.
I suspect the vast majority of it is out there. Here comes Shaw, bowls to Hill, and Hill plays a straight drive, and that's a good stop at mid-off. And Tom Smith there again. He's effected several good pieces of fielding in this innings. The trousers may not be as white as they were when they started off today, but he's having a good day out there as Tom Smith, even though he hasn't bowled a ball yet, because vitally important innings for him to help see Gloucestershire over that follow-on target earlier on today. And then he's stopped at least 3 balls from heading towards the boundary.
Higgins just with a bit of advice for Josh Shaw.
That has worked before, hasn't it? That Surrey match, you can remember Shaw pointing to Higgins as Hill forward and playing up towards Higgins at mid-on. There's no run. Can't remember which wicket it was, but there was a distinct point towards Ryan Higgins from Josh Shaw, and he confirmed afterwards that Ryan Higgins had indeed just suggested that it was something to do with holding the ball slightly differently, and that was what had worked for that particular delivery. Now, are Gloucestershire asking for a ball change, or are they just asking for it to be dried? Either way, Nigel Long has tossed it back to them, so not particularly interested in what they had to say. I don't think he actually did anything to the ball. Hill on strike on 5 as Shaw charges past umpire Long, bowls, and there's a drive, and a really pleasant drive through extra cover. It's a long boundary out there. There'll probably be 3 as Smith hauls it in just before the rope, but they come through for a pretty comfortable 3rd run. And a total up to 89 for 3. Lewis Hill on to 8, and it's already looking as though Lewis Hill's just continuing to pick up where he left off. The run machine at the moment is Lewis Hill.
Certainly looked very confident in the first innings when he came out and Well, he got 70. He got to 77 by the end of the first day, having only been in mid-afternoon.
And he also had to start effectively twice because of the rain that came as well. So he came straight back out after the rain delay and looked as though he'd never left the crease. It's that level of confidence for him at the moment. There's a catcher in at leg gully here for Shaw as he bowls to Patel, and he bowls him a Yorker, which Patel digs out. And I do like to see Josh Shaw bowl that ball, especially after having got Patel to fend one off in his last over.
I always wondered actually whether that was actually a slightly slower ball as well. I know it was a different length, but just occurred to me that he held it back a little bit.
There's a catcher at leg gully, which is exactly where the ball landed, which Patel fended off as Smith bowls, and that's cut away, and Worrell has picked it up at third man. I think Ian Cockburn was a bit worried that Dan Worrell hadn't seen that ball, but he did eventually, and so it's a single. 90 for 3 is the score, and Rishi Patel will keep the strike, and he's got 5 to his name.
We didn't get this far earlier because there was a wicket, I think. Is the Surrey-Hampshire match over, do you know, Ed?
It is now over, yes. Surrey have won by an innings and 289 runs. Hampshire all out for 179 in the end.
That's a sage and an onion result, that one, isn't it?
I don't think I've heard that term.
Have you not?
No.
No. It's a stuffing.
Ah, there we go. Should have thought of that.
Here's Dan Worrell in and clipped away very, very fine. That'll be 4. Patel's got that very, very fine. Not anything Ian Cockburn could do about that. And the right-hander takes his score on to 13, and this is how he was able to do it. Just helping it on its way, really. Nice height to just work away. No risk. Down towards the fine leg boundary in front of the pavilion. Leicestershire up to 94 for 3. Here's Worrell again. Again to Patel. Inside the line this time. Takes the bat away. And taken by James Bracey. So a result at Derby, a result at the Oval, and a result yesterday at Glamorgan.
I should also point out what's happening at Taunton, where Somerset playing Middlesex. They bowled Middlesex out for 117 in Middlesex's second innings, and Somerset 9 for 1, requiring 198 to win.
Worrell in and edged, and has that gone down? Bracey and Brathwaite, Hankins and Brathwaite, I should say. Between them, Bracey looks ruefully down the pitch, and Hankins, I think either he's in pain or he knows that he's done a bad. Oh dear me, that's a bad miss. Very nice height, and Hankins should really have taken that, and Gloucestershire should have a 4th wicket.
I think it's injury to insult as well, because Hankins is still looking in some trouble, and yes, it was to his left, but the ball was not whistling to him. He had plenty of time to see it, and when the ball carries at that height, at this level, you've got to take them. As I say, the only thing was moving to his left. In general, slip fielders who are right-handed would want to move to their right, but that's unfortunately, you'd have to say, not enough of an excuse to say that it was a very bad miss, especially given the situation. Now, possibly Rishi Patel may be, on paper, slightly less of a costing drop than Lewis Hill, but at the same time, Gloucestershire desperately hunting for wickets, and every one counts. Should also point out, by the way, just back to what's happening at Taunton, that the wicket that Middlesex took was off the very first ball of the innings. Banton bowled Murtagh for a golden duck.
Hankins is on his feet. I wonder if he's had a dislocated finger there. Is he going to go off? Yes, George Scott's going to come out, I think, and Field in his place. So Hankins is leaving the field.
The X-ray clinic's going to have been busy the last few days.
You just wonder whether he actually did he try and close his hands around the ball too early? Was that why he couldn't take that? Christian's gone back in at second slip, and a chance gone. There's George Scott out as sub-fielder. Dan Roll's got to create another opportunity now with that one having been spilled, and that's clipped away by Patel into the leg side, fielded by Smith. If you're chasing wickets as Gloucestershire are to try and really keep the score within reasonable parameters, you've got to gobble up every opportunity, haven't you? And that, I'm afraid, was one that should have been taken. Here is Worrell again in, and the only way to check this now, as Patel plays that out on the onside, is to basically dismiss Patel quickly via another route.
Hankins normally such a safe pair of hands at slip, but he's dropped, I think, maybe 3 now this season in total. So you wonder whether you'd hope that it wasn't the dismissal earlier on that was somehow putting him in a different frame of mind. Anyhow, I've got a leg slip in place now.
Worrell in again, and that's went fine down the leg side and getting once again. Cobain can't haul it in, so Patel's got 2 boundaries in that area, one without a fielder as cover and one with a fielder as cover. Even with Tom Smith in there, you can see where he is. Let's see which side of Smith did this delivery go from Patel. I fancy it was to his left. Yes, it was. And 98 for 3 now, and Patel scratchily onto 13.
Well, they had the plan in place, it seemed. That almost looked like exactly where he wanted to bowl it, just in that position where Patel was either having to fend it off fine or clip it fine, but just managed to get it to Tom Smith's left, and then Ian Cobain was quite wide, more like long leg really, unable to bring it in.
Shaw's bowled 6 overs in this spell. He's going to keep going.
1 for 21 as he bowls now to Hill. Hill clips away, and a good tumbling stop at mid-wicket. No run. I think that's Tom Lace at mid-wicket.
George Scott is in the position that Lace often occupies at point.
Either way, in a pretty active position, and actually at mid-wicket you're really in the game, because you know, having seen, if you did, the first innings, how strong Hill is through that wide mid-wicket region. He really likes to clip the ball with quite a open face, so it tends to go more in front of square as Shaw bowls to Hill, and Hill jabs that one away through the covers. There'll be 2. They might think about a 3rd on the arm here, and no, they will not take on the arm of Ian Cobain. So 2 runs brings up the 100 for the innings for Leicestershire, but it's another one of those landmarks that isn't really greeted at all. In fact, all the Leicestershire players who are still sitting just behind the boundary boards there, not one of them applauding for the 100 for the innings. The far more important number is the lead, which is now 246. Hill into double figures, on to 10. Shaw bowls to Hill, and there is that shot through that wide mid-wicket region, but he's not able to pick up a run for it as Lace moves across to field. You think just if they could just get Hill out in particular, that wicket of Hill might just send a few ripples through that Leicestershire dressing room, just because of the form that he's been in. You lose the form batsman. Swindles didn't get runs in the first innings. Ben Mike did bat well for his half century, but then you're into the all-rounders and lower order, as there's a short ball which Hill tries to pull and doesn't get any bat on it. Shaw continuing the attack with the verbals as well as with the ball to Lewis Hill. Certainly feels as though it's worth maybe trying to get under his skin a little bit, or at the very least Shaw trying to fire himself up for another few balls. And a pretty good short ball that from Josh Shaw with sharp. Hill had a go at it, but nothing on it. Here comes Shaw, he bowls. There's the whip through mid-wicket. It was aerial, but that's where it goes, and it's gone for 4 runs. 104 for 3. Hill's got 14 to his name. You just wonder whether, having seen the ball go in that exact region so many times, you just want somebody sitting right there for it, basically.
That was quite leg side, though.
It was, but at the same time, that's where the ball's going. I know you don't necessarily want to set a field for bad bowling, but at the same time, his wagon wheel, I suspect, would suggest that a lot of the balls that are bowled there end up there. So I think Lace is a little bit more towards the mid-on side of mid-wicket now, but still not quite where that ball had gone. 104 for 3 as here's Shaw, he bowls. Ooh, and that one was a lovely line and length from Josh Shaw that Hill, yes, he did play inside the line at it, but it didn't pass his outside edge by much. Ends the over, 104 for 3, and Leicestershire's lead has hit the 250 mark.
Yeah, this is the last ball of the over. And Shaw's now got through 7 overs. One for 27. Where is Dom Goodman? He's had a spell before tea.
Mid-on, I think, at the moment.
Yes, he is, and that's, I would think, the likely change Gloucestershire are going to make. But here's Worrell to continue the attack. Had a chance dropped in the last over, and really should have a wicket against his name. 104 for 3. Leicestershire, as you can see, that's the short form position in the game. Here we are, post tea on the 3rd day. 13 overs to go in the day after this one, and both the batsmen, via different routes really, have got themselves into the teens here.
Yeah. That's all good, mate.
Worrell with a short leg, Lace in place, but again, Patel standing reasonably tall and playing that away on the onside.
Just wonder when that ball's going to be dug in a bit more by Worrell. The field is still set very much for a catch somewhere on the leg side in short.
Smith and Lace, the two players you can see in shot there. Lace short forward square. Smith at leg stiff, and again Patel stands tall, doesn't get inside the line, just watches the ball and content to defend. Now, we debated about the start of the day how interesting it might get and what the most creative cricket would be, if you like, through the day, and it's been made as such because Gloucestershire just about got to the follow-on.
It would be even more interesting had it been 4 down.
It would. Worrell tries to tease Patel, and he has got that away actually through the backward point region, and Ian Cobain can't haul it in, and it's gone all the way to the fence for 4. He's got the 2 men in there, but that was a line that Patel felt he could play. The whip shot from, actually, it was quite tight to him, but he got into position quickly and played that convincingly away past the 2 catchers and down to the rope. 108 for 3, and Patel waits again, and again he stands tall this time and punches that away past the dive of Higgins. They'll take 1. And are these 2 going to try and attack for 10 overs, I wonder?
I think Rishi Patel's natural game seems to be to play his shots, so the Gloucestershire have almost removed the players who were on the go slow, and now they've got a couple of players in who just naturally probably will look to attack. So either way, Leicestershire are either going to score a fair few runs quickly, or Gloucestershire may end up with a couple more wickets.
Worrell in again to Hill. That was a little stab out on the offside, a steer perhaps you might call it, straight to Scott. No addition to the score. Hankins is coming back out onto the field, so I'll suggest that maybe some running repairs have been sufficient there. Whether he will go back to fielding in the slips at this moment remains to be seen. There that the Leicestershire wickets to fall, 2 to Higgins and 1 to Shaw. And will it still be Shaw, or will it be?
I think your expected change is coming.
Yeah, Goodman's actually going to give his sweater to George Scott as he goes off, and the tall former Clifton College pupil, obviously played in the university game for Exeter Uni against Gloucestershire pre-season. It's been through the academy, and he now comes on 6 overs already in an earlier stint. How many would he have this time, I wonder?
Goodman bowls, and there's a bit of a loosener well outside the off stump, but not wide enough to be called a wide, and you never know, sometimes those balls get wickets, and Azad was out to a ball that you wouldn't necessarily have said would be a wicket-taking ball. Quite short, and a little bit of width on it, and he cut one through to the wicket-keeper. Goodman is in and bowls, and once more left alone. Just the one slip in place. They've gone with more catches on the short on the offside, so a shortish cover, and extra cover. It's probably a little bit more of a conventional extra cover, but maybe a couple of steps in. Goodman here with potentially a 7 over spell to complete the day, or unless they would think about bringing on Higgins or Smith from this end as Goodman bowls, and that's pulled, sort of a short arm jab really rather, from Rishi Patel out towards the wide mid-wicket boundary. He'll get 2 runs.
I should say Hankins is fielding at mid-off. He's not gone back into the slips after, not because of that error I'm sure, but maybe because of how his fingers are.
It's interesting though, having had a catch dropped at second slip, that they wouldn't have a second slip for Goodman. 111 for 3. Goodman bowls to Rishi Patel, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Rishi Patel already past his current, admittedly young career average of around about 18, so he's got his life and he's looking to try and make the most of it, continuing to move the score along with decent pace. Here comes Dom Goodman, bowls now to Patel, and that's left this time. Ball didn't sort of continue to move away at all really. It kind of held its line through to James Bracey, but there's not a great deal amount in terms of great deal of assistance for Dom Goodman at the moment.
When you saw him bowl at Taunton, did you think that it was the bounce that was going to get him his wickets?
Here comes Goodman, and he bowls to Patel, and Patel leaves once more, so a couple of runs off the over. 111 for 3 the score remains. I was actually going to mention that first time that I saw him at Taunton, because he didn't move the ball masses, but I felt he was just shaping the ball enough. It wasn't just purely the fact that it was bounce. There was some movement through the air as well, and a bit of natural shape away from the right-handers, but he hasn't found swinging the ball easy here, and really, in truth, even Higgins and Worrell haven't swung the ball very much. Chris Wright was getting the ball to swing fairly consistently, so I'm not sure whether Leicestershire had worked on the ball better or whether it was something that Chris Wright was doing. But either way, Leicestershire do seem to have got more assistance through the air than Gloucestershire have.
Just looking at George Hankins' left hand, he's got it. Some plaster around the wrist area, so that may indicate that when he went to go and try and make that catch, he didn't really grasp it as he wanted to at all. Here's Worrell in, and that's turned behind square for Hankins to come in from the boundary at long leg. They'll just take a single. Maybe he got his hands all wrong when he went to go and try to take that catch. Patel had 9 at the time. He's now got 20, and Lewis Hill has got 15. 258. The lead is just sneaking up. 11 overs to go after this one, but the light again has just gone a little bit flat once more, and Worrell has an orthodox slip and a leg slip and a short leg once more for Patel. So clearly it is a thought process that is really deep in Chris Dent's mind here, and Patel stands tall this time and defends back up the pitch.
A little bit of a jump from Rishi Patel there, certainly enough to keep Worrell thinking that that might be how he's going to get him. Somerset lost a second wicket at Taunton, 23 for 2 now, needing 184 more runs to win. And also Warwickshire just 1 wicket remaining, and they're going to go down to an innings defeat to Durham, it seems.
Here's Worrell hunting a 4th wicket for Gloucestershire, and short and taken by Bracey as Patel ducks. Bracey going down the leg side.
Lancashire 87 without loss against Sussex, requiring 166 more runs to win, so it looks as though Lancashire are going to continue to run Group 3, and they'll have a pretty decent buffer after this, because Sussex are in 4th. That's who they'll be beating. Lancashire will be not quite running away with Group 3, because Yorkshire may win as well, but with bad light suspending play at Headingley, Northants 94 for 4, needing 126 more, so right in the balance, that one still.
So the 2 possible draws are the games at Worcester and here. Would that be right?
Yep.
Worrell in once more and steered, but safely by Patel, down to George Hankins at long leg. They'll just pick up 1 more run. That Sussex game seems to have accelerated pretty quickly, because their second innings, where was the damage done?
Yeah, it really has. Sussex 154 all out. It was a fairly consistent fall of wickets there, but Lancashire's 88 without loss has been made in just 18 overs, with Alex Davies 59 not out, just 49 balls.
Here's Worrell round the wicket and short, and Bracey can't take that cleanly. There's going to be a shy at the stumps, but it doesn't hit directly, and 1 by is added to the total.
Yeah, Bracey was reaching up towards it, and you have your heart in your mouth every time he's got to do something like that. It's only bruised, but at the same time you don't want things to get exacerbated.
Further theory on the leg side with Higgins coming across. Laces at short leg, so Chris Dent patrolling just about every area in front of square on the offside to Patel, and Worrell again round the wicket to him, and he's hauled that away. It's along the ground though. Tom Smith will chase it. They might go for 2, and they'll take a second on the arm. They've judged that well, so the persistent line of attack from Dan Worrell here to Rishi Patel, but it's not delivering its intended outcome, and Brathwaite is just shuttling off the field, and George Scott is back on again.
11 overs remain in the day, and even in terms of time, as well as the fact that these two are starting to really accelerate things, Rishi Patel in particular, that drop proving very costly already. Goodman to continue from the Bristol Pavilion end. Lewis Hill 15 doesn't seem to have had quite as much of the strike as Rishi Patel of late, but it was probably the other way round when it started off, because I think Rishi Patel was kept almost entirely off strike for the first few overs. As here comes Goodman now, bowls to Hill, and Hill cuts straight to point, and I think there was a sting to the hands there of Ian Cobain as he fielded that one.
Yeah, the strike is almost identical. It may just have been arrived at a
yes, it just sort of flipped really now.
Different route. Patel's faced 3 more balls than Hill, that's all.
Cover is fairly short, but not that short, but down in a catching position. One slip as Goodman bowls now, coming forward and playing defensively up the pitch as Lewis Hill. He's not come out necessarily looking to do anything that he didn't do in the first innings, really. It has just been normal cricket from him, and I think really it's been normal cricket from Rishi Patel. He's just obviously somebody who isn't going to turn down any opportunity for runs. Here comes Goodman, starts off his smooth run up and bowls, and Hill has sort of jabbed that one away into the offside, really more towards the bottom of the bat, and doesn't get any runs for it. Rishi Patel, highest score 35 in first class cricket. This is his 9th match, and last match came in as the concussion replacement for Colin Ackerman, made 27 in his only innings. Goodman bowls to Hill, and oh, Hill has flailed at that one. It's heading down towards third man, and Worrell cannot bring it in. It's away for 4 runs. Lewis Hill with a bit of a wild swat at that one. Didn't seem to be particularly full. We'll see on the replay. Well, actually, it was quite full and wide. A little bit of swing there from Goodman. I think that's what's taken the outside edge. But Lewis Hill picks up 4 runs anyway. 120 for 3, lead up to 266.
I wonder if Hill just make that point after this ball.
Here's Goodman, bowls to Hill, goes back, turns it away up towards mid-on, and they'll take off for a quick single and make it comfortably 121 for 3.
I mean, this is the first time I've seen Dom Goodman live. It strikes you that he likes to get into a rhythm. He doesn't have a huge variety of whether to bowl a short ball or a ball that's pitched up. It's a very much a metronomic approach.
Goodman bowls to Patel, who comes forward and plays inside half of the bat defensively into the leg side, but won't pick up a run for it. 121 for 3 at the end of the over.
It strikes me he's trying to squeeze an error out of you as a batsman, and maybe Hill thinks, well, actually he's not moving the ball very much, so can I actually hit him out of the attack as Gloucestershire did with Ben Mike? He's relatively inexperienced. Is that I know, yes, he does have the extra height, which might give you a bit of extra bounce, but if there isn't much swing and the ball's not doing a lot off the seam, can you hit him out of the attack as he tried to do with that last really aggressive stroke? Now it did go off a thick edge obviously and go down towards the fence, but we're coming to the end of a day. He's had 1 spell already. He hasn't taken a wicket in this match yet. Hill will have seen quite a bit of him. Is he hittable? Question.
So I think he was surprised by the fact that ball did swing, because it was one of the first balls that we've seen from Goodman which has swung quite noticeably.
Here's Worrell to start a new over, and that's worked out on the offside, but to no credit by Lewis Hill. He'll stay on 20. There you can see what the lead is. 9 overs to go tonight after this one. Light permitting, we are nearly 6:15, so it will be quite a late finish. And Worrell should have 1 in the wickets column against his name. Patel was dropped at slip, and that's down the leg side and taken by Bress. He dropped at second slip by George Hankins when he'd made 9. It was a chance to his left, Hankins's left, but it was a nice height, actually probably easier than the one he took earlier in the innings, because he had a low catch at second slip. But that one, he spilt it and he had to go off for some treatment. That's why he's got a black plaster on his left wrist at the moment, I suspect. And once again, Worrell trying his best here in this second spell of the day to nip out one of these two.
He clearly doesn't feel as if he's going to get, well, particularly to start off with Rishi Patel, but Lewis Hill now even, he doesn't feel as if he's going to get them out by just plugging away at a line and length and hoping for some movement. It looks like he's decided that he needs to try and make something happen, put the kind of, well, I say put the effort in, obviously puts effort in every ball, but put more effort in and bang it in a bit more.
That is banged in a bit more, and it's untidily taken by Bracey, who again throws off the one glove. I think that's probably more in irritation than anything else.
It's one of those things, isn't it, when you've got issues with the fingers where almost the more you try and protect and you don't, you see him, it doesn't really kind of jump up for that ball, and as a result it does hit the fingertips, so you're almost in trying to protect the fingertips, you end up taking more blows on the fingers than you would if you didn't have an issue.
Roll to Patel once more. He is sprinting in a bit faster now than he was earlier in this spell, but Patel is equal to everything at the moment.
And I say that as somebody who was not very good at catching the ball, and so constantly ended up jarring the fingers whilst catching them, and then as I was more and more worried about jarring the fingers, then that's exactly what happened more and more.
It's like a spiral, isn't it?
Yep.
There's the Leicestershire lead, 268. Remember, there's 1 day to go, plus the remaining 9 overs tonight. Patel waits for Worrell, and again, bats that safely away defensively. We're on the onside. Worrell's got through 11 overs, no wicket for 31. Doesn't tell you everything though. Higgins 2 for 28 from 11. Goodman 0 for 26 from 8. Shaw 1 for 27 from 7.
These two have scored a little over 4 runs and over in their partnership so far, so and that's with only 1 run off the last over, so pushing 5 and over before that last tight over from Worrell, which goes down as a maiden. They've played their shots. Gloucestershire have gone on the attack
45 they've had, haven't they, by my maths, is that right?
Yeah, 45 in, well, 10.5 overs now, so it was 44 in, it was more like 4.5, I suppose, before the last over. Goodman bowls, and that's down the leg side. Is there anything on that? Gloucestershire seem to think, well, I say Gloucestershire, some members of the Gloucestershire side seem to think so and some didn't. Nobody's looking too disappointed that it wasn't given out. Here's the replay, see if we can detect anything obvious here as the ball was a little way down the leg side, but I'm not sure if maybe it did just flick his pad or something.
Goodman joined the appeal late.
Yeah, So it was only interest from half, basically. Half hadn't moved, half were jumping about a bit. Goodman is there, bowls to Hill, and Hill works away to mid-wicket but won't pick up a run for it. Still think Goodman's kind of gone about things in a similar fashion, like you said, as to how he normally does, really. He's looking to be metronomic, looking to hit that same spot on a good length, but so far not really getting the rewards for it, as bowls now to Hill, who drives hard, but they've got a fielder at cover, and so there will be no run. The offside's quite well stacked with mid-off, extra cover, cover and point. Able to squeeze that one through.
Smith's gone back onto the boundary at deep square now.
Haven't really seen Goodman bang the ball in short very much in his Gloucestershire career so far as he bowls, and that's turned away down towards long leg by Hill. They thought about pushing hard for the second, but will just get the one. 123 for 3. It really does feel as though that drop, even if Leicestershire may well have put on another partnership afterwards, it feels as though it probably has killed any chance Gloucestershire might have felt that they had of bowling Leicestershire out for a total and then trying to chase it down tomorrow. Here's Goodman, he bowls now to Patel, turns away to the sweeper out at deep square leg, and another single taken. 124 for 3, lead up to 270.
I think your point about that is that Gloucestershire, if they could have bowled Leicestershire out, it's not Leicestershire's decision how many they need to get, how many they need to chase. Whereas it now feels as if it probably is Leicestershire's decision.
Yeah, and it's only taken a partnership of 10 overs, and it is a decent sized partnership now, but is it 47 now that they've put on, and we're at a stage really where it was just going to take 2 partnerships like that, and Gloucestershire probably out of any vague hopes they might have had of winning. And as I said, maybe even if that catch had been taken, the overwhelming likelihood is that they wouldn't have been able to do that. There's another flashing, edgy drive down to Dan Worrell at third man. This time it's right at him, and they get one more run to end the over. So 3 runs have come off it. 125 now for 3. And Lewis Hill, I don't think he would necessarily have played that shot or the slash in the previous over off Goodman in his first innings. So he's definitely attempting to accelerate things a little more, even if actually overall with 22 to his name from 39 balls, he's scoring at a pretty similar rate to what he did in the first innings.
Patel's wanted a drink and a change of gloves, and that may be the code for a message that's come out from the Leicester dressing room.
I think
as
actually
well.
we might potentially be going off a bad light here.
They are coming off, and one assumes that is not a declaration.
I think Nigel Long may be getting his light meter out to put on the top of the stumps to take a reading here.
Doesn't look that dark, actually.
So it doesn't look that much darker than it did when they were still playing earlier on, but I think that is the light meter that Nigel Long has got, and he's taken the bails off in preparation to rest the light meter on the top of the stumps as they do.
So in theory there are 8 overs to go, but it does look as if, yes, the umpires are taking a light reading here. So Patel and Hill come off with Leicestershire 125 for 3, 271 ahead. What are the chances, I wonder, of returning at 23 minutes past 6 with 8 overs still remaining? If that is it for the day, Leicestershire are, I'm sure they would say, are not in safe territory yet. 271 ahead.
No, well, not in terms of runs, no. So even if they had a pop tomorrow morning, you'd think that Gloucestershire may only have to face, I say only, you never know, things can get nervy, but it's going to be something in the region of 80 overs maximum, really, I would have suggested that they would have to bat out.
Yes, the question is how many runs do Leicestershire think they need? It is probably going to be north of 300. But if they want to push it as far as 350, then there is only going to be one new ball available to them, you would feel. They are a bowler short, we understand that. Dieter Klein hasn't didn't bowl after he went off with the hamstring injury late yesterday. But in terms of what's happened today, Gloucestershire started 176 for 6. They needed to get to 272, and they just about did it. George Hankins and Tom Smith gave them a decent chance of doing so. Hankins certainly was not very impressed by his decision when he was given out. Hankins made 37 before he was one of 6 LBW decisions upheld by umpire Nigel Long in favour of Chris Wright. But Tom Smith and latterly Josh Shaw, particularly when those two were paired up for the 9th wicket after Worrell was out for 11, eventually just about got Gloucestershire over the line. Wright finished with 7 for 53. That was a career best. The lead was 146. We have lost 14 overs in the day, plus possibly now another 8. And Leicestershire 125 for 3 with a lead of 146. That means, as you see across the top of your screen, 271 runs ahead. 50 runs, probably more, Ed, is what they'd want in the morning, would you think? And then they might decide to pull out at that stage. Depends on how long it takes them to get the 50. That's the point.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what that, having looked it up and now forgotten it again, what that target was that Glamorgan set Northants. It was around about 350, wasn't it, I think, off 78 overs or something like that, and of course Northants chased that down. So I don't think that Leicestershire would be wanting anything in the region of that for Gloucestershire to chase. So I think they're going to have to bat for a good, maybe even hour tomorrow morning in order to get enough runs to feel totally secure. And I think, given the amount of time that we've lost to date, they are going to want to feel totally secure now.
It's a pity that if we don't have any further play tonight, 22 overs will make a big difference in the match, won't it? And you add 22 overs play to this position, it just opens up all kinds of avenues in terms of a result.
It does. At the same time, Gloucestershire probably are the more likely team to be looking at those overs and thinking, I'm glad those weren't bowled. So at the moment, I think the interruptions are very much suiting Gloucestershire at this stage.
The bowling figures of this Leicestershire second innings, with Evans caught by Hankins off Higgins for 22, Hassan Azad caught by Bracey off Higgins for 24, and Marcus Harris bowled by Shaw for 23. Rishi Patel has 24 not out and Lewis Hill 22 not out. 125 for 3 from 38 overs. Worrell 11 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 31. Higgins 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 28. Dom Goodman 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 29. And Josh Shaw 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 27. The umpires are waiting to see if we can get some more play. Just to say thank you for those of you who've been in touch on the emails today. The emails will be open again, of course, for the final day tomorrow. Play scheduled to start at 11 o'clock. Forecast is a bit like today. Might be an odd shower around. And it's been one of those games where, you know, people, if it does end up as a draw, there will be the debate. You know, what if? It's one of those great things you can hypothesize about when a game has lost a bit of time and it ends up as a as a draw. What might have happened had the extra time been available? Are you looking at the radar for tomorrow?
Well, just looking at the general weather forecast, at the moment it says 10% chance of rain, but then when I looked this morning it said 10% today, so I reckon there's probably the chance of a shower. Looks to be sunny in the morning and then cloud over in the afternoon, and then we'll see what happens, but yeah, probably pretty similar to today.
So no play at the moment. So whilst the umpires debate about the light, we will just leave you with the details across the top of the screen. Bad light here at the Bristol County Ground. 125 for 3 Leicestershire in their second innings. They lead by 271. When the players went off, there were 8 overs left on the day. Umpires Nigel Long and Richard Illingworth have taken their light meter readings, and they're out in the middle with the ground staff at the moment. When we have any news of a resumption, or indeed of the umpires saying that play will be called off for the day, we'll be back with you. But for the moment, from the Bristol County Ground, that's the scene. No play currently going on, and the players off for bad light, with Leicestershire 271 ahead, approaching the close, but not necessarily the close, on the third day. Well, the news from the Bristol County Ground is that that is it now for the day. Umpires have decided that the light will not improve sufficiently for us to get back out into the middle. So there is the match position. Leicestershire 125 for 3 in their second innings. Rishi Patel 24, Lewis Hill 22. Their overall lead is 271 with just the 1 day to go. So how positive will Leicestershire be in the morning? What will they give Gloucestershire in terms of a target to chase? Will they indeed set them anything at all, or will they just be concerned about batting themselves into a secure position? Thanks for your company today. Thanks for your contributions on the email. It's been good to bring the day's play with you. Sadly, we've lost 22 overs in all on the day, but a lot could happen, Ed. Before we leave people until the morning, a lot could still happen tomorrow. It may unravel itself in a very quiet fashion. It may not.
It depends how much faith you have in Gloucestershire's batting, really, doesn't it? Because if you haven't got much faith in it, then you're probably thinking, well, but I hope they don't have too many overs to face. But then, as I was just talking to Alex Winter about, really, and Richard Ray, the pitch at the Aegeus was doing doing a little bit more than this one was. Not that either pitch was doing masses, but certainly this one is doing less than that one was, and Gloucestershire managed to survive for even longer than they'll have to survive here. So you'd think the chances are that Gloucestershire should be backing themselves to survive tomorrow, and maybe we get some fun and games in the morning session tomorrow if Leicestershire decide to come out and thrash a bit, but we shall see. I think the likelihood at the moment is that it is going to be a draw, but we'll see. Depends how much faith you have in Gloucestershire's batting, as I say.
Yeah, well, hopefully the weather will allow us to have a full day tomorrow. The ground staff are putting the covers on the runners and putting the pitch to bed for the night. Thanks for your company today. Join us, if you will, tomorrow morning at 10 to 11 or thereabouts for the final day. At Stumps, Leicestershire 125 for 3. They lead by 271. Join us tomorrow for day 4 here at the Bristol County Ground. From Ed Seymour, goodbye.
Goodbye.
And from Ian Randall, until tomorrow, good night.